The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451 Sandstorm. Shen Feng saw a large group of rabbits appearing behind him. These rabbits were dusty and densely covered the grassland. Shen Feng frowned suddenly. He thought that the most dangerous place was the desert, but he didn't expect that there were unknowns hidden in the grassland. Danger. Not only did rabbits appear at the rear, at this moment, rabbits also drilled out of many holes in front, and rabbits appeared here in all directions. For a moment, the car didn't know where to run. Shen Feng stopped the car and said to Yu Henggai, "Zio, you drive, I'll deal with these rabbits in the car, after." Finishing speaking, Shen Feng quickly got out of the car, climbed to the top of the car and stood still, facing the rabbits rushing from all directions. He directly swayed. The east wind is mighty. The strong wind rolled up the dust on the ground, trying to fascinate the eyes of these rabbits. The rabbits stopped moving, closed their eyes and could not approach, but the ground was shaking slightly, and rabbits appeared continuously in the surrounding caves, and came to the vehicle. After being next to it, it directly rushed to bite rabbits or rodents, and the two front teeth will continue to grow throughout their lives. Like mice, they need to grind their teeth, so you need to be careful when catching rabbits, otherwise you will be bitten back by the rabbit, and your fingers may be broken. The rabbit bit the tire first. Although it did not cause too much damage to the rubber tire, there are still a steady stream of rabbits coming out of the hole. They will be squinted by the sand on the ground, but they will not be affected underground. Close the windows and don't let the rabbits in. Yu Henggai hurriedly shouted to the two people in the middle row. Slaughter quickly closed the window, but Lu Hanky hesitated and asked, "What about Mr. Shen? Isn't he coming in?" Yu Henggai replied, "Don't worry about Shen Feng, he's very powerful, he's just a bunch of rabbits, they can't hurt him." After finishing speaking, Yu Henggai drove directly to the east, and Shen Feng also used the wind of fury at this time. 3,000 wind blades gathered in the air and flew towards the front of the car. Sound, each rabbit was pierced by the wind blade. Within hundreds of miles, none of the rabbits survived, and a blood-red road appeared among the rabbits. The rabbits were killed at least 5,000, which seems to be a lot of losses, but the number of rabbits in this area is at least 200,000. But in an instant, the road that was originally vacant was once again occupied by rabbits, and the dead rabbits became after eating the rations of the rest of the rabbits. There was a sound of click, click, click from the group of rabbits. This was the sound of rabbits gnawing on flesh and blood. Even if it was bones, they still wanted to gnaw on it. The pickup rushed into the group of rabbits in an instant, and dozens of the rabbits in the front were directly crushed to death. Whether it was brains or internal organs, they were sprayed everywhere, red, white, and green, like a picture of seeing that the wind blade was powerless against so many rabbits. Shen Feng had no choice but to cast Eye of the Hurricane. In an instant, a whirlwind appeared on the ground out of thin air. The strong wind speed would blow away even zombies, let alone these. The rabbits were smaller, and countless rabbits were blown away by the whirlwind on the spot, and none of the rabbits could get close to the pickup. Seeing this scene, Yu Henggai said with confidence, as expected of a big brother, he is different from others when he uses his abilities, and he blows all these rabbits away in an instant. Shen Feng couldn't help cursing. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and drive, this move is very exhausting, and I can only hold on for 2 hours. After 2 hours, if we still can't rush out, then it's really hard." Danger. Yu Henggai hurriedly accelerated, but the grassland was full of rabbit holes. The car couldn't go as fast as he wanted, and the tires would often fall into rabbit holes. "Brother Feng, why don't you let me crush all these rabbits to death with my supernatural ability? I can affect all objects within a kilometer range. It's very easy to kill a group of rabbits." Yu Henggai drove bumps, and at this time he also, "I can't bear it anymore. If this continues, when will I be able to drive out?" Yu Henggai couldn't even see the road ahead clearly. The rabbits in the air were rolled up and blown into the distance, and these rabbits flying all over the sky blocked his sight. Yu Henggai couldn't see Chudeo's road clearly. "If you use your supernatural ability, I can still hold on. What about the old and the young in the car? Their bodies can't hold on?" Shen Feng asked directly. Yu Henggai looked at the two people in the middle row and shook his head helplessly. This is the end of carrying burdens. If it was only him and Shen Feng who set off, wouldn't it be much easier last night? When Yu Hengyi had just cast the 5 times gravity field, the boy Lu's hanky couldn't bear the huge impact, and passed out directly. Obviously, this 14-year-old boy definitely couldn't bear 5 times the gravity for a long time. The vehicle can only continue to move forward. The car bumps and walks for a while, and when it reaches a certain place, all the rabbits around will be blown away. It is like a rain in the sky, but what falls is not water, but rabbits. Shen Feng felt a lot of physical exhaustion, and he couldn't take it anymore. Standing on the roof of the car and looking far away, he couldn't see the green color at all, and the surroundings were all yellow-green. Whoever said that rabbits don't eat grass beside their nests, it should be said that when there are more rabbits, they will eat grass beside their nests. Zio. You, drive back. We can't rush out. If we continue recklessly, there will be no good results. Shen Feng quickly said to Yu Hengyi. Hearing Shen Feng's words, Yu Hengyi was very unwilling. He had already walked half the distance, and he could reach the north coast of Australia in the evening, but now he was blocked by a rabbit. What's the matter, Zio? Be obedient. Let's go back to the saline alkaline land to find a solution, and continuing to charge now is useless. Shen Feng continued to persuade Yu Hengyi. Yu Hengyi sighed helplessly, turned the steering wheel, and returned to the place where he set off this morning. The rabbits on the road could not be avoided along the way, but the rabbits were already crazy, and they all rushed towards the car. It is said that many ants kill elephants. Now it seems that this is really possible. Shen Feng continued to cast Eye of the Hurricane to scatter the surrounding rabbits. Otherwise, as long as Shen Feng stopped casting the ability, countless rabbits would jump up and bite on the spot. After returning to the edge of the desert, the rabbit did not stop chasing, and followed the car into the desert. The desert red kangaroo, who was still basking in the sun, saw the rabbit, and immediately stood up and let the little kangaroo go back to his pocket, and then began to jump towards the depths of the desert. Obviously, kangaroos are also very afraid of this boundless rabbit. Shen Feng has a car as a power source, so he won't be particularly tired. Seeing that there are no rabbits blocking the road, Shen Feng finally has a chance to breathe. He sits in the car and starts to rest, drinking some water by the way. But the red-haired kangaroos in the distance are different. Although they live in the desert, these kangaroos are generally inactive at noon to avoid heat stroke. Now they are chased by the rabbits and run like crazy. The kangaroo fell to the ground due to heat stroke and the high temperature, and when the rabbit rushed over, it just clicked and clicked. About 10 kilometers into the desert, there were hundreds of thousands of rabbits chasing the truck. Shen Feng couldn't bear it any longer, and told Yu Hengyi, "Stop and watch me." Yu Hengyi stopped the car, and after running for such a long time, he was also a little annoyed. A dignified and powerful 5th-level power user was chased by a group of rabbits. What face is there? After getting out of the car, Shen Feng faced the boundless rabbits rushing towards him, and sneered, "If you don't give me a little color, do you really think I'm a bum?" After finishing speaking, Shen Feng directly cast the supernatural power. The east wind is mighty, the strong wind blows from behind, and blows towards the rabbits head-on. This is a desert, and the ground is full of sand. In Australia, there are generally no sandstorms, because there are very few here. The monsoon will visit, otherwise, the precipitation brought by the monsoon would have already filled the desert with plants. However, after Shen Feng cast his ability, the yellow sands in the desert was also swept up by the strong wind. The air was so foggy that it was impossible to see the road at all, and the visibility plummeted. The group rushed over. The group of rabbits stopped. They couldn't even open their eyes, and under the yellow sand all over the sky, the figures of the rabbits gradually disappeared without a trace. They couldn't move in the sandstorm. They could only stay where they were. The ground trembled, and the sandstorm didn't care about it. It just buried the rabbit. The wind and sand lasted for half an hour, and the strong wind directly changed the landform on the edge of the desert. The sand dunes changed their positions under the blow of the strong wind, and the sand on the ground was more than 1 meter high. When the sandstorm was over, dozens of desert red kangaroos lifted up the sand, and seeing that the surrounding danger had been lifted, they bounced and walked towards the distance. The kangaroos could lift up the sand and stood up because the kangaroos were enough cow. It's a pity that hundreds of thousands of rabbits will die. They are all buried in the sand, and none of them can get out. Waiting for the fate of these buried rabbits is suffocation, dehydration, and finally turned into mummies and buried under the sand. Maybe hundreds of years later, scientists will come to investigate and find countless rabbit mummies under the sand, and they will still be puzzled. How did these rabbits die? Shen Feng turned around and saw that the pickup truck had been half buried, So he quickly dug up the surrounding yellow sand to allow the cart to come out. Yu Hangai opened the car door and saw that there was no one of the hateful rabbits. He couldn't help cursing, "It really deserves you to waste my time. It's better to die now, Lu." Zhenki also saw the scene that just happened. Yellow sand was flying all over the sky in the desert. Even if he was in the car, he could still hear the crackling sound in the car. The sand blocked it, and only then did Lu Zhenki know what a miracle is. The ability to change the terrain of the desert and kill hundreds of thousands of rabbits by using the desert is really too powerful. "Brother Feng, what should we do next?" "Detour?" "But in this way, time will slow down." Yu Hangai asked. First, Yu Hangai's problem is very realistic. That is, how can he cross the grasslands quickly? But if he takes a detour, it will consume too much time. Obviously the most dangerous desert has been passed through, and as a result, at this moment, he was caught by a group of people. Help the rabbit to block the way. Instead of taking a detour, why don't I run over with you on my back? Can a rabbit be faster than me? Shen Feng couldn't help but said, even if he was carrying a person on his back, he could move quickly. At sea, when carrying people on their backs, they will sink. Yu Hangai quickly agreed, yes, please carry me behind your back." The two of us rushed through this rabbit area together. Shen Feng pointed at the old and the young behind him, and asked, "What about these two?" "Leave them." Yu Hangai nodded, and took Shen Feng aside to prevent the conversation between himself and Shen Feng from being heard by others, and then he said seriously, "Brother Feng, I know you are a very kind person, and you are a kind person in many people's mouths. Savior, especially in the Jingxiang area of China. I admire you for being able to save people when the flood occurs, but you also need to consider our current situation. We started in the morning and now return to the original road. It has been delayed for a long time. Aren't you worried about the danger in the country?" Yu Hangai's words reached Shen Feng's heart. Of course, Shen Feng was worried about the domestic situation, especially the family situation. If the senior sister and Chu Qiaoyan were deceived by his fake goods, wouldn't it something is wrong? Time is the most important thing, then. "What do you mean?" Shen Feng continued to ask. Yu Hangai said firmly, "Don't worry about those two burdens, aren't they meteorologists? It doesn't matter anymore. We set off by ourselves, leave the truck and most of the supplies to them, and let them fend for themselves, while we go." Chapter 452, Wrong Choice. At the critical moment, Yu Hangai's method was very simple, that is to abandon the two burdens around him, let Shen Feng carry him on his back, go directly to the destination, and then find a boat to go straight to the country. Of course, Yu Hangai also knows that it is difficult for the abandoned old and young to resist the dangers in the desert, especially the mutated plants hidden in the desert. In the face of this situation, they had no choice but to ask for their own blessings. Maybe the process of their return to Fremantle was particularly smooth? This is also an uncertain thing. I don't think there's any problem, but I always feel a little uneasy in my heart, as if I've overlooked something important. Shen Feng said with a frown, "Don't think about it so much. Be ruthless and tell these two people that we will part ways. Let them go back by themselves, and they will surely die if they follow us. After that, you will carry me on your back, and the two of us will go directly to the north bank, find a boat and leave." In order to make Shen Feng make up his mind, Yu Hangai can't take care of anything at this time. Shen Feng also nodded helplessly, agreeing to Yu Hangai's suggestion. When Shen Feng returned to the side of the car, he called Lu Zhenki and asked him to start translating. "We must return to China as soon as possible, but there are many mutant hares on the road, and there are too many hares. Speaking of it, it is definitely a very dangerous place. Taking advantage of this time, you can still turn around, go back to Fremantle, the next road." The two of us set out. Lu Zhenki was shocked. He didn't expect that he was abandoned at this time, and he was abandoned in the desert. In this way, wouldn't he be able to go home and see his parents again? Lu Zhenki felt very uncomfortable, but he still told Slotik what Shen Feng meant. After the old man heard about Shen Feng's idea, he frowned. He only knew that Shen Feng was going to the corner of York quickly, so he made the shortest route for Shen Feng, and he could still reach the big city of Cairns. But now, the old man learned that Shen Feng's goal was to return home as quickly as possible, so he couldn't help but said, "You want to return home as quickly as possible, so let me ask you, have you ever sailed far away?" Lu Zhenki continued to translate. Shen Feng nodded, and said seriously, "Old man, don't look down on me. I have been to the South Pacific. What scene have I never seen, then? What ship are you on? Slaughter continued to ask. Cruiser, is there a problem? Shen Feng continued. Slaughter then showed a serious expression. So, when sailing in the ocean, you need a big ship to ensure safety and speed, but now, do you have a cruiser? If you take a small boat, I cannot exaggerate. Let me tell you that it will take at least 3 months for you to reach China. 3 months, such a long time. Shen Feng was taken aback. How could it take such a long time? Slaughter continued to explain. If there is a ferry, and if you find enough gasoline, you will definitely be able to reach China in a month, but this requires a lot of sailors and an experienced captain. Neither of you will. It will be even more difficult to reach China if there is a storm at sea, and if the sailing is not smooth, it is not impossible to delay for a year or so. Shen Feng fell silent, and Yu Henggai was also dumbfounded afterwards. Yu Henggai grabbed the clothes around the old man's neck and asked, Old man, don't play tricks on us. We don't study much, so we don't know these twists and turns. You must be afraid of death, so you made up so many nonsense. Fool us, huh? Sloat spread his hands helplessly, and said, Hero, how could I lie to you at this time? We are all in the desert, and we have to face many dangers. I just want to tell you that we will not be able to reach China in a short time. It's just a fact. Yu Henggai was very irritable. He never expected that his 2 days of hard work would be of no avail. It would take at least 3 months to reach Zhonghe. After such a long time, it would probably be too late by the time he arrived in Zhonghe. Yu Henggai lowered his head and thought about it carefully, and suddenly said to Shen Feng, Brother Feng, we can still find a way. If we can't sail on the water, we will go to the sky and find a helicopter. Go directly to the country by plane. Is there any problem? Shen Feng shook his head lightly, and said, Helicopters are not good either. If you have a helicopter, you need to find a pilot. Moreover, Australia is tens of thousands of kilometers away from China. It is impossible for a helicopter to arrive at once. You must refuel halfway. A large helicopter must find a pilot. If it doesn't arrive, it will be taken away by rich people long ago, and small helicopters won't be needed. Then what should we do? Are we going to give up and go back to China? Watching 2 imposters take our identities, and then deceive the world? When we go back, we will be doubles. Yu Henggai said excitedly. Shen Feng frowned and said, Stop arguing, am I thinking about it? For us, of course, the most important thing is to expose the identities of the 2 fakes. But now that I can't go back to the country, I can only think about it. There are other ways, do you understand? On the premise of not returning to the country, expose the identity of the counterfeit. Yu Henggai was in a hurry. If he didn't return to his country, how could he expose the counterfeit goods? Isn't this a joke? Shen Feng also fell into deep thought. In his opinion, there is a wall in China. Foreign networks cannot contact China, and foreign calls cannot reach China. International calls have been disconnected, and sending telegrams is impossible. Impossible. My side has been regarded as a complete fake. The most uncomfortable thing is that my information cannot be delivered to my family members. No wonder the old man hopes that Hongyan can entrust the letter. It's just a good wish. Shen Feng sat on the sand and meditated. There was no solution to being anxious. The more critical the moment, the more he needed to use his brain. Suddenly, Shen Feng thought of a person, Wang Aoi. Earlier, when Shen Feng met Wang Aoi in Lianyunguang, he learned something. Wang Aoi had an underground website, which was designed to allow people from private bases to log in. Even the registered account had to be verified. It is said that the server of the website is still abroad, in Southeast Asia. That's right, Wang Aoi can grasp a lot of foreign information, and he often posts on underground websites. If he is around, we can get in touch? Shen Feng slapped his thigh and stood up, feeling very excited. Yu Henggai stood aside, although he didn't know what Shen Feng was thinking, but when he saw Shen Feng suddenly showed a smile on his face at this moment, and then slapped his thigh to stand up, he immediately understood that Shen Feng had an idea. Brother Feng, do you have a solution? Yu Henggai asked hastily. Shen Feng nodded and said seriously, that's right, the 2 of us entered into a misunderstanding before, that is, only by returning to China quickly can we expose the counterfeit identity, but we can do this without returning to China at all. That is, make a big news, a news that people all over the world can hear, so that even if there is a wall in China, there will be someone who will see it and help us spread the news. Making news? It's not easy to say, What kind of big news can the whole world know? Don't be out of your mind. Yu Henggai felt that it was unreliable when he heard it. With the current chaotic situation, who would watch the news? How can I make news by myself? Shen Feng laughed and said, don't you understand grandstanding? You must have been stupid in high school before. As long as the news is curious enough, there will always be people who will take the initiative to spread this information. Do you understand the headlines? For example, Yu Henggai asked carefully. Shen Feng smiled, and then said, isn't this simple? For example, 7 teenagers took turns doing this kind of thing to married young women. Click to watch, and then Yu Henggai continued to ask, look, don't you start to be interested now? Just click on the video link and have a look, gourd baby. Shen Feng said proudly. After hearing Shen Feng's plan, Yu Henggai finally believed in Shen Feng's plan, so he immediately said, alright, let's use your method. Let's go back quickly. There is a signal tower in Wang Jiao's base. We can spread big news to the outside world. Shen Feng is no longer talking nonsense. Now that he has decided to use big news to attract Wang Aoi's attention, Shen Feng is ready to act immediately. But unfortunately, Shen Feng forgot the URL of the underground website, and ordinary people cannot log in. Otherwise, Shen Feng, you can directly contact Wang Aoi through this website affected by the doomsday. Many internet companies around the world have all closed down almost overnight, and the servers have crashed. How can they use software? Many social software cannot be opened at all, and the few software that can be used have also closed their international services and can only be used within a special range. Therefore, except for the official, the people at the bottom do not know the situation on the earth at all. How this is the era when the government has the right to speak. The information obtained by the common people is all the information filtered by the government, but the truth of the matter is determined by the government. Shen Feng continued to drive back, and was very careful when passing through the desert, for fear that monsters would come out of the sand, but in the end, when passing through the main part of the desert, there was still no reaction under the sand. It seems that not every desert is the same as dangerous. After another day and night of driving, Shen Feng and his party returned to Wang Jiao's base with a whole body of travel dust. Wang Jiao thought that after Shen Feng left, she would never come back. This is probably a passerby in her life. After meeting once, she will never see her again. But now, Shen Feng appeared in her house again. In front of her eyes, she suddenly felt incredible. Mr. Shen, why are you back? Are you in any danger? Wang Jiao asked hastily. Shen Feng waved his hand and replied, there is not much danger. The main reason is that I have changed my mind. Next, I need to use your network to transmit information. You will not object, will you? How could Wang Jiao dare to object? She is only a third-level supernatural user. Facing 2 strong men, she can only obey at this time, and said quickly, 2 Chinese heroes, please do what you want, I will let you go. The people below cooperate with you, and you can do whatever you want. Shen Feng thought for a while and asked, what kind of videos get the most clicks now? Or, what kind of videos are easy to spread? This is what I care most about. I'm not too sure about this. At present, most of the videos that are produced and disseminated are the government. Videos about the global situation are disseminated by relatively more people, probably tens of thousands of people. Wang Jiao said a general idea, it's only watched by tens of thousands of people, which seems to be a little low. So what? 4 people uploaded the lizard. Can this news be a top streaming video? Shen Feng continued to ask, impossible, let alone 4 people, even 40 people. It's the end of the day, and the people who can access the internet are not ordinary people. They are concerned about the dangerous situation in the world, not the dignity of a lizard. Wang Jiao immediately shook her head. International situation? International situation. It seems that we can only start from this aspect. I will take a break and have food delivered. We are hungry. As for the food in the car, we will send it to you. During this time, we will live in your here. Shen Feng couldn't figure it out for a while, and it was obviously not that easy to make a big news in the apocalypse. Chapter 453. Today is different from the past. If you want to make a big news, you can no longer gain attention by breaking bricks or acting ugly. Most of the audience of the original vulgar videos are ordinary people with no education, so these people like to watch others pretended to be ugly, rolled in the mud in colorful clothes, and gave a thumbs up. But now, ordinary people can't even surf the internet. They have to work hard every day for today's dinner. Who cares about surfing the internet? Even if you are surfing the internet, you want to know when the current difficulties will be completely over, instead of watching a few people yelling and yelling as a result. The international situation has become the focus of everyone's attention. As long as it is news that can affect the changes in the international situation, many people must watch it. It seems that there are not many people, but these 100,000 people are still able to access the internet in the doomsday. To put it simply, those who still have the ability to surf the internet in the doomsday are elites. Shen Feng thought over and over again, but he still couldn't think of any good solution. Yu Hangai pointed to the pocket on Shen Feng's body, and said, "Don't forget that you still have a good thing on you, the crystal of the sea snake. Now there are only 2 sea beasts killed in the world, one is a squid, and the crystal was taken by you. I gave Li Qi away for being greedy, and there is another one that was taken from the sea snake, and now there are only 2 in human hands. If you use this thing to make a fuss, isn't that a good thing to attract others?" Shen Feng thought, it makes sense, the news of killing sea beasts must be enough to cause a stir, right? However, Wang Jiao continued, "Don't think about it, there are too many fake news on the internet now, let alone killing sea beasts. Even if some people say that there are many people who can take refuge in Antarctica, what do you think? You killed sea beasts, others may not believe it, unless you have a video to testify." Video? When we were on a deserted island, we didn't have anything on us. How could we make a video? Shen Feng said distressedly. Yu Hangai thought for a while and said, "If sea beasts are not good enough, then I really can't think of any good solution. We don't have the ability to change the international situation, do we?" Changing the international situation. Shen Feng thought about it, and suddenly had a little understanding in his heart. We really can't change the international situation, but we can do things under the guise of changing the international situation, as long as the voice is enough. If it is bigger, more people will hear it. For example, Yu Hangai asked quickly. Shen Feng pointed to the port city not far away, and said, "Isn't this a ready-made example? As the largest port in Western Australia, it has never been recovered. No matter what route ships can reach here, this cannot be regarded as a traffic artery. If we can make a fuss here, it will definitely attract the attention of many people. What's the point of this? Do you still want to recover this place? There are more than 1 million zombies. This is not something that can be solved with a wave of hands." Yu Hangai was very puzzled, not knowing what Shen Feng was going to do. Shen Feng nodded seriously, and even admitted what Yu Hangai said. "Yes, that's what I planned. As long as I can recover this port city, it will definitely attract global attention. At that time, let alone 10,000 people have watched it, even if 1 million people have watched it, it is not impossible." "Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? Why do you always want to do these obviously impossible things? I didn't hit you. How do you recover more than 1 million zombies? Just rely on the thousands of people in this base? Is it possible?" Yu Hangai said angrily. Shen Feng patted Yu Hangai's shoulder and said, "Do you still remember the mutated plants in the desert? I don't think you have seen the power of mutated plants at all." "Mutated plant? I forgot. You and Jin Zijia once killed a mutated plant in Sichuan province, and then took it to Yaziao." Yu Hangai also remembered that Shen Feng once killed the mutated plant. Play 3 Kingdoms? Do you know what Sun Yu's skills are? Shen Feng continued to ask. Yu Hangai nodded, and replied, "I remember driving tigers and devouring wolves." "Right, that's right. As long as you catch the mutated plants in the desert and let the mutated plants eat zombies, you can quickly solve the problem of zombies in the city. The growth limit of plants is very high. As long as you give these plants enough energy, they will be. It can grow almost infinitely, especially mutant plants. No one has seen their limit." Shen Feng explained. Yu Hangai also understood Shen Feng's meaning, tending towards tigers to devour wolves, tending to tigers to devour wolves. Let the mutated plants become tigers to be driven away, and these zombies in the city are wolves to be eaten. Doesn't it mean that we have to go back to the desert and catch the mutated plants?" Yu Hangai asked. Shen Feng nodded and said, "That's right. How can we drive away tigers and devour wolves without tigers? Let's first catch the mutated plants in the desert." Wang Jiao was already shocked by the plan discussed by Shen Feng and Yu Hangai. Seeing the cheerful discussion between the two, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Is the gap between people so big? More than 5,000 people on my side did not dare to think about recovering the city. As a result, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai actually had this idea. and they were ready to implement it. Is this the realm of the strong, Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu, is there anything I can do to help you? If I need your help, I will ask the people below to fully cooperate. Wang Jiao said quickly, and she also saw from Shen Feng's actions given the opportunity, if Fremantle is finally subdued, such a large port in front of his eyes must be a huge cake, and Shen Feng will definitely leave here. What's the deal? Shen Feng looked at Wang Jiao, and said calmly, you don't need to do anything. I don't expect you to help me. The most important thing is to maintain a sufficient supply of food. You don't need to think about the rest. It's not that Shen Feng looks down on the people in this base, it's just that there are too few people here. For a big city with 1 million zombies, ordinary people can hardly do anything, and the main force to regain the city is still the mutated plants in the desert. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, let's find a few people to follow us to shoot. I plan to take back this city within 7 days. By then, this video will definitely shock the world. The title is ready. 2 abilities or regain 1 million population city within a week. I don't believe that no one will not be interested. Yu Hengai felt very tired. He had just found a safe place, but he had not rested yet, and he had to go back to the desert again. It was simply torture, but in order to spread the truth to the country as soon as possible, he had to persevere no matter how tired he was. Wang Jiao quickly arranged for 2 photographers to follow Shen Feng with a camera on their shoulders. Shen Feng asked Lu Zhangqi and Slaughter to stay in the base, and took 2 photographers with him before heading to the desert again. After Li Jiyui ran away in his car, his face was full of complacency, and he taunted while running, Shen Feng, I made you look down on me. Now that I don't have me as an interpreter, I'll see what you do next. Now I with a car and enough food for 3 months, no matter where I go, I can eat delicious and spicy food. Li Jiyui resented Shen Feng's contempt before. He clearly wanted to follow him back to China and find a safe place to live, but Shen Feng was unwilling and said that he was useless, so Li Jiyui planned it out. To take revenge on Shen Feng, he couldn't beat Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, but he took away Shen Feng's supplies. Judging from the incident of revenge on Shen Feng, his goal was successful. Li Jiyui knew where Shen Feng's destination was, which was Fremantle. In order to avoid Shen Feng, Li Jiyui went to Perth. Although the 2 cities are very close, only a few tens of kilometers away, but, as long as he hides in the base in Perth, he doesn't believe that Shen Feng can find him. After Li Jiyui came near Perth, he didn't dare to enter the city. He could only circle around the city. Zombies were everywhere in the city. Although he is an evolutionary now and still holds a gun in his hand, it is impossible for him to enter the city. To protect himself from the tide of corpses, after thinking of this, Li Jiyui wandered around the city, wanting to see if there was a survivor base nearby. After searching for a whole day, Li Jiyui really found a base. This is a base in a valley, surrounded by 2 big mountains, and only a small canyon can pass through. This is Li Jiyui's dream. The base in the center hides in this ring-shaped valley. From the outside, there is no abnormality at all, and the surroundings are surrounded by cliffs. As long as there is a machine gun at the only entrance, it will be impossible for anyone to open. Li Jiyui immediately drove to enter the base, but the base was set up with roadblocks on the narrow road. When he saw a stranger appearing, he immediately raised his gun and asked, "What are you doing? Where are you from?" Li Jiyui quickly said, "I'm from Tasmania." The 2 soldiers at the sentry didn't believe it when they heard this, and asked directly, "Tasmania and the mainland are separated by a huge strait. How could you come here?" "I really came here from the south, and I came here relying on my own strength. I am an evolutionary. Do you understand?" Li Jiyui said bluntly. The 2 sentinels looked at each other, and they both saw inconceivability in each other's eyes. Could it be that this ordinary-looking guy in front of him is a powerful evolutionary? All the way from Tasmania in the south to your own base? If it is really such a terrifying character, then you really have to be careful. Pay the entry fee first, a caddy of grain or canned food, and then it doesn't matter how long you want to stay in there. The sentinel didn't want to easily provoke this stranger who had never seen him before, so he prepared to collect the entry fee and settle down. Li Jiyui was a little unhappy when he heard that he had to pay the entrance fee. Now he even has to pay to enter the base. Is there any reason? But he can't help it. If he wants to enter, he can only obey the other party's orders. After all, he is not as strong as the bragging Li Jiyui. Lifted off the tarpaulin on the vehicle body, opened a bag of flour, put a bag of flour in a plastic bag, and did not have an electronic scale in his hand, but according to estimates, it was already more than a caddy. Passed it over and said, "Here's a caddy of flour, okay." When the two sentinels saw this scene, they were stunned. They never expected that this unremarkable guy had so much food in the car. They saw the food in the car while Li Jiyui was loading the flour. In the current situation, flour, canned food, and instant noodles weigh at least 800 or 900 caddies. So much food is in the hands of one person. This is the passport. You can freely enter and exit this base in the future. Let's open the Luca. A sentry hurriedly took the flour, and the other sentry moved the homemade Luca away. Li Jiyui casually covered the tarp on the truck body, and then entered the base. The population here is quite large, about 10,000 people, and it can be regarded as a large base, but the buildings here are not very good. Most of the houses, they are all earthen walls, and brick houses are rarely seen, most of which were built after the end of the world. The two sentries got together at this time, and started to communicate with a strange guy. Is this guy really strong? I just saw that there are no other weapons in his car except guns. Let's report it to the boss as soon as possible, and we will follow the boss's decision on how to deal with it. Another sentinel said quickly. Chapter 454 From Heaven to Hell. After Li Jiyui entered the base, he saw everything in the ring-shaped valley, and immediately showed a look of disdain. Before that, he followed Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, and found a foothold. No matter what, there was a shelter from the wind and rain, and he often lived in a bright house. But now, this base is full of earthen houses, and few brick houses can be seen. This is the gap. It seems that this base is not suitable for my life. Let's rest here for one night today, and look for the next base tomorrow. Li Jiyui thought silently in his heart. Afterwards, Li Jiyui found a yard that looked pretty good. It was a brick house, and the red bricks were still fired by the local method. This kind of brick was only used by indigenous tribes, but it was considered pretty good in the base now. He walked out of the yard, without saying a word. He threw down a 20-jin bag of flour, and then said, I requisitioned this yard, take the flour and leave here, and I will exchange it for you tomorrow. When Li Jiyui speaks, he is very arrogant, and his arrogance is also confident. He is carrying a gun on his back, and with a gun supporting his waist. No matter who speaks, he will become more confident. There is a family living in the yard, a couple with 3 children, both of them are tanned, and the 3 children are sallow and emaciated. Just by looking at their appearance, they cannot tell the gender of each other at all. This is also a kind of sadness. Children don't get enough nutrition, and they are skinny from starvation. When the couple saw the 20 caddies of flour thrown into the yard, their eyes lit up immediately. This is food. If it is mixed with wild vegetables to make porridge, it can barely last for a month. Living in my own home for one night, such a good deal, is really a bargain. It's pie in the sky. Ever since, the couple hurriedly took the flour and the child and left the yard with gratitude. They were going to go to other places to talk about cats all night, but the smiles on their faces never disappeared from many bases. The food problem is the most serious. It is not that these people are unwilling to farm, but that they may encounter danger at any time in the wild, not to mention zombies. There are many rats on the grassland. Dare to fight against humans, but they like to steal crops. Every time it's harvest time, these mice will appear and eat all the food that humans sow. If you come and go, you can't support yourself by farming. It's better to choose a fishing and hunting lifestyle. Since it's close to the sea, go fishing. There are many wild animals in the grasslands and forests. As long as you can return from hunting, it's easy to support a family. If it doesn't work, I can dig wild vegetables and pick wild fruits in the mountains, and I can barely make ends meet. Therefore, when Li Jiyui dropped the grain in the yard, the family would leave here with gratitude. 20 caddies of flour was a reward they had never imagined. Li Jiyui drove the cart to the yard, pulled out the key, and then wandered around the base with a bag of flour. Of course, he would not kindly give food to others. The reason why he went shopping in the base was because find the right woman. Li Jiyui could see the situation in this base. It was very poor and lacked food. For the people here, as long as they could get food, they could do anything. Ever since, Li Jiyui had a bad idea. Since he has so much food in his hands, why not enjoy it? In the end, Li Jiyui found a barely clean-looking woman on the street. She was wearing simple clothes, which had been worn so many times that even her arms and calves could not be covered, revealing her clothes, the white skin underneath. You, come with me. I have food here. Serve me well tonight. The food on me is yours. Li Jiyui said directly. When the woman saw that there was food to be earned, she immediately became happy, stood up, and tried to puff up her chest, trying to make herself look more attractive, and said, "Dear sir, I am happy to serve you. Please believe me, I am a qualified servant." Li Jiyui smiled triumphantly, and then took the woman back to the yard. First, he ate and drank, and then, taking advantage of the night, he vented his anger on the female slave who had just succeeded in the transaction. He hadn't touched a woman for a long time. Li Jiyui is very hungry, and at this moment, all the beautiful life he dreamed of have come true. With sufficient food, Li Jiyui can make others humiliate him, and he can make transactions if he takes a fancy to a pretty good woman. There is no such a good life before the end, and the prices offered by those women standing on the street are very high. Hi, Shen Feng, you didn't expect that after leaving you, I would live such a happy life? Li Jiyui thought silently in his heart. However, not long after Li Jiyui vented his anger and fell into deep sleep, the door of the yard was suddenly opened, and a group of people tiptoed into the yard. After opening the door, they quietly approached Li Jiyui. Li Jiyui knew nothing about all this, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was enjoying life in his dreams. Suddenly, someone stretched out his hand and covered Li Jiyui's mouth and nose. This person had a piece of cloth in his hand, and there was a lot of ether on it. This is a very powerful drug. As long as you inhale it, you can cause a coma. Li Jiyui suddenly woke up and was about to struggle, but he had already inhaled ether. His nerves were affected, and he eventually lost consciousness. HMPH, I thought he was some kind of great person. Thanks to the fact that I brought so many people here, it seems that he is vulnerable now. I really don't know how he came across the strait from Tasmania. Yes. The leader sneered, and the rest of the assassins also laughed. Then someone lit a candle, and the room became brighter. A man and a woman were lying on the bed, both naked at this time. The woman began to dress slowly, not caring about the eyes of these people around her. The leader of the assassins then nodded and said to the woman, "You did a good job. It seems that it is true that the hero is sad and beautiful. If there is another person like this next time, you need to continue to cooperate." The woman put on her clothes and said calmly, "You are the leader of the base. We must obey the leader's instructions. What should we do with this person? Should we kill him? It would be a waste of food if we stay here." It turned out that after Li Jiyui entered the base, he had already fallen into a trap. For the people in this base, it was of course a good thing if a fat sheep came to their door. The leader, he is also envious of this cart of supplies. If he can get the supplies, then he can enjoy it for a while. In the end, the leader of the base decided to use the beauty trap first. Let this strange strong man consume his energy first, and then quietly appear by himself when he was tired. If it succeeds, then it can only be fought with real swords and guns. In order to be safe, the leader specially brought more than 30 elite men with rifles in their hands. If the plan fails, they will go to war. It is not easy for 30 people to fight one person. It's a pity that the leader finally came to the bedside smoothly, and Arag solved the fat sheep. Shut up first, and find out his details before we talk. The leader said lightly. After finishing speaking, the leader came to the yard and asked his men to prepare to move supplies. "Start moving, send all these good things to my castle." What the hell? I thought he was a strong man, no easy to deal with. Now it seems that it is a fledgling. Chicks have similar meanings in both Eastern and Western cultures, that is, unworldly rookies. The reason is also very simple. Chicks have never seen the world and do not understand any rules, so they are the easiest to be targeted. This word, the derogatory meaning of, is even more serious than the term vegetable chicken. When Li Jiyui woke up slowly, he found that his surroundings were in darkness and he couldn't see anything clearly. He didn't understand what happened, so he struggled quickly and was about to get up, but when he moved, there was a crash. Voice, after careful inspection, I found that my hands and feet were tied with iron chains, and the other end of the iron chains was a pillar. Even in evolutionary, it is impossible to break free from the iron chains tied to the pillars. Which bastard did it? Let me go. Li Jiyui yelled out in fear. For Li Jiyui, he could only experience the transformation from heaven to hell on this day. He was obviously the number one person with countless wealth before, but after half a day, he was already tied up by iron chains. The next step is to be slaughtered by others. This kind of contrast from heaven to hell makes it difficult for him to accept. At this time, there was a squeak sound from above. It seemed that the heavy door was opened, And then a fire appeared. Someone came in from the outside holding an oil lamp. This group of people was wearing clean clothes. The shape is also very strong, which is different from the yellow and thin guys I saw in the base before. The man in the lead looks very handsome, in his 30s, with a beard that has been neatly trimmed, with a top hat on his head, and a gentle smile on his face. After seeing Li Jiyu, I wake up, and then said, "Let me introduce myself, I am Franklin, the owner of this base." Fat sheep, no, a friend who came from afar. What is your name? Also, why did you appear here, Li Jiyu? I quickly said, "My name is Ingenuo. You must have arrested the wrong person. I never knew you, and I didn't offend you, did I?" Franklin smiled and said, "That's right, we didn't know each other before, but who told you to hold so many supplies? If you were a real strong man, I wouldn't do anything to you, but now, you seem to be in danger. I only need to give an order, and someone can kill you, and then put you in a gasoline tank, fill it with cement and throw it into the sea. At that time, who would know that you were killed by me?" Li Jiyu trembled all over immediately. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. This place is obviously a base, so why does it seem to be a den of robbers now? Also, isn't the cement murder case only heard of in stories? Why is it happening to me now? Fortunately, Li Jiyu is very clever. He heard the clue in Franklin's words, that is the strong man. Therefore, Li Jiyu immediately began to threaten, "You better let me go. I have 2 companions. They are all supernatural beings. They are coming towards this base. I am a pathfinder. If I disappear, if not, they will definitely not let you go." Supernatural beings. Franklin frowned immediately when he heard this, and then asked, "Which 2 supernatural beings? Tell me their names. I know all the supernatural beings in Australia. If you belong to them, how could I not know?" Li Jiyu continued, "They are not supernatural beings from Australia, but supernatural beings from distant China. Do you know the news about a multinational fleet salvaging meteorites before? 2 supernatural beings failed to catch up with the fleet. They ended up living in Tasmania, and they and I are brothers." Names. "I'm asking you their names." Franklin said coldly. "They are called Shen Feng and Yuhangai respectively. Both are powerful supernatural beings who can kill you with just a flick of a finger." Li Jiyu also went crazy. He could say anything to survive. Continue. "To close him, don't starve him to death. Wait for me to inquire about the news. I don't know that other supernatural beings have appeared in Australia." Franklin did not kill the guy in front of him in the end, and this engineer is not a big problem, but if there are really 2 supernatural beings behind him, he has to be careful. Li Jiyu watched a group of people leave the secret room from the stairs. He was in despair, and he asked frantically in his heart, "Why? Why aren't they afraid of supernatural beings? Why don't they let me go? Am I going to?" Is it finished? Chapter 455 Centennial Orchid. Shen Feng and Yuhangai brought the 2 photographers to the edge of the desert non-stop, and found the place where the mutated plants had been attacked before. First, let the photographer stand in the distance and set up the camera. The next step is to track the mutated plants to appear. Yuhangai volunteered and said, "Brother Feng, I'm going to track mutated plants. You can support me by the side. I'll wear a mask. Even if I'm dragged under the sand, I won't suffocate." Shen Feng shook his head and replied, "Leave this matter to me. You stand aside and watch. Although you can protect yourself, you can't catch mutant plants. I'm different. I can give sand to you. Blow away. In the desert, I am stronger." Holding a machete in his hand, Yuhangai stood aside and said, "Brother Feng, be careful. If you need my support, I will come right away as soon as you give an order. I didn't have a weapon in my hand before, and I couldn't stop cutting vines, but now it's different. I have a knife in my hand. Looking at the vines is nothing." Shen Feng nodded, and then walked back and forth on the sand that was attacked. At this time, the smell of gasoline could still be smelled in the air. Before, Shen Feng used gasoline to scare away the mutated plants in the ground, but the gasoline was not fully burned. And gasoline is also volatile, so within a short period of time, the smell of gasoline is also lingering. Shen Feng walked back and forth on the sand under the scorching sun. He knew that the mutated plants in the ground rely on vibrations to find prey. As long as they walk on the sand, there will be vibrations, so Shen Feng is walking non-stop, hoping it was the only thing he could do to create enough vibrations to finally attract the underground mutated plants to appear. Yuhangai watched patiently from the side, but couldn't help but wonder, why hasn't this thing appeared after 2 hours? Could it be that mutant plants will also escape? It shouldn't be. Mutant plants can't be random. Just move. Shen Feng has been walking on the sandy ground since noon. Within a range of several hundred meters, Shen Feng walked round and round, and the shape of a football field came out. In the hot summer, the sweat on Shen Feng's body continued to drip, and there was still no movement on the ground. The cameraman was also tired. He thought he would be able to capture some amazing pictures, but the camera was turned on for a long time, but nothing was captured. In order to save power, he had to turn off the camera and turn on the camera when he could see the monster. Shen Feng also couldn't stand the scorching heat, so he could only ask Yu Hengyi to throw a bottle of water over from a distance. After drinking the water, he finally felt better. Shen Feng also has the idea of giving up. It seems that his previous thinking was a little naive. He thought that as long as someone appeared in the desert, the mutated plants would start to act. Now it seems that it is not what he imagined at all. The mutated plants are also picky food. Is it because of the ultraviolet rays? The underground plants are afraid of the sun above their heads, so they dare not appear? Yes, it is very likely that this is the case. The heart of the plant I encountered before is like this. It is still broad daylight, and it dare not appear. Shen Feng figured this out afterwards. Shen Feng walked towards the sand dunes. On the sand dunes in the distance, the car was parked on it, and Yu Hengyi and the photographer were also here. Shen Feng was going to tell Yu Hengyi the conclusion after his thinking, and rest for a few hours first. In short, wait until after dark before proceeding. Xiao, I found a problem, that is sunlight. Shen Feng said as he walked. No, at this moment, Yu Hengyi saw a raised part that suddenly appeared on the ground. His expression changed, and he shouted, "Be careful, mutant plants have appeared." Shen Feng was puzzled for a moment. Did mutant plants appear? When, suddenly, several vines drilled out of the ground, directly tied Shen Feng's legs, grabbed Shen Feng and was about to drag him into the sand? This power is so powerful that Shen Feng is completely unable to resist even a sixth-order supernatural being, which shows that the underground things are huge at this time. The sun has moved westward, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the sun is still very hot. The sun shines on the vines, but the vines do not respond at all, which shows that the underground plants are not afraid of ultraviolet rays. In an instant, Shen Feng's calf was already dragged into the sand. If it continued, Shen Feng's whole body would also be dragged down. What Shen Feng wanted was this effect, and he immediately began to cast the ability, Eye of the Hurricane. When the whirlwind appeared, the surrounding sand was continuously blown up, but it took only a moment. The tornado appeared in the desert, and countless sands were rolled up. With Shen Feng as the center, the sand was constantly floating up. On the sand dunes in the distance, the three of them also had to grab the car, otherwise their figures would be blown away by the strong wind. You two cowards, why don't you hurry up and start filming? How about watching a movie? Yu Hengyi was very happy to find the mutated plants in the desert again, but when he turned his head, he saw the two photographers squatting in the truck and trembling, and they immediately panicked. Don't be angry, I asked you to come here to shoot a video. The more shocking the better, the more attractive the better, but now, these two people hide their heads with their heads in their arms. Are they so timid? When the photographers heard Yu Hengyi's words, they could only reluctantly turn on the camera and began to shoot the dragon whirlwind in the distance. In their eyes, a huge pillar appeared out of nowhere in the desert, and countless sands were rolled up and gathered in the past. Where is the change that human power can cause? Obviously only natural disasters can cause this situation. After the photographer saw Shen Feng's strength with his own eyes, he no longer dared to underestimate Shen Feng. The supernatural being is so powerful that he even accomplished the feat of summoning a tornado by himself. Shen Feng has been staring at his feet. He can see the sand under his feet being blown away and rolled up. The vines are still grabbing him down, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Obviously, Shen Feng will see you soon. It's the body of the mutated plant. Before, Lu Hengyi said that it was like seeing a big octopus, so the tentacles are obviously vines. For a big octopus, there is also a head. That is to say, the mutant plant also has a body. This body is the best. He has an IQ, otherwise, the follow-up plan will be affected. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. The tornado lasted for half an hour, and a 50-meter deep pit appeared in the desert. It was already close to the soil layer, and the surrounding sand became moist, which indicated that there was also a water source underground. Finally, Shen Feng saw a touch of green from the ground, which is where the vines finally connected. I found you. Let's see where you can run. Shen Feng lifted his spirits, and immediately controlled the whirlwind to move to one side, and then summoned countless wind blades, which fell straight down, and started to attack the mutated plants that had just emerged. Shoo-it, shoo-it, shoo-it. 3,000 wind blades fell, and immediately cut the mutated plants into pieces. The mutated plants waved vines, trying to block the wind blades from attacking themselves, but unfortunately, the vines could not block the sharp wind blades at all. The wind blade falls. No matter how many vines are cut off, Yu Hengyi watched the battle from the sidelines and saw it most clearly. He could see dozens of long vines appearing in the air, waving all over the sky, like an octopus slapping the surface of the water, but these vines could not stop the invisible wind blade. Cut off one by one, the vines fell on the sand and could no longer move. Yu Hengyi was also in charge of the temporary commentary at this time. After all, he was making a video. If he didn't say anything, the audience would not understand, so he said directly, "Please look, everyone, the person in the pit is my elder brother Shen Feng. He is the world's first 6th level supernatural person, powerful enough to clean up a mutant plant, and the huge thing below looks like an onion, layer by layer. This is a mutant plant. If it only wields vines, it will definitely be defeated in the end." Shen Feng controlled the wind blade to cut off the vines in the sky one by one. In the end, there was only a big green lump left in the pit, which looked round and connected to the roots, which were deeply rooted in the soil. And in the surrounding sand, the sand was blown away, leaving behind white bones. It is hard to imagine how many people this thing has eaten. If you don't want to die, then cooperate with me honestly, Shen Feng said, pointing at the chubby plants. At this time, the plant opened tremblingly, and a hole was suddenly opened on the top of the round plant, and then separated to the sides. After a closer look, it was discovered that these were actually 2 huge leaves, which looked very strange. It looks hypertrophic, and after the leaf is opened, there is a sarcoma in the center of the leaf, and a hole is cracked in the sarcoma. If you don't want to die, then cooperate with me honestly. The opening on the sarcoma kept opening and closing, and there was a sound. Damn, you still dare to imitate me. Shen Feng was a little angry, feeling that this thing in front of him was provoking him. Damn, you still dare to learn how to speak from me. Sarcoma continued to imitate Shen Feng. Shen Feng was very helpless in the face of this thing. It seemed that normal communication was impossible. It takes a thought, and these wind blades will fall from the sky. When the wind blade condensed, the sarcoma seemed to feel something, and the 2 blades began to tremble, and was very afraid of the wind blade. After the battle just now, the sarcoma knew that there was an invisible attack in the sky that could kill it. Shen Feng continued, "If you don't want to die, then be honest and obedient. I won't kill you." At this time, the sarcoma was shaking up and down, as if nodding in agreement. Shen Feng waved his hand towards the sand dunes in the distance, and shouted, "Success! I've already caught this thing, and I'm ready to take it away." The car didn't dare to go down into the deep pit, so Yu Hengyi had no choice but to slide straight down from the sand dune with a photographer. After sliding for more than 100 meters, he finally reached the bottom. "Brother Feng, don't you be joking? Such a big plant has a diameter of 5 meters, and the car must not be able to fit it. It is not easy to take it away," Yu Hengyi said hastily. Shen Feng pointed to the sarcoma in the center of the leaf, and said, "Just take this sarcoma away. My plant hard and Yuzhao is like this." Yu Hengyi nodded, grabbed the machete and approached the mutated plant. As a result, the leaves of the mutated plant suddenly closed again, forming a huge sphere, and they didn't say anything to open it. "Can you hide? You are too big. Our car can't take you away. Just be good and give me a knife. Otherwise, I'm going to be tough." Yu Hengyi was very dissatisfied. Now that this mutated plant still wants to avoid it, it's wishful thinking. Suddenly, the mutated plant changed, and small holes appeared on the thick leaves, and a lot of clear water was discharged from the small holes. If this thing urinates, will plants also urinate? Yu Hengyi was puzzled when he saw this scene. Animals were scared to urinate, but now he was able to scare plants into urinating. It's really far away from the world. Shen Feng looked at this scene with a frown, and suddenly understood, nodded and said, "I understand. This thing also has an IQ. It knows that we despise it for being too big, so it drains all the water from its body on purpose. Come on, it will get thinner." The change of things is exactly as Shen Feng predicted. When the leaves of the plant drain a lot of water, their volume shrinks instantly, and finally the diameter becomes 2 meters. The leaves shrink a lot, and the size can already be taken away up. This weight loss method is unique, and it can be done easily. It would be great if this method can be extended to human beings. Yu Hengyi couldn't help but said while watching this scene. For human beings, the most painful thing is to lose weight. It takes a long time to persist to succeed. Once you relax, you will rebound. Moreover, for obese people, many times, they will encounter supercilious glances in society. It seems that obesity is inherently incorrect. Afterwards, Yu Hengyi started to cut off the roots of the huge sphere of the plant, and began to climb up while holding the sphere of the plant, and tied it in the bucket to return. Chapter 456, Prayer Attack 1. After returning to the base on the mountain, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi first had to rest. They hadn't slept for 2 days, and if they didn't rest, their bodies couldn't take it anymore. The mutated plant brought back by Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi was placed directly under a sycamore tree. Watch around Sloat could feel that he had seen this kind of plant somewhere, with 2 leaves, and it could still live in the desert, so he thought about it carefully, and suddenly, he had the answer in his heart. This is a plant from Africa. Sulin, I didn't expect to have wisdom after the mutation. Centennial orchid itself is native to Africa, and it is a very drought-tolerant plant in the desert. Another name is the result of exaggeration, that is millennial orchid. It is said that it can live 1,000 years, but this is just a legend. Many people believe that they can live 100 years, but it is an exaggeration to live 1,000 years. Centennial orchid only has 2 leaves, but it looks like a messy one. The reason is very simple, that is, the leaves of centennial orchid will continue to grow, and the leaves that have grown before are split and look like many leaves. Like piled together after the centenarian orchid mutated, the 2 large leaves became a protective layer covering the sarcoma of the body. As for the small leaves that were split before, they turned into vines, grabbing food everywhere. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi slept for 6 hours, and then got up. For the 2 of them, making big news is more important, so the action must continue. It took 7 days to recover a big city, and now it has been a day and a half. Time waits for no one. Let's go. Shen Feng said hastily. Yu Hengyi also nodded quickly, and looked at his watch. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The 2 rushed back from the desert overnight and slept for a while. Unexpectedly, it was 3 o'clock, and every minute and every second of time is very important. Photographer, act quickly. Yu Hengyi found 2 photographers who were still sleeping, woke up and went down the mountain with preparations. The photographer felt that he had suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. If he had known about it, he would not have gone to shoot. He had seen a tornado in the desert before, but he hadn't had a good rest yet, and he was about to go to a place full of zombies to shoot. Millions of zombies, if they are surrounded, they will die. It's a pity that the photographer couldn't ignore Yu Hengyi's threat. Generally, no one could refuse the request of the supernatural being. The price of refusing was very expensive, so they could only reluctantly follow suit, conquer the city within 7 days, then quickly upload a video to me, quickly gain popularity, and let as many people as possible see it. It's a pity that there is no Navy company in Doomsday. Otherwise, it would be very easy for this video to become top stream already. Shen Feng said excitedly, only those who can make money can be regarded as sailors. If you can't make money now, who will be a Navy? Yu Hengyi shrugged and said what Yu Hengyi said is very reasonable. Why is the water army prevalent before the end of the day? Even a little shit about celebrities eating, drinking, and messing up can be trending? Isn't it because there is money to be made? As long as you retweet or click to make money, who wouldn't want to do such a good job? As for what kind of reaction these hot searches will cause, the Navy doesn't care about these, and it's over to make money. Since there is no Navy in Doomsday, there is only one way to make a big enough noise on the internet, which is to become famous with real skills. Elites all over the world are paying attention to the international situation. If something that can change the world appears, then more people will click on it. Shen Feng has grasped this mentality of others and is going to do a big thing within a week. As long as a city is recovered within 7 days, there must be a lot of people paying attention to it. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi took the mutated plants and prepared to set off. The photographer followed behind them, as well as Mr. Slotk and Luz Henke, who also followed to watch the battle. Slotk's meaning is simple: I want to see with my own eyes how powerful mutant plants are. I have never seen how powerful mutant plants are. Shen Feng said directly, I won't object you if you want to follow, but if an accident happens accidentally, I may not be able to protect you. It doesn't matter. This plant is centenarian, which is suitable for growing in the desert. If it can really eliminate zombies, I hope it can be planted on a large scale in Australia. In this way, with the protection of centenarian, Australia will become the safest continent in the world. Slaughter said hastily. For such an idea, Shen Feng could only shrug his shoulders, thinking that such an idea is really whimsical. Mutant plants can eat zombies without any problem, so cannibalism is even less of a problem. When the zombies are eaten up, human beings will become centenarians. Land's food. The old man didn't even understand such a simple truth. A group of people drove to the outskirts of Fremantle. Looking at the zombies wandering in the city, many people felt fear in their hearts, especially the two photographers. The cameras on their shoulders were already shaking. Frightened by a million zombies, look at your prospects. You're so cowardly, you're afraid of such a few zombies. I think we won the battle against more than 100 million zombies. What are you afraid of? Yu Hangai pointed to the two photographers. The two photographers replied with mournful faces, two heroes, we have seen the video of you fighting in Yanjing, but at that time you had an army of 1 million, and there were tall walls and fighter jets bombing. Now we have nothing, but there is nothing other than this plant, which is completely incomparable. It's enough to have this centennial orchid here. Shen Feng patted the 2-meter-long sphere beside him, and said, go ahead, eat all the zombies in the city, you have to grow up quickly. Shen Feng pinned his hopes on the mutated centennial land by his side. Whether he can complete the scheduled plan or not depends entirely on this centennial land. Centennial orchid also seemed to understand Shen Feng's words, and long rhizomes suddenly grew from the roots. These rhizomes were stuck in the ground and began to absorb the water in the ground. It was also expanding rapidly, and finally turned into a big guy with a diameter of 5 meters again. Immediately afterwards, the 2 leaves of the centennial orchid opened. These 2 leaves are the life-saving cards of the centennial orchid. A large amount of water and energy are stored in the leaves. In a dry environment, the centennial orchid depends entirely on the body leaves hold on. After absorbing enough water, the 2 leaves of centennial orchid began to elongate, and soon grew to a length of more than 10 meters. As they grew, the leaves began to split. After splitting, the leaves turned into vines. A vine grew on the leaves, and these vines were still waving, but they couldn't reach the zombies in the distance. Xiaoyu, help it. Seeing that the orchid couldn't catch the zombies, Shen Feng couldn't help it. It seems that the orchid's growth has a limit. Tens of meters away, the vines are completely can't get enough. Yu Hangai thought for a while, then sat in the car and honked frantically. Diddy, if someone with the road rage appears here and hears the sound of honking the horn so frequently, he must be furious. When driving on the road, the most annoying thing is to hear the sound of the horn. As long as you hear the sound of the horn, then there will be endless anger in my heart immediately, and my blood will surge up in an instant. The zombies in the city also heard the sound of the whistle. The zombies who hadn't eaten fresh meat for almost 2 years rushed over excitedly after hearing the sound of the whistle from outside the city. The zombies roared as they charged back and forth, calling for friends and rushing towards the outside of the city, forming a small wave of corpses in an instant. When the photographer saw this scene, his legs trembled uncontrollably, but seeing that Shen Feng and Yu Hangai on one side did not respond, he could only suppress the fear in his heart, and pointed the camera at the mutated plants and the wave of corpses in the distance respectively. After the tide of corpses rushed over, it happened to be within the attack range of centennial orchid. Within the attack range of tens of meters, the ground was covered with the waving vines. The rushing zombies were directly caught by the vines, and then sent to centennial lands. On the side of the body, dozens of rhizomes suddenly drilled out of the roots of the centenarian orchid, and they got in along the mouth and nose of the zombies. The rhizomes kept moving through the skin, and in just an instant, the blood in these zombies was sucked dry. Zombies died one after another. Got enough blood, centennial orchid's body swelled even more, and the vines grew longer. A tide of thousands of corpses formed, rushing towards Baisulin and the 6 people around him, but the number of zombies captured by Baisulin was only a few dozen, which had little effect on the tide of corpses. Shen Feng saw that he couldn't do it. Baisulin didn't seem to be good at dealing with crowds of people, so he quickly said to Yu Hangai, Xiaoyu, control the speed, don't let the zombies rush over too fast. Yu Hangai has no other skills, only one trick, but one trick is fresh, and he eats it all over the world. As long as this trick works, it will work everywhere in the world. Yu Hengyi rushed forward and cast his supernatural power, 1.5 times the gravity field. The order Yu Hengyi received was to prevent the zombies from approaching, not to kill them. This was much simpler. He only needed to create a stronger gravity field to stop the zombies from advancing. The zombie entered the range of Yu Hengyi's gravity field, and suddenly felt heavy all over his body. Even lifting his feet became difficult. It seemed that there were tens of kilograms of weight pressing on him. It was very difficult to move, and he could only step by step move forward with Yu Hengyi controlling the speed. Bai Sulan's next attack method became easier. As long as countless vines grabbed the zombie, they would immediately pull back to her side. Next, the rhizomes drilled into the zombie's body and began to suck blood. Time passed, and a hill composed of hundreds of zombies appeared under the body of the centennial orchid, and the centennial orchid now had a diameter of 8 or 9 meters, which was even larger than what was seen in the desert. Shen Feng calculated the time, and immediately began to frown. This seems a bit slow. I can only eat 50,000 to 60,000 zombies a day. The speed is not good. Just when Shen Feng finished saying this, the centenarian orchid also changed at this time. The sarcoma in the center of the two leaves of the centenarian orchid suddenly grew eyes. It was a single eye, and it was looking around. And a curious look. Damn, are all the mutations of these plants the same? How come this thing has eyes? Shen Feng saw an eye suddenly appearing on the sarcoma, and immediately thought of the laboratory in Yazhou. And as for a mutated plant, up to now, Shen Feng still doesn't know what mutated plant it is. It not only possesses the strong vitality of Selaginella cypress, but also can hunt prey like pitcher plant. After mutating, plants have self-awareness and want to understand the world, so they make the same choices as animals. They grow eyes to observe and grow mouths to communicate. If I'm not wrong, this sarcoma in it, there is also a brain. This is convergent evolution. If you want to have consciousness, you must first have a brain. Slaughter explained to Shen Feng. Lu Zhangqi quickly translated these contents, ready to explain Bai Sulan's current situation. Shen Feng looked at the old man in surprise, and said, I didn't expect that you know something about the convergent evolution of living things. Shen Feng would not be surprised if Professor Niu or Li Qi had mentioned the situation of Centennial Orchid, but now, an old man who studies meteorology can see that Centennial Orchid has chosen convergent evolution easy. I just read a few more books, it's nothing. Hearing Shen Feng's praise, the old man seemed a little embarrassed. Chapter 457, Prayer Offensive II. Outside the city of Fremantle, a huge plant is catching zombies. The leaves of this plant can be 6 meters wide and 8 meters long, and countless vines grow from the ends of the leaves. These vines are catching zombies. After killing the zombies, it will immediately send the zombies into the air, and the speed of its actions is simply a natural killing tool. Shen Feng sat on the side of the car and watched, thinking in his heart, although this plant can kill zombies, but after eating too many zombies, this plant is always a hidden danger. It is best to kill it, otherwise if so, after eating the zombies, it should eat people, and if it has no use value, it is best to throw it away. The centenarians eat more and more zombies. Suddenly, 2 more leaves grow under the 2 original centenarians. These 2 new leaves and the old leaves form a cross-symmetrical shape, and there are dozens of leaves. A vine grew out, and now, more than 100 vines were waving, and the speed of catching zombies was even faster. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help but frown. This thing can still grow. Did it mean that only 2 leaves grew in its lifetime? Why are there 2 more? At this time, Shen Feng still felt that it might be difficult to use centenarian orchids to deal with zombies, but now, Shen Feng withdrew his thoughts. He saw with his own eyes that centenarian orchids broke through the original limit and grew new leaves again. That means, as long as it can get enough energy, the centennial orchid can grow even bigger. The camera also captured the scene of the centenarian orchid growing new vines. The photographer was speechless in surprise. He never thought that such a terrible monster could continue to grow. If all the zombies in the city were wiped out, would the monster be? Will you still eat yourself? Xiao, come back. This thing can already deal with the tide of corpses. You don't need to slow down. Shen Feng shouted at Yu Hengyi in the distance. Yu Hengyi looked back and understood what Shen Feng meant, so he hurried back to the side of the car. The tide of thousands of zombies was wiped out immediately. Next, the centennial orchid struggled to pull out its roots from the ground, used the vines to grab the surrounding buildings, and moved towards the city with difficulty. It can be seen that the Centennial Orchid's weakness. It is also obvious that it is impossible to move the body at will. A huge monster appeared in the city. The first reaction of the zombies was not to run away, but to rush towards Bai Sulan excitedly. Unfortunately, at this time, Bai Sulan was already stronger than before, and had grown eyes. In the future, Bai Sulan can still see the surrounding environment at any time, and knows where the danger is the greatest. The vines keep waving, grabbing the zombies one by one, dragging them back to her side, and then directly start sucking blood. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai followed behind Bai Sulan unhurriedly, as if they existed as supervisors. The zombies were finally frightened by the huge monster and retreated one after another. 2 years later, the zombies also learned to seek profit with the skill of avoiding harm. These zombies will run away without hesitation when they see an invincible enemy. However, at this moment, a sharp cry came from the center of the city, "Hey!" After hearing this cry, all the zombies stopped running, and quickly turned around, continuing to attack Bai Sulan. Even if it was a meaningless charge, these zombies did not hesitate to act. Shen Feng looked at Yu Henggai and asked, "Xiao Yu, did you hear the cry?" Yu Henggai nodded solemnly, and replied, "How could I not have heard of it? I was stunned by his sonic attack when I fought the Corpse King before, and the achievement of killing the Corpse King finally became yours. This incident is famous all over the country, which means that there is a Corpse King in the city." After hearing the screams, both Shen Feng and Yu Henggai judged that there is such a thing as a Corpse King in this port city. It is reasonable to think about it carefully. There is a basis for the birth of a Corpse King among a million zombies, and the base is huge. The probability of the Corpse King being born is high. How? After catching the Corpse King, I got 2 supernatural potions, one for each of you and me. Isn't this a good deal? Shen Feng whispered to Yu Henggai. Yu Henggai nodded and smiled. "I'm afraid you will eat alone. If you cooperate, of course it's no problem." There was a huge wave of corpses in the city, and they started to counterattack against the Centenarian. With the command of the Corpse King, the zombies in the city changed immediately. They kept retreating, but after the Corpse King began to command, the situation in the city changed suddenly. A million zombies gathered and attacked directly from all directions. Zombies appeared densely on the streets. Many zombies were still in a dormant state to save energy, but after the Corpse King gave an order, they began to charge towards Bai Sulan, who had rushed into the city. "Prepare to retreat. The zombies have formed a wave of corpses. We can't beat them." Shen Feng turned and said to the people behind him. The cameraman was also stunned. Did it go well before? The zombies are already retreating steadily. Why are they retreating at this time? Is there a mistake? I think the monsters on our side are very powerful. A photographer whispered, "Are you the conductor or am I the conductor? You suspect me now, do you not trust me?" Shen Feng asked rudely. The cameraman quickly lowered his head, not daring to answer Shen Feng's question, and then retreated towards the way he came. Humans retreated, but Bai Sulan didn't believe in evil, and the vines waving kept attacking the zombies. More than 100 vines grabbed the zombies and dragged them back, killing 1 zombie per minute. There were more than 1,000 zombies, but even so, Bai Sulan was still severely injured in the face of zombies appearing in the streets in all directions. Centennial Land can only kill 1,000 zombies in a minute, but there are at least 3,000 zombies in a minute on the street, rushing towards Centennial Land. Start biting. The vines are very resilient. After all, they are plant tissues. Yu Henggai can't stop tearing, let alone the zombies. The teeth of the zombies biting the vines were all broken. However, 1 zombie can't bite off the vine, so what about 100? How about 1,000? Countless zombies bit the vines. The vines were not made of steel after all, and several of them were quickly bitten off. The centenarian orchid that lost the vines could continue to grow, and the zombies had already broken through the attack of the vines and came to the 100-year-old orchid. Next to the leaves of the orchid, when the sarcoma sees a bad situation, the 2 large leaves in the center are closed, and the tightly seamed leaves can resist attacks from all directions. Zombies don't care about this. They have only one order, and that is to destroy the intruders and guard their homeland. That's right, zombies are also territorial. For zombies, this city that has been in for 2 years is their home. Therefore, as long as nothing happens, these zombies will not leave the city easily. The zombie continued to bite at the centenarian orchid. The thick leaves were constantly bitten, and finally the juice flowed horizontally. After a while, the 2 newly grown leaves around the centenarian orchid were bitten off, and the wound was bruised. The transparent juice dripped down and wet the dry ground. Zombies gathered more and more, and eventually surrounded Baisulan. If it continued, Baisulan would be eaten by endless zombies as food on the first day. Fortunately, Shen Feng kept his eyes open. After seeing Baisulan being besieged by the tide of corpses, he immediately reacted. Wind of Fury, 5,000 wind blades condensed in the air and started shooting at the tide of corpses around Baisulan. The zombies were pierced by the wind blades, and blood flowed everywhere on the ground. The channel appears here. Shen Feng quickly shouted, "Go this way." At the critical moment, Baisulan understood Shen Feng's words, and without saying a word, used the remaining 20 or so vines to grab the buildings on both sides, and quickly fled towards the outside of the city. The tide of corpses is chasing after him, and it seems that they must wipe out Baisulan before giving up. After Shen Feng made a move, the next step was Yu Hengai's move. He rushed to the intersection, followed by a move of 5 times the gravity field. Layer upon layer, at least 3 layers thick, the zombies behind are still rushing forward, ready to step over the corpses of their companions and continue to chase. It's a pity that Yu Hengai's ability is most suitable for dealing with such a large-scale enemy. If it is a single attack, Yu Hengai's attack power may not be good enough, but to deal with the tide of corpses, as long as Yu Hengai uses the gravity field, no matter how many zombies there are can't get close to myself. The tens of thousands of zombies in the forward fell to the ground one after another after entering the gravity field, and were crushed to death one after another. The surrounding poor quality buildings also collapsed, and even the houses could not withstand the huge gravity. This road is blocked. Yu Hengai shouted at the tide of corpses in the city. The corpse king hidden in the city also seemed to have noticed this situation, and continued to send zombies to attack the intruders, but that was just death in vain, so he screamed again, stopping the attack of the tide of corpses. Yu Hengai maintained the gravity field for 5 minutes, and most of the zombies present were crushed to death, and the rest of the zombies were only breathless, and their bones were broken. Even if they survived, they would not be able to continue their actions. Yu Hengai saw that he had killed tens of thousands of people in one shot, and couldn't help being a little proud. He returned to Shen Feng and said directly, "Brother Feng, I see, I can also kill all the people in the city in a week. Kill all the zombies, my ability is most suitable for large-scale attacks." After Shen Feng heard this, he shook his head and replied, "I see, you really can't do it. These zombies are not fools. When they find that they can't beat you, these zombies will choose to disperse. It can only affect objects within 1 kilometer. Once the zombies are scattered, what else can you do?" Yes, I actually forgot the existence of the Corpse King. It shouldn't be. Yu Hengai quickly nodded in agreement. The zombies' intelligence level is not good, but the Corpse King's is different. The IQ of the Corpse King is even higher than the average. The human beings are even taller. The previous battle in Yanjing proved this point, so the wisdom of zombies must not be underestimated. Shen Feng looked at the time and now it was almost dark, calculated that he had killed 100,000 zombies today. Half of them were killed by Yu Hengai, and Baisulan was injured and needed to recover, so he had to stay outside the city. Stay in place, light a fire and cook. We will spend the night outside the city today. Shen Feng said directly. Everyone rested quickly. Yu Hengai was in charge of setting up the tent. Shen Feng was preparing to cook. Baisulan opened the leaves to see this scene, quietly came to the previously killed zombies, began to absorb the nutrients of the zombies, and silently healed thousands of zombies that had been killed before. Were all piled up outside the city, forming a hill, and Centennial Orchid slowly climbed to the top of the hill, grew roots and began to absorb the energy of the zombies. It has been sucked dry, and now the Centennial Orchid continues to absorb, and the zombie's body becomes shriveled. The Centenarian Orchid just grew new leaves during the day, and became the first individual in the family to have 4 leaves. As a result, it was eaten after entering the city, and endless zombies rushed over. Sulan is still terrified when she thinks about the scene she saw during the day and the middle of the night. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai prepared to take turns to guard against the zombies in the city. However, at this moment, a vigorous black figure was quietly approaching the camp. Yu Hengai in the camp stared blankly at the fire, and because he was quite tired, he leaned on the car and took a nap, planning to rest for 2 minutes, but his eyes just when he closed it, the sound of rhythmic breathing came, and he fell asleep. Chapter 458, Prayer Offensive. III. Sleeping in the wild is already commonplace for Shen Feng. He is used to frequent outdoor activities. When resting in the wild, Sleep is very important. If you sleep too lightly, you cannot guarantee effective sleep time. If you sleep too hard, it is not a good thing. Once you encounter danger, you will be killed before you have time to react. However, Shen Feng's sleep in the wild is particularly shallow, which is the ability he has acquired through experience in the wild environment. If it was at home, and Shen Feng was in an extremely relaxed state, he must have slept soundly. After all, there are reliable family members around him, so it is impossible to be plotted against. Shen Feng was lying in the tent sleeping, when suddenly, he heard a rustling sound from outside the tent, as if someone was walking. Shen Feng woke up immediately, and said in his heart, "Who is walking outside my tent?" Shen Feng felt very strange. If the person outside the tent was Yu Henggai, he shouldn't be acting so sneakily. He even relaxed his steps when walking, as if he was afraid of making a sound. Thinking of this, Shen Feng quietly opened the tent and walked out after the sound of footsteps disappeared. He came to the fire and took a look. Shen Feng found that Yu Henggai had fallen asleep leaning on the car, with the corners of his mouth slightly open. Clear liquid flowed from the corner of the mouth. "I trust you for nothing, it's so useless, you don't even know you're touched by others, you bastard." Shen Feng looked at Yu Henggai's ugly sleeping posture at this time, shook his head helplessly, and there was hatred in his heart. Suddenly, Shen Feng saw a figure on the hill in the distance, and hid quickly. This hill is made up of corpses of zombies. Staring at the hill, Centennial Orchid shrinks its 2 core leaves and stays tightly on the hill. 2 leaves continue to grow under its body, and its rhizome is also absorbing zombies. Depending on the various nutrients within it, it depends on the speed of the centenarian's recovery from the injury. By the time of dawn, the injury should have almost recovered. At that time, it will be Hu Hansen who is not afraid of death again. Shen Feng hid in the dark and observed quietly. The moonlight was as bright as water, tilted down from the sky, and after shining on the ground, like silk, the figure on the hill gradually revealed its true colors. It turned out to be Wang Jiao from the base. In the middle of the night, he quietly went down the mountain and came to the outside of the city, unexpectedly wanting to get close to Bai Sulan. What the hell does this guy want to do? Why does he hide from us and do this kind of thing? Does she have an ulterior motive? Shen Feng was surprised when he saw Wang Jiao's appearance, and he didn't understand the appearance of this woman. What is it here for? Soon, Wang Jiao got close to the centenarian orchid on the top of the hill, and she gently put her hand on it. Not long after, the centenarian orchid opened 2 core leaves, revealing the deep sarcoma. Far away, I don't know what happened at all. I can only see that Wang Jiao seems to be using supernatural powers to communicate with mutated plants. Damn, what is this guy's ability? Could it be that he can communicate with plants? Shen Feng was shocked when he saw this scene. The exchange between Wang Jiao and Bai Sulan lasted for a while. Shen Feng has been hiding in the dark and observing quietly. The camp is far away from the hill. This is also for safety reasons. It is still summer, the temperature is relatively high, and many zombie corpses are piled up. Together, bacteria and viruses will breed if you are not careful. Stay away and live in the upwind direction, and the wind will blow away the rotten smell. Shen Feng couldn't hear what Wang Jiao and Bai Sulan exchanged, but he also saw that Wang Jiao didn't seem to move her mouth at all. Perhaps, her way of communicating didn't require opening. 10 minutes later, Wang Jiao quickly left and headed towards the base on the mountain. Shen Feng checked the time and went back to sleep in the tent. Since Wang Jiao did nothing, the danger was over. The next morning, Shen Feng got up early to cook porridge, ready to continue fighting the zombies in the city. After breakfast, Yu Henggaiyi suddenly found that the corpses of the zombies that had been crushed to death by gravity in the traffic arteries on the edge of the city had suddenly disappeared, and he was a little puzzled. Where did all these corpses go? Where else can I go? They're all eaten. Zombies don't care what kind of thing they are. They can replenish their energy with food. Dead zombies are rations. Shen Feng replied casually. He was used to this kind of thing a long time ago. The strategy of zombies eating their own kind is simply too common. Yu Henggaiyi nodded, and was about to say something, but suddenly saw the convoy in the distance, and said quickly, "Brother Feng, look, Wang Jiao has brought someone here." Shen Feng looked at the distance, and it really was her. She was sitting in a convertible sports car, and one of her lovers was driving, slowly driving towards the camp. While driving, she was still waving, with a charming smile on her face. "You too, I've brought food to you. Here's bread, fried fish, and fresh vegetables. Here's my own brewed wine." Although the alcohol content is a little low, it's delicious. You've been here for a while. I will definitely be able to solve the food problem," Wang Jiao said sincerely after getting off the car. Shen Feng ignored Wang Jiao's explanation, but looked at the convoy behind her, and asked, "What does this mean? Are you planning to mutiny with so many people here?" Wang Jiao's complexion changed. She quickly waved her hands, and explained, "How is it possible, Mr. Shen? You are joking. Even if I have 10,000 guts, I would not dare to do anything to you. I brought these soldiers here to make these soldiers assist your actions. We have no malice at all." Seeing Wang Jiao's terrified look at this time, Shen Feng felt that it didn't look like she was pretending, so he waved his hand and said, "I'm just saying it casually, but we don't need the help of ordinary people here. Many of the weapons here are self-made guns, with limited combat power, and none of them can stop a charge of the corpse tide. Let them go." In Wang Jiao's convoy, apart from the food, there were more than 100 soldiers. These soldiers were holding guns and looked very majestic, but Shen Feng knew that these people could not help him. Busy Wang Jiao quickly explained, "Mr. Shen, don't get me wrong, these soldiers under me are here to maintain order, because other bases around Fremantle have also heard about your actions, and many of these people are in the city. I have family property, so I am going to follow us into the city. These people are already approaching this way. When the time comes, it will definitely be chaotic. I am preventing it in advance." "That's strange. How would people in other bases know about my actions?" Shen Feng continued to ask. At this time, Shen Feng's eyes had gradually become unkind. He was suspecting that Wang Jiao was doing tricks secretly. Otherwise, why did Wang Jiao sneak close to the camp last night, and how could she have started to recover by herself yesterday? The action in the city, someone came today. It is obvious that there is an inner ghost. After Wang Jiao was stared at by Shen Feng, she felt an invisible aura locked on her. As long as the other party made a move, she would surely lose her life. However, Wang Jiao was completely powerless to change this state, so she could only whisper said, I don't know either." Yu Hengai couldn't stand it any longer, and said to Shen Feng, "Brother Feng, you are going too far. Miss Wang is here to help us. You are so aggressive. Don't you mean you are a rat against a rifle the nest? It's almost done." Shen Feng also smiled at this time, withdrew his murderous aura, and said, Yes, I was harsh. Maybe I was too suspicious. I always felt that others were going to take advantage of me, so I questioned you. Miss Wang, don't be angry." Wang Jiao nodded, and she felt a lot more relaxed. After the murderous aura disappeared, she was finally able to speak normally. "In order to ensure enough food, I will take people to go fishing at sea later. Please go ahead, I will go first." Wang Jiao left after putting down the food, and the rest of the soldiers he was led up and ready to obey Shen Feng's orders. Shen Feng took Yu Hengai aside and said in a low voice, "You are here to command a battle today. As long as you don't cause too many casualties on your own side, I don't worry about Wang Jiao. I will go and have a look, and you will say that I am going hunting." Got it? Hearing this, Yu Hengai could only say helplessly, "Brother Feng, I have no problem directing the battle, but have you been nervous these days? Why are you starting to doubt your own people?" Shen Feng said to Yu Hengai seriously, "Don't talk nonsense. I have never regarded Wang Jiao as my own, and only you are naive, thinking that we are our own when others help us. In fact, she has some calculations behind her back. You don't even know. You dozed off while you were on sentry last night, didn't you? You discovered all of this." "I just took a short nap. It shouldn't affect the overall situation, right?" Yu Hengai was a little embarrassed, but he didn't expect to be discovered when he was sleeping while watching. Only then did Shen Feng explain, "Last night, Wang Jiao came over and found out what Bai Sulan said. Do you think this is what one of us should do?" "You mean, Wang Jiao secretly contacted Bai Sulan behind our backs? There's a possibility of conspiracy." Yu Hengai is not stupid. Once Shen Feng said that, he understood that those who can come out to mess around must be bad people. To put it simply, one has more minds than the other. Wang Jiao looks so honest, but now it seems that she has her own plan. Shen Feng said in a low voice at this time, "If you understand, then shut up. The two of us are our own people, and everyone else is outsiders, understand?" In China, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai cannot be regarded as fellow villagers. But now when they go abroad, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi can be regarded as iron brothers, and helping each other is the most important thing to do. The meaning of Shen Feng is also very simple. Except for Yu Hengyi who can believe it, no one else can believe it. Home, for this purpose, the two can only fight side by side. Understand, Brother Feng, you can go at ease, leave this to me, I will protect Bai Sulin, as long as I stand up, no matter how many zombies, it is impossible to break through my defense line. Yu Hengyi also after understanding Shen Feng's thoughts, he quickly said to Shen Feng. Shen Feng nodded with a smile, and quickly left the camp. Yu Hengyi also directed the photographers to start working, and by the way, ordered Bai Sulin to set off towards the city. The centenarian orchid has absorbed the nutrition of thousands of zombies, and all 4 leaves have recovered, and they are even bigger than yesterday. It can be seen that after a night of recuperation, the centenarian orchid's strength has also recovered, and it can continue to eliminate zombies. Centennial orchid is heading towards the city again. At this time, Centennial orchid has also learned to be good. It is always wandering in the streets around the city. When encountering a small wave of corpses, it will catch and eliminate them. Just retreat. At this time, Yu Hengyi will take over the battlefield. After the gravity field is deployed, no zombies can break through the defense line while fighting in the city. Yu Hengyi also discovered something unusual. It seems that from yesterday to now, he has not been able to see the mutant zombies appearing. It stands to reason that the Corpse King has already appeared in the city. Maybe not, could it be that the Corpse King mobilized the mutated zombies as bodyguards? In this way, as long as you find the mutated zombies, you can find the location of the Corpse King. Yu Hengyi thought silently in his heart. Although the mutated zombies are powerful, extremely fast, and powerful, they are vulnerable to Yu Hengyi. Now he just wants to recover the city as soon as possible so as to pass on the news. In addition to this idea, Yu Hengyi also had a plan. After finding the Corpse King and killing him, he could also get the supernatural potion. In this way, when he returned to China, he would also have a wedding gift. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459, Worship Offensive. Shen Feng cast Follow the Wind. His speed increased instantly, and he quickly caught up with the car running in the distance, but Shen Feng did not dare to show his face directly, otherwise he would startle the snake. As a result, Shen Feng leaned forward and advanced in the surrounding grass, moving at an extremely fast speed in the grass, with cover, and with a speed that is difficult to detect with the naked eye. He was not detected. Wang Jiao didn't know that someone was following her, so she took her lover to the beach more than 10 kilometers away. Here, there are many fishing boats beside the beach. The fishing boats used to be powered by gasoline, but now the global routes are affected, and Wang Jiao can't get much gasoline, so the most popular boats among fishing boats are sailing boats, which use wind as power to sail. Seeing this scene in the grass, Shen Feng couldn't help cursing secretly. This bitch is really cunning. She has so many sailboats in her hand, but she never told me that if I had sailboats earlier, I would have been able to out to sea from here. Shen Feng's biggest constraint at sea is actually the problem of power, especially gasoline ships. Once they don't get enough gasoline as a supplement, these ships can hardly move at sea. For him, if he can find a sailboat, then it would be best. It's a pity that Shen Feng has never found any traces of sailing boats, and can only make do with gasoline boats. Now, Shen Feng suddenly discovered that Wang Jiao had so many sailing boats in her hands, at least a dozen of them. There are too many sailboats in your hands, but you don't tell yourself all the time, then you have concealed too much. There are already more than 100 people gathered on the shoal. These people have fishing nets and pulleys in their hands, and there are also a lot of supplies on board. If they want to leave here, they can just get on the boat. Boss, are we short of food now? Why are we taking the risk to go fishing now? If we are targeted by monsters in the sea, we will definitely die. Someone asked suspiciously. Obviously the food in the base is still barely enough food, but the leader still wants to lead him to go fishing, which doesn't make sense. When Wang Jiao heard this question, she said calmly, "You just need to follow my instructions, and you don't need to take care of the rest, as long as you follow me to do it, and wait until Fremantle. When it falls into our hands, I will definitely not treat you badly, and I will let each of you be an official, as Soon as these words came out, Wang Jiao's subordinates immediately became excited. No matter in the East or the West, being an official is something that many people dream of. Therefore, in the East, Songjiang accepted the recruitment in order to have an organization. In the West, there is the mythical Hercules who would rather complete 12 trials than become a god. Being able to become an official means having a legitimate status that can obtain privileges, so as to fish the people below. People always criticize others for their idea of being superior, but in fact, most people do not dream of equality, but hope that they will become superior. At that time, whether it is money or power, they will have everything. The so-called superiority, the meaning is also very simple, that is to stand on the head of others. Ever since, a group of fishermen immediately became excited. Isn't it just fishing? Then do it well, as long as you can get better treatment in the future. What is fishing? It doesn't matter if it's murder and arson. Shen Feng couldn't understand what these people were talking about from a distance, but after realizing that Wang Jiao said a few words, it actually aroused the fighting spirit of the group of people under him. This kind of contagion is too powerful. It looks like this group of people are going to go out to sea and go fishing. It's hard for me to keep up. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng felt helpless in his heart. His speed on the water was mediocre. If you walk on water, there is no shelter around, and you will definitely be found. It was obviously impossible to follow secretly, and Shen Feng also began to hesitate, whether he wanted to catch Wang Jiao and directly interrogate her, but it was unclear whether the interrogation would be successful at this time. Things turned around. There were more than 20 fishing boats, and they set off in a mighty way. There were basically 5 or 6 people on each boat. With so many people, they all had eyes, and they couldn't hide at sea. However, the people on one of the boats did not follow the fleet immediately, but temporarily stopped on the shore. 2 people crawled into the grass holding their stomachs, and then squatted down, and there was a splashing sound. The rest of the group on the boat waited patiently for the 2 guys who had eaten their stomachs in the grass. As for the fleet, they had to wait until later to catch up. Anyway, it was a gasoline boat on their side, so they caught up with the boat. The team is not too difficult. I really don't know what these 2 bastards ate, and they still have diarrhea at this time. Shame on me. You don't know, do you? Last night, the 2 followed the leader to find other bases down the mountain. The food in other bases is much worse than ours. Is it that miserable? You can't afford to eat, right? It's worse than this. Let alone eating, the people in other bases foolishly planted the land, and they still planted potatoes. As a result, the wild boars rushed to the farmland with hundreds of mutant beasts, and gave all the unripe potatoes to the farmland ate. Then, what do the people in these bases eat? What else? Eat whatever you see, snails, grasshoppers, leaves and mice, as long as you catch them, eat them. When the fleet was far away, Shen Feng suddenly walked out from the grass in the distance, and approached the boat on the shore. There were still 3 fishermen chatting on the boat at this time, and suddenly saw Shen Feng appearing here, and immediately picked up the gun beside him nervously, but considering that even with a gun, he was no match for Shen Feng, embarrassedly put down the gun. The 3 of them never expected that Shen Feng would appear here. Did it mean that the 2 powerful supernatural beings are still directing the mutated plants to attack the zombies? Why is it suddenly here now? Shen Feng didn't care how the 3 of them reacted. He got on the boat on his own, pointed to the fleet in the distance, and said, "Go." The 3 fishermen looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't respond, Shen Feng sneered and grabbed the rifle beside him, breaking it with both hands. The barrel made of steel became bent in an instant, and Shen Feng threw the bent gun onto the deck of the ship, sending out there was a loud boom. Next, Shen Feng put his hands on the heads of the 2 fishermen and said in a low voice, "Catch up." Do you understand? If the 3 of them didn't cooperate, Shen Feng would have to try the 9 yin white bone claws. With one claw, the heads of these 2 ordinary people would probably be crushed. The fishermen saw Shen Feng's actions. Although they couldn't understand the Chinese spoken by Shen Feng, they all understood Shen Feng's meaning under the desire to survive, so they nodded hurriedly, and then set off to catch up with the fleet. Shen Feng searched on the boat, found a wide-brimmed hat, and put it on his head. Seeing a fisherman wearing sunglasses, he hooked his fingers and asked the other party to bring the sunglasses over. It is not so easy to get into the fleet. Even if the eyes are blocked, Shen Feng still has an Asian face, which is obvious, so Shen Feng tore off a piece of his clothes. Come, cover your face too now. Shen Feng's entire face was covered, so it was naturally not easy to be recognized when it comes to masking. The East and the West have different emphases. The West likes to cover the area above the nose, that is, the forehead and cheeks. The East likes to cover the area below the nose, except for the eyes and forehead. It's hard to say whose masking method is better, East or West, but Shen Feng now combines East and West, covering his eyes with sunglasses, and covering his face with a piece of cloth, so that no one can see anything unusual. The fisherman pulled hard on the engine, started the engine, and the boat immediately chased the fleet. Sitting in the stern, Shen Feng said calmly, "You don't have to care about me, just do what you have to do, but don't expose my Shen Feng, otherwise, I can kill you at any time." The three of them couldn't understand what Shen Feng said, and they thought they were threatening themselves, so they could only nod their heads and admit it aggrievedly. As for the two guys with diarrhea, when they got into the grass, there was a burst of hearty excretion, as evidenced by poems, feet on both sides of the Yellow River, holding confidential documents. The front machine guns fired, and the rear was full of artillery fire. When the two came out of the grass and took a look, they were stunned. Did they agree to wait for themselves? Why is everyone leaving now? The two thought about it. Since they had no chance to go to sea, they might as well go back to the base to rest, just to save work. The boat that Shen Feng was on got mixed into the fleet smoothly. No one doubted Shen Feng's attire. After all, at sea, the ultraviolet rays are too strong. Covering your face can prevent your skin from getting sunburnt. Many fishermen are also like this, dress up, and without sunscreen on. The only thing you can do is avoid direct sunlight. The fleet's fishing method is very simple, that is, after finding a sea area, they cast all the fishing nets into the sea, and there are boys floating on the fishing nets. Looking at this scene, Shen Feng was immediately puzzled. Didn't you say that you cast a wide net to catch more fish? Why are these people all gathered together? If this continues, how can we catch more fish? The fishing nets are likely to overlap, so the fishing efficiency must be very low, right? Although Shen Feng was puzzled in his heart, he still cast the net with everyone, taking time to observe Wang Jiao on a slightly larger boat in the distance. At this time, she was wearing a bikini and sitting on the boat, and one of her husbands was watching carefully. I applied sunscreen to her. This is a sunscreen made with aloe vera, which is clean and hygienic. The fishermen on the boat were already very proficient. After casting their fishing nets, they sat on the boat and chatted. Some of them took out their playing cards and started playing turtle draw on the boat. Suddenly, a dense school of fish appeared in the distance. Even under the water, it was a dark patch. This is still a shallow sea. It is hard to imagine that you can meet a school of fish. If you are an ordinary fisherman, you will meet so many fish in the shallow sea. I'm afraid I'm so happy that my mouth is crooked. Damn, are you so lucky? The school of fish has rushed over. Shen Feng was shocked when he saw this scene. He has lived on the island for a month and a half, and he knows how difficult fishing is. It can be said that he can catch fish. It is good luck to catch fish, let alone fishing. Casting a net is easy to say, but when the net is collected in the end, it is mostly just a few fish here and there. But now, Shen Feng saw countless fish appearing with his own eyes, heading towards the sea area where the nets had been cast, which made Shen Feng puzzled. I don't believe that people's luck can be so good, and the people around them are used to this kind of scene, so there's only one answer, that is, the appearance of fish schools is caused by Wang Jiao. Shen Feng thought in his heart. I thought silently before. Shen Feng thought that most of Wang Jiao's abilities were to control brain waves. After all, she could transmit voices to her brain through the air, so it was probably a useless ability. But now, Shen Feng seeing with her own eyes what Wang Jiao had done, she immediately did not dare to underestimate it. The classification of supernatural powers is generally divided into three categories: strengthening the body type, controlling the material type, and causing natural changes. Most people think that the natural supernatural powers are the most powerful. Whether it is gravity or vibration, they all perform well. Yuhangai no one within a kilometer can easily approach, and even crush the sea beast to death, and Andorf can even cause an earthquake, directly forcing back the siege of hundreds of sea beasts. But now, Shen Feng also discovered that all supernatural beings should not be underestimated. There is no distinction between supernatural powers. As long as they can exert supernatural abilities, they are extremely powerful. Chapter 460, Worship Offensive 5. Just when Shen Feng couldn't figure out why the school of fish appeared here, there were vigorous figures jumping out of the water in the distance, making constant noises. Waves appeared, and the surrounding seawater became turbid. Most of the group was frightened by this scene, so they were driven to this place full of fishing nets. Shen Feng took a closer look and found that the figures appearing in the sea were dolphins. These dolphins were not mutated, and they were still of normal size. However, when the dolphins appeared, Shen Feng felt a little shadow in his heart, and he was about to suffer from PTSD. I made a mistake. When I was in Guard's domain before, I watched dolphins use their tail fins to shoot people into the sky one by one. Fortunately, these dolphins did not mutate, otherwise, Shen Feng would really worry about his own safety. The fish were constantly driven by the dolphins, and eventually they panicked and entered the sea area full of fishing nets. In the end, they were entangled in the fishing nets and could not move. This is the strangest fishing method Shen Feng has ever seen. It does not need to cast a wide net, and then the dolphins will drive the fish over by themselves. This is simply the perfect cooperation between humans and dolphins. The fish has already got into the fishing net by itself, and no matter how hard they struggle, it is impossible to escape. A large group of fish entered the sea area, but very few could escape in the end. In this large sea area, there are densely packed fishing nets. The net of children and grandchildren was cut off. No matter how big or small, they were all fished up, even the boys on the surface of the water. Many of them were dragged underwater. Catch the fish, feed the dolphins first, and the rest of the fish will be ours. Wang Jiao announced the order, and the people on the boat quickly pulled the net. At this time, the pulley on the boat can be used. A fishing net weighs hundreds of kgs, and the net is densely covered with fish. Most people can't pull it up at all, so they can only put one end of the fishing net on the pulley, and everyone pulls hard together. Only then can the fishing net be pulled up. After the fishing net was pulled up, the dolphins in the distance were still swimming, and the fish were driven to the side. Thanks to the help of the dolphins, the fishermen threw all the harvest of the first net into the sea, and the dolphins were also very happy, and kept eating the fish that were thrown into the water. The fish here are salmon fish. After cooking, the taste will be very good. As for dolphins are used to eating raw, as long as they are full, it will be great. After the fisherman catches the salmon, he first grabs the tail, throws it hard on the side of the boat, kills the salmon, and then throws it into the sea. In this way, the dolphins can get food without continuing to chase the salmon. After dozens of dolphins were full, they swam towards the deep sea. Shen Feng felt unbelievable seeing this scene. Did it mean that the favorite thing for foreign people is to kill them all? As a result, these fishermen are still able to take the initiative to give their harvest to the dolphins. It seems that people abroad are not merciless. Each boat casts at least 4 nets in the sea. The fish in the first net are given to the dolphins to fill their stomachs, and the rest of the catches are all caught. However, Shen Feng couldn't understand why there were so many starving people in the base on the mountain since so much food could be easily obtained. At the critical moment, Shen Feng still thought of what Lu Zhangqi said before. When there was a famine at the base on the mountain before, it was Wang Jiao who showed up with food. So, for Wang Jiao who had the food, the base everyone in the village is very respectful, and they dare not have the idea of resisting at all. I understand, so it's all a conspiracy. Shen Feng suddenly realized, and said to himself. After Shen Feng figured out the whole thing, he took off his hat and sunglasses and threw them away, then took off the cloth on his face, walked on the water, and slowly approached the boat where Wang Jiao was. Shen Feng? Why are you here? Wang Jiao thought it was the same fishing process as usual, but she suddenly saw someone appearing from the side out of the corner of her eyes. Looking carefully, it turned out to be Shen Feng appearing on the sea. It was beyond her expectation. Shen Feng said while walking, "If I don't come to see it with my own eyes, how can I know that you are hiding things from me?" Guess what I saw? Wang Jiao was quick to think, and found that she had been discovered at this time. She simply admitted, "Mr. Shen is joking, my ability is just to communicate with animals, and using the ability to help catch fish is nothing more than a pediatric method. In the eyes of Mr. Shen, this is just a small trick." Wang Jiao directly admitted that she could communicate with dolphins. In this way, the dolphins expelled the fish to the predetermined sea area, which was also in the predetermined plan. In this way, Wang Jiao's ability became clear instead. Similar to telepathy, so you can communicate with animals. When Shen Feng heard that Wang Jiao admitted such an insignificant matter, he could only shake his head helplessly, and a smile appeared on his face. "Do you think I will follow you because I want to find out what your ability is? It seems that you still don't understand anything. I found out that you are hiding something from me. That is, you are a bad woman with deep scheming. After saying these words, Shen Feng suddenly accelerated, and after getting on the boat, he directly strangled Wang Jiao's neck at an extremely fast speed. With Shen Feng's powerful strength, as long as he exerted a little force, he could strangle Wang Jiao to death. Wang Jiao, even if the other party is a superhuman, do it. What are you looking at? Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Shen Feng actually grabbed the leader and choked his neck. Everyone didn't react. Fortunately, Wang Jiao, her husband, spoke up and called on everyone to fight Shen Feng. The soldiers were also awakened. They were not only fishermen, but also fighters. Now that the leader is caught, no matter who the opponent is, they must fight to the death. All guns were aimed at Shen Feng, but no one dared to shoot. Wang Jiao was caught by Shen Feng and brought to the side of the boat. Her feet were off the ground, and her breathing became difficult. In order to breathe fresh air, she could only grab Shen Feng's hand with both hands, and said with difficulty, "Why did you kill me? I didn't offend you. I have been helping you all the time. You can't repay your kindness." Shen Feng sneered and said, "I'd rather have a man-eating tiger in front of me than a sinister poisonous snake. Are you really kind to me? You're just using us, and you're hiding more from me. Do you need me to say something about it? Everyone, put down the guns, put down the guns. I'm fine now." Wang Jiao suddenly gave an order to her opponents. She knew very well that although her life is now in Shen Feng's hands, Shen Feng has no. If you shoot directly, you can calm down, but the people under you are not sensible. Once you shoot and really anger Shen Feng, you will lose your life. However, even if Wang Jiao gave the order, the husband she brought with her was still shouting loudly, "No compromise, the person in front of us is the enemy, and he has already threatened the safety of the leader. If you let go with guns, we will no longer be able to protect the leader. Now I order you as the deputy leader, shoot immediately." Wang Jiao became anxious, and it became more and more difficult to breathe at this time, because Shen Feng's hand pinching her neck was getting tighter and tighter, and it was difficult to breathe, let alone talk at this moment. Wang Jiao could only cast her supernatural ability, and even though she didn't open her mouth, she was still issuing orders, and a voice came directly to everyone's minds. "Everyone put down their weapons. This is my order." In the end, most of the people still chose to put down their guns, because this was the order of the leader. The rest of them could only follow the crowd and put down their weapons slowly after seeing this scene. When Shen Feng saw Wang Jiao's scene, he threw her onto the boat and asked, "Do you really think I won't kill you? I'm never polite to anyone who dares to take advantage of me. Woman, you are playing with fire." Wang Jiao's neck was loosened, and she was finally able to continue to breathe. At this time, she escaped, but she was still rejoicing. It seemed that she had made the right bet. As long as she didn't do anything, it was negotiable. Mr. Shen, I didn't expect that you discovered all of this. I know that what I have done is disgraceful, but it is also for a better environment. Mr. Shen occupies Yazhou, so he should feel the same as me. I would like to tell you all the things I have been hiding from you these days. Please don't kill me." Wang Jiao quickly admitted her mistake. She knew that she was not killed by Shen Feng on the spot, which was the result of Shen Feng's great kindness. Shen Feng slowly leaned on the recliner with the sun umbrella beside him. At this moment, he said, "Actually, I didn't know that you had so many schemes before, but after I followed you here today, I discovered all of them. Everything you do is calculating others for your own status, including the people in your own base." A look of astonishment appeared on Wang Jiao's face, as if she didn't expect Shen Feng to say this at this time. Shen Feng continued to talk. "At first I didn't know your purpose, and I thought you were a woman who was just a little rich and happy, but I just found out today that you have controlled all the food in the base, and you will not let the ordinary. If people are full, they will not let these people starve to death, but keep these people in a half-dead state. If you starve them to death, they will not work for you. If you feed them, your status will also be threatened. So, you will take the initiative to go fishing when you are short of food, but when you have food, you let your people consume food instead. Am I right?" After Wang Jiao heard Shen Feng's analysis, she could only nod in embarrassment. Fortunately, the people under her command could not understand Chinese, so the communication between Wang Jiao and Shen Feng could not be understood by others, and she was not worried about herself. The conspiracy is known to others. Mr. Shen, this is the principle I learned when I was studying in China. It seems to be written in a book called Book of Shuangjun. How to prevent the people at the bottom from rebelling is also very simple, that is, the people should not be fed too much, and the people should not be starved to death. The half-dead people are the best to control. I practiced it and found that it is indeed correct. No matter what the ruling class is, it basically always uses this method. However, this incident should not have offended you, Mr. Shen, right? Wang Jiao admitted what she did. It turns out that Wang Jiao, who has become a supernatural power, is unwilling to have no power, but her supernatural power does not have too much combat power. In the apocalypse, if she does not have combat power, her status will plummet, so Wang Jiao cannot use it. To gain power by force, you can only use brain power. Wang Jiao's method is very simple: find a base that lacks food, and show up with food at critical moments, so as to win people's hearts, but the food will always be eaten up, so the people in this base can only rely on themselves. That's right, controlling the food is equivalent to controlling the people in the entire base. Shen Feng said lightly, you continue to talk, and what happened in the past few days, how did you use us, and tell them in detail, do you understand, Wang? Jiao had no choice but to tell her conspiracy against Shen Feng these days. Although she knew that if she said it, she might anger Shen Feng, but if she didn't tell the truth now, Shen Feng would be able to wipe herself out by raising her hand. Well, it's better to live than to die, and now I can only drag on for a while. My idea is very simple, that is, when Mr. Shen and you recovered Fremantle, you will take over the city smoothly. For this reason, I will contact some other bases and ask them to deceive the poor. When the time comes, Shen, there will be a lot of refugees around Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen doesn't have enough food to feed them, so he can only ask me to help. After I help, I can build up my prestige. When the refugees all regard me as the leader, then after Mr. Shen leaves the cities, I am the leader. Wang Jiao readily admitted the conspiracy. Chapter 461 Warship Offensive 6. Wang Jiao's plan against Shen Feng is very simple. Competition in force is definitely not enough. Not to mention Shen Feng, even Yu Hengyi alone can destroy the entire base. The combination of the two of them is so powerful that it can surpass the entire base in Australia. Walk sideways. Then, there is only one way left, to use a soft knife. A soft knife that is hard to guard against. The way Wang Jiao came up with it was to unite the people in the rest of the base and work together with these people to first occupy Fremantle where the zombies were wiped out, and then how to divide the city's areas, and then discuss it at that time. In short, that is to attach to Shen Feng first, wipe out the zombies in the city, and finally use the advantage of numbers to let Shen Feng leave. If Shen Feng can leave voluntarily, she, Wang Jiao, will send her off. Give full play to the power of the people. When Shen Feng heard Wang Jiao's plan, he had to shake his head in admiration. It seems that the guy who can become the leader of the base in the apocalypse will have some skills in him, and he can't be the kind of guy who has no plans. You seem to have a secret to tell. Do you need me to remind you? Last night, you communicated with Bai Sulan. What did you say? Shen Feng continued to ask coldly. After hearing Shen Feng's continued questioning, Wang Jiao's face suddenly changed. She didn't expect that even this matter had been discovered by Shen Feng. Could it be that her actions were seen last night? Obviously Yu Hengyi was still sleeping at that time. That's impossible. Wang Jiao's most hidden plan was actually about a mutated plant orchid. She wanted to tell half of the conspiracy, but now, she had to tell the whole truth. Mr. Shen, it is impossible for me to be unfavorable to you. To me, you and Mr. Yu Hengyi are like gods in my mind. I have always respected you very much. Wang Jiao quickly defended herself. Shen Feng didn't appreciate it, and said to Wang Jiao's defense, stop, I don't want to hear you explain so much, I want to ask clearly, what did you communicate with Bai Sulan last night? Don't talk nonsense, I don't want to hear such nonsense. Wang Jiao had no choice but to say, I said to Bai Sulan last night, after you kill all the zombies in the city, you will be killed, but I can protect you, as long as you cooperate with me. I will send you a lot of food in the future, but in return, you have to work for me, and you will attack whoever I tell you to attack, it promised. After hearing this, Shen Feng continued to ask, then you hope that Bai Sulan will attack me in the future? Wang Jiao quickly shook her head and waved her hands, denying, how is it possible? After I have seen Mr. Shen's strength, I know your strength, so I don't dare to take advantage of you. I just hope that in the future, I can use Bai Sulan to get rid of the unsightly things. It's just people, Like some thorns and other bases. Haha, it's amazing, it's really amazing. People from other bases unite to force us to leave. After we leave, they will use Bisulan to get rid of those who are intrusive. It's all intertwined. But, you still have to. What do you want to do? Do you think I will forgive you after knowing the truth? Shen Feng said calmly. Shen Feng doesn't like people with deep scheming, especially enemies with deep scheming. The more scheming a person is, the more difficult it is to deal with, and it is difficult to figure out the opponent's purpose. It succeeded, and now, Wang Jiao's plan has been halfway through. If she hadn't discovered the abnormality last night, she would have been deceived by Wang Jiao. Mr. Shen, we can continue to cooperate. I can provide a lot of food. You can make a big news. There is no deep hatred between us. You just don't like me plotting against you. For this, I would like to apologize. I am willing to tell you a shocking secret. Wang Jiao said hastily. For Wang Jiao, as long as she doesn't do anything, everything is easy to say. She is not good at force, so she has been working hard on intelligence. Whether it is collecting intelligence from around the world or collecting information on supernatural beings in Australia, she knows the most information. Yes, now, she is going to exchange a secret for Shen Feng's forgiveness. Shen Feng thought for a while and asked, "Tell me, what kind of secret is it? If it is valuable to me, I can really forgive you, but if this secret is not worth much, it can only be destroyed with a hot hand." This secret is absolutely important. It is estimated that I am the only person in the world who knows it, and it is about sea beasts. The secret of giant sea beasts in the deep sea. Wang Jiao said mysteriously. Shen Feng frowned and asked, "Sea beast? What secrets do you know about sea beasts?" As for the sea beasts, Shen Feng also finds it very difficult. There is almost no chance to deal with these sea beasts at sea. Even missiles can't take them down. As long as the sea beasts drill into the deep sea area, with the protection of seawater, they can't attack them, threaten them. But now that Wang Jiao said that she had a secret about sea beasts, Shen Feng immediately became concerned. If he could learn the secrets about sea beasts, it would be very good. Actually, sea beasts are very hostile to humans, no matter what kind of giant sea beasts they are. Wang Jiao said slowly, "I thought it was some great news. That's it? I heard about it a year ago." Shen Feng said angrily, "Who doesn't know that sea beasts are hostile to humans? Otherwise, it would be impossible to launch an attack upon seeing a ship." Wang Jiao quickly explained, "There is a reason for this. I learned from many dolphins that giant sea beasts are hostile to humans because of ocean pollution. Before the end of the world, humans caught sharks and cut off their fins. In order to make shark fins, tuna was caught and made into fish steaks. There are also sperm whales, which were caught to make perfume. Not only that, but also discharged nuclear waste water into the water, and even threw garbage into the sea. Fish could not digest plastic after eating it. They couldn't excrete, and eventually died of starvation. Every year, fishing boats fish at sea, and animals in the ocean live in fear all the time." Hearing this explanation, Shen Feng didn't know what to say, as if these things were real, but most of these things are done abroad. Island countries like whaling and discharging nuclear wastewater. North America likes to litter, and shark fin cutting is mainly done by you, Australia? What does this have to do with us in China? We didn't do it. Shen Feng was very unhappy. China's use of marine resources is still sustainable, but why should China's fleet be attacked? It's not fair. For marine animals, they don't need to distinguish the nationality of humans. As long as they find that humans appear on the ocean, they are enemies with bloody hatred. Sea beasts inherit this hatred. Therefore, in the end of the world, sea beasts that have gained strength will continue to attack human beings, and to explain it in Chinese terms, that is a sworn enemy. Wang Jiao explained. Shen Feng was silent. He really didn't expect that people from other countries are the main force of polluting the ocean and overfishing. In the end, when the sea beasts settle accounts, they will also include Chinese people. It is obvious that some people pollute the ocean, but they want everyone. Humans pay the bill. This world is not fair at all. However, Wang Jiao's secret, on the contrary, explains how sea beasts hate humans. For tens of thousands of years, since humans started sailing, sea animals have been threatened by humans, especially in the era of industrialization. After that, human fishing will be a disaster for marine animals. Once there is an oil spill on the sea, a large area of the ocean will be polluted, not to mention the unreasonable island country guy who secretly discharges nuclear wastewater all day long. Thousands of the radioactive elements that can only decay in 1 year have caused heavy casualties to marine animals, so, after the end of the world, the zombie virus mutated the animals all over the world, and the extraterrestrial elements dissolved in the water made a small number of sea beasts acquire supernatural powers. Under the bloody hatred, the sea beasts launched an attack on humans. Can't the hatred be eliminated? Shen Feng murmured, unless the sun comes out from the west, unless the river flows backwards, and unless humans stop fishing marine animals. Wang Jiao added now, after Shen Feng learns a shocking secret, he also understands the source of the sea beast's hatred towards humans. Bear it silently at this time. Shen Feng also felt that what Wang Jiao did before seemed not so unacceptable. Wasn't it just a fight for a fame and fortune? It is much better than directly polluting the environment. Okay, let's stop this matter, and you should pay attention to me in the future. If I find out that you still have something to use me, I will kill you directly, and I won't listen to your explanation at all. For a few days, cooperate with my actions first. As for Fremantle, I am not interested. Shen Feng said lightly. When Shen Feng said this, Wang Jiao knew that today's incident was over and the crisis was resolved. Shen Feng was lying on the recliner that originally belonged to Wang Jiao, looking leisurely at the blue sky in the distance. The hot sun was blocked by an umbrella. Wang Jiao did not dare to have any objections. Even if Shen Feng asked her to sleep with her, she will not refuse. After all, for her, Shen Feng is an absolute powerhouse. Keep working. As I said, nothing happened. Don't you understand? Wang Jiao yelled at her subordinates, and the fishermen hurriedly pulled their nets and continued to finish today's work. At this time, Wang Jiao walked slowly to her beloved husband, and asked with a smile, just now you seemed to order your subordinates to shoot, so you don't care about my safety. The husband also quickly explained, sweetheart, how can you think like this? I'm all thinking about you. I saw you were captured by the enemy. I want someone to save you. As he said that, the man grabbed Wang Jiao's shoulder and wanted to offer a deep kiss, hoping to resolve the unhappiness in Wang Jiao's heart with his fiery kiss. But how could Wang Jiao be so easily fooled? She grabbed the man's hair and punched him. Bang! The fist hit the man's cheek hard, and the man's cheek swelled up suddenly, and 2 teeth fell out. He still wanted to try his best to explain something, but his mouth was blurred and blood has been flowing too, and it looks very miserable. Although Wang Jiao's combat power is not strong, it also depends on who she is compared with. Compared with Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, Wang Jiao's combat power is really not good. Even compared with the evolutionary who has evolved 4 or 5 times, Wang Jiao will probably lose in a real battle. The guy in front of her was an ordinary person, so Wang Jiao's strength was not comparable to that of ordinary people. I know what you said just now. Do you think that I may be killed at any time, so you want to gain my status and power? So you call yourself the deputy leader just to replace me? Unfortunately, I am still alive. As for you, it's useless. Wang Jiao said coldly. The man suddenly wanted to resist at this time, reached out his hand to take out his pocket, and a delicate pistol appeared in his hand, which was the size of a palm, with only 3 rounds of bullet capacity, and it was not very lethal at a distance of 20 meters. Under the distance, this is always a gun, and its lethality cannot be underestimated. Crack! Wang Jiao mercilessly stretched out her hand and broke the man's arm, and the pistol fell on the boat. You seem to have forgotten who gave you this gun. Now, you are useless. Wang Jiao threw her loving husband into the water, picked up the pistol on the ground, bang bang bang, fired 3 shots in a row, hitting the man. The blood stained the surface of the sea. The man didn't die for a while. He slapped the surface of the water hard, cursing Wang Jiao in his mouth. Wang Jiao didn't care at all. One husband died, and there were more than 20 others, so there was no need to feel distressed. Chapter 462 Worship Offensive VI. When Shen Feng returned to the shore, he was already full of catches. There were so many fish that could support the people at the base for 3 months, and salt was available at the seaside. It is not impossible to make salted fish, and the shelf life is still long, can be extended. Shen Feng doesn't like being used by others, but if she wants to recover the city smoothly now, she can't do without Wang Jiao's cooperation. At least she can't let Wang Jiao continue to make trouble destroyed. Shen Feng quickly returned to the camp outside the city, only to find that many refugees had appeared around the camp. These people were sallow and emaciated, especially children. And all of them looked insensitive. Yu Henggai was instructing a group of people to cook batter for the refugees to fill their stomachs. It was already afternoon, and the weather was extremely hot, about 35 degrees Celsius. This kind of temperature could easily cause heat stroke, but the refugees were still coming in continuously. Come here, even if you have heat stroke, you have to come here. After receiving the batter, the refugees kept bowing to Yu Henggai, drank the batter, and shed tears of excitement. Shen Feng walked up to Yu Henggai's side and asked, "How is it, Yu?" Henggai was very proud, pointing to a large campsite around him. He said proudly, "Brother Feng, I didn't let the camp fall into chaos. Under my command, more than 2,000 refugees are in order, and they are all waiting for relief. For me, this is the reward for doing good deeds, and these people are all grateful to me, and thanks to the food Wen Jiao sent, otherwise, I really don't have the strength to help them." Shen Feng slapped Yu Henggai on the back of the head, and asked angrily, "Did I ask you this? I asked you how the battle is going? How many zombies were eliminated today?" It was only then that Yu Henggai realized that Shen Feng was not asking about the situation of the camp, but the situation of the distant city. Yu Henggai quickly replied, "No problem. Bai Sulan didn't dare to go deep into the city after suffering a loss yesterday, and specially selected places where the zombie tide is weak to attack, and after a whole day, wiped out more than 100,000 zombies. No, the speed is too slow. This centenarian grows too slowly." Shen Feng couldn't help frowning. "Brother Feng, you are in too much of a hurry. It's not too late. The centenarian orchid has already grown its third leaf, and it can probably eliminate 200,000 zombies tomorrow, and more every day in the future." Yu Henggai quickly explained that he felt that Shen Feng's request was too high. Being able to eliminate 100,000 zombies in a short time is already very powerful, and it may not be possible for a supernatural person to do this. Shen Feng patted Yu Henggai on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Xiao Yu, it is not easy to win in a week, especially we have this tradition. I think when we were on the 38th parallel, our ancestors, it was the attack of the week that defeated the other multinational coalition forces. Now we can't embarrass our ancestors, and recover the city in a week." Yu Henggai nodded, and then pointed to the many refugees around the camp. These refugees basically lived on eating wild vegetables until now. It is not easy to live to this day in 20 years. What about this group of people? Sure enough, it's exactly what Wen Jiao said. As soon as they heard that we were going to recover the city, they came here to join them. They can't do nothing, can they? Everyone is human. Yu Henggai couldn't let go of these refugees. Shen Feng said helplessly, "Do you really think of Wen Jiao as a good person? She created these refugees, and I will let her handle them by herself. The most important thing for the two of us is to recover the city and create a big disaster." News, as he was talking, Shen Feng discovered that two photographers were walking around the camp with their cameras on their shoulders, and the lenses of the cameras had been following the refugees. "What are you two doing? Did I ask you to take pictures of the refugees? I asked you to take pictures of the process of our recovery of the city, but you are lucky to take pictures of the refugees. You have nothing to do, right?" Shen Feng walked up to the two photographers. One of them, he kicked the two of them to the ground on the spot. Of course, the strength was still under control, so as not to hurt him. The photographer quickly explained, "Mr. Shen, we are shooting the cruelest picture in the doomsday in order to promote the humanistic spirit. Maybe we will win the Pulitzer Prize in journalism in the future. This is the highest honor for journalists." "What? Stop doing this for me. The Pulitzer Prize for journalism. Don't you feel tired of playing the Madonna all the time? Find a little boy and throw it on the beach to take a picture, and put the soon-to-be wooden kid on the beach. Waiting for vultures to come to take pictures in the wild, or putting a dirty child on the ruins to take a picture of the tragedy of the war. Is the method too simple? If you really want to save people, just do it honestly. Live." Shen Feng cursed. Obviously filming the video of recovering the city is the most important thing, but these two bastards went to film the touching side of human nature. This is considered to have angered Shen Feng. Even if you are in good health, the two photographers lowered their heads and did not dare to answer Shen Feng. Neither of them wanted to offend this powerful supernatural being. However, the two photographers were also very wronged. Obviously, others can shoot tragedies in the world, they can win honors and awards, and finally gain both fame and fortune, but why can't they do it when it's their turn? Mr. Shen, We believe that as long as we can capture the expressions and demeanor of people in desperation, all kinds of true human nature will be revealed in desperation. At that time, many people will definitely pay attention to it. You don't want to. Is it a video with a lot of clicks? This video can meet your requirements. The photographer quickly defended his actions. In a word, he felt that what he did was correct regarding the two people's self-confidence. Shen Feng said coldly, "Shut up. Don't you understand the truth that rare things are valuable?" Next, Shen Feng continued to point to the noses of the two and said, "If it was in the peaceful years, if you took some tragic pictures, it would indeed allow those well-fed saints to express their opinions and satisfy their hypocritical kindness, but now, the whole world is in such a miserable state. Who will watch it when you shoot it? Who will watch the content that can be seen around you? You don't understand the relationship between supply and demand. What kind of society is there?" After speaking, Shen Feng pointed to the city in the distance, and the two photographers could only go to the city obediently, preparing to shoot the scene of mutated plants versus zombies. Shen Feng's idea is very simple. Why did many news awards go to photographers who filmed human tragedies in the peaceful years? Of course, the world is peaceful. Even if there are wars in places like the Middle East, from a global perspective, there are still many peaceful places. People living in a peaceful society cannot imagine the lives of people in war, and they don't know about famine, what it looks like. As a result, people in a safe and happy environment saw the unimaginable picture for the first time, and the impact on their hearts was undeniable. The more people were impacted, the more shocking the news would be. It's a pity that the situation in the whole world is similar now. The Northern Hemisphere may be a little better, but it won't be much better. After watching too many tragedies, people will become numb. Who wants to watch famine and war? When he arrived in the city, the first thing Shen Feng saw was densely packed zombies lying on the ground. The blood in these zombies had been sucked dry, and the depths of the city were crowded with people, and the battle between zombies and mutated plants was still going on. "Xiao, take the photographer and continue shooting. I'll go to the city center to have a look. If we can find the Corpse King, then the next battle will be much easier," Shen Feng said to Yu Henggai. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng rushed to the top of the building and continued to advance on the roof of the tens of meters. In the roof area, except for the speed zombies, basically no zombies could appear. See the movements of the zombies. Shen Feng first came to the central area of the city. This is the place with the most zombies. The whole street is full of zombies. If ordinary people see it, they will suffer from mass phobia. There are at least hundreds of thousands of zombies in the central area of the city, densely packed with heads. It is undoubtedly very difficult to find the Corpse King among so many zombies. Shen Feng can only look for mutant zombies in the zombie tide. Generally speaking, the Corpse King keeps the mutant zombies as bodyguards by his side. The Corpse King has natural control over ordinary zombies and mutant zombies, and it is impossible for the mutant zombies to disobey the Corpse King's orders. Shen Feng stood on the roof and looked down, and indeed found a lot of mutated zombies, but the number of mutated zombies was still too small. Most of the mutated zombies had disappeared, most of them were hidden. The Corpse King is hiding in the sewer again, right? If that's the case, then he won't be found at all. Shen Feng stood on the roof and said to himself, looking down from the roof, "You can't see too many mutated zombies at all. The zombies keep a distance in the street. The weak zombies can no longer stand up, and these weak zombies will turn into stronger ones around them. Food for zombies. Even if zombies can enter a dormant state, the energy consumption is real, and there must be a minimum energy consumption during dormancy. From this aspect, a zombie that is not engaged in production will definitely disappear in the end." However, at this moment, Shen Feng suddenly discovered something was wrong. Although he couldn't find the location of the Corpse King, the zombies in the street had been devouring each other. More and more. If this situation continues, the scale of the corpse tide will be greatly reduced. Could it be that the Zombie King did this on purpose? Let the zombies have a full meal first, and then fight hard at the end. Shen Feng thought in his heart. Shen Feng is quite familiar with the actions of the zombies before launching a general attack. When he was in Jiangyang, the Corpse King controlled the zombies to devour each other to maintain sufficient combat power. Shen Feng searched for an hour in the city center, but he couldn't find any trace of the Corpse King, so he had no choice but to return. Yu Henggai and two photographers were filming the Battle of Centennial Land, killing zombies in the outskirts of the city. When they saw Centennial Land's fighting style, many people would feel shocked. Hundreds of vines were waving in the air. Accurately catch the zombies. After the weak zombies are caught by the vines, they will be strangled to death on the spot. After the stronger zombies are captured, they will still be drilled into the body by the rhizome of the centennial orchid will be sucked dry. The zombie, which had been sucked dry of blood, fell to the ground pale, with no blood on the skin all over its body. Yu Henggai looked at the corpses of the zombies on the ground, and said very depressed, "It's a pity that these zombie corpses cannot be thrown into the sea. In the end, these killed zombies will still become the food for the remaining corpses. If the absorption capacity of centennial orchid is enough strong, that's fine." 4. The centenarian orchid, the most easily absorbed thing for the caught prey is blood, which contains enough water, and the centenarian orchid is always a plant, and it will die if it loses water. Therefore, for the caught prey as the prey, centennial orchid first sucked up the blood from the zombie, and there was no way to continue to absorb the other parts of the zombie. What Yu Henggai is most worried about is the emergence of the plague. The weather is hot now, and the zombies start attracting flies 10 minutes after they die, and the smell is also appearing. With so many corpses gathered in the city, once the plague appears, it will be a disaster. Australia is now there are no antibiotics available. Chapter 463, The Corpse King and Number 039's Counterattack. When it was dark, Yu Henggai also ordered Bai Sulan to return. It is best not to fight after dark. The site will be directly affected. If you are surrounded by corpses, it will not be easy to break through. Do the math. Today at least hundreds of thousands of zombies have been killed, and the centenarian orchid has also grown a third pair of leaves. It can probably kill 200,000 zombies tomorrow. When leaving the city, Bai Sulan greedily caught more than 200 zombies, and when she returned outside the city, she threw the zombies on the ground, gathered the leaves and turned them into flower buds, and continued to absorb the energy of the zombies. Brother Feng, have you found any traces of the Corpse King? If you find it, the two of us will go directly to kill the Corpse King. Yu Henggai asked when Shen Feng returned. How can it be so easy? I didn't find anything, but I guess the corpse tide will start to move soon. The zombies in the center of the corpse tide are all starting to replenish their strength. I guess the Corpse King doesn't want to be eaten away. Shen Feng calmly said, "It's best for the Corpse King to come out to fight, otherwise, I really don't know how long it will take to end this plan. But I don't know if the Corpse King in Australia will be more cunning." Yu Henggai heard that the corpse tide is likely to move, immediately excited, not afraid of the huge momentum of the zombies, but afraid of the conspiracy of the Corpse King. And in the temporary camp outside the city, 5,000 people have appeared here one after another. These people are all refugees, all of them are driven out of the base. Almost all bases in Australia are facing a food crisis. Food is the most important material. Before, the old, weak, sick and disabled in the base had to be taken in, but after Wang Jiao contacted these bases, the people in these bases immediately agreed and drove out all the useless people come out in order to survive. Thousands of people traveled under the scorching sun and arrived outside the city of Fremantle, and finally got food supplements. Wang Jiao led the people in her base to distribute supplies in the camp. This was a task required by Shen Feng. The refugees around the camp were all caused by her. If she did something bad, she should clean it up by herself. When Lu Zhangqi saw that the leader led people to help others and continued to distribute food, he was suddenly moved. The leader is really kind, he is really a good person, and he will definitely be supported in the future. Not only the 14-year-old Lu Zhangqi had such an idea, but the rest of the 30 or 40-year-old people were also very moved. When they were short of food and faced with a threat of death, having someone to help them would definitely be remembered. In the heart, after hearing that Wang Jiao is a supernatural being, ordinary people have the feeling of adoration in their hearts. Wang Jiao led people to distribute food and drinking water, received gratitude from others, and felt a little proud, but she did not lose herself. She was still brainwashed by the Chinese emperor's art, and now she is grateful at this time. Although you are in a good mood, but there are always hidden dangers, and you cannot treat others without reservation just because they are grateful. Only half-dead people are the easiest to manage. After Shen Feng and Yu Henggai leave, I will continue to starve these people. If this continues, my position will be stable. Wang Jiao thought silently in her heart. As Wang Jiao, who is not capable of fighting, even if she is assassinated by ordinary people, she will not be able to bear the sudden sniping of the other party. For this reason, she must not let others have the idea of assassinating herself, so in order to maintain her status, she needs to weaken her position. These people under his hand, at this time, Shen Feng found Slot, and by the way called Luz Henki, and then asked, "Old man, I want to know how long it takes to reach Honghu by sailing from the port." Slot could hear Shen Feng's question, and quickly replied, "It's still spring in the northern hemisphere, and the north wind is blowing. If you want to sail to the north, as long as you cross the equator, you will basically have a headwind. 2 months is the fastest time. It's better to wait for a while, wait until April, and then set off again, when the Pacific Ocean will be under high pressure, and the southwest monsoon will blow northward, then the wind will be smooth, and we will arrive in about a month." "It takes a month with the wind? It's really long." Shen Feng frowned. It would be great if there was a ferry on his side, but the ferry needs professionals, at least experienced sailors to drive the boat. And the gasoline needed was a lot. Shen Feng didn't have time to look for talent and gasoline. Luz Henki couldn't help asking, "Mr. Shen, are you not going by land?" Luz Henki's previous idea was to follow Shen Feng all the way to the city of Cairns. He traveled with his father before, but his father was dead, so the last thing Luz Henki can rely on is his mother. No matter what, she will just go back to your mother. However, now, Shen Feng no longer intends to go by land, but is going to go by sea. Does it mean that he has no way to return to his hometown? Shen Feng explained, "It's too dangerous to go by land, especially the many rabbits on the grasslands of Central Australia, which are too large. In addition, if there is a wildfire on the road, it must be very dangerous. It is better to go Halu. Anyway, I found the sailing boat. After the matter here is over, Yu Hengai and I will set off immediately. At that time, if you want to follow us, we will not object, and if you don't want to follow, I will not retaliate against you." Luz Henki said firmly, "I will follow you. When you leave the Australian mainland completely, just throw me on the shore. I will continue to walk the rest of the road." Shen Feng couldn't help shaking his head after hearing the boy's words, and said, "With your malnourished body, you still want to go back to your hometown alone? Don't dream. You will be eaten by wild dogs on the way. Besides, there are wild boars and poisonous snakes in the mountains. You will either be eaten or starved to death." Shen Feng didn't really want to hit people, but Luz Henki insisted on returning to his hometown. For a thin boy, this kind of thinking was really naive. Luz Henki still looked at Shen Feng resolutely, as if nothing he said would change his mind. If the child became stubborn, even 10 cows would not be able to pull him back. "Okay, then you follow us, and when we leave, I will take you for a ride. However, we will only pass through half of the Australian continent, and farther away, so don't expect me to send you there." Shen Feng shrugged and said Slot made it clear that he will spend the rest of his life here in the future, going out to sea with Shen Feng and living in places he doesn't know, which is full of uncertain factors. Since he can stay now, it's best up. While Shen Feng was chatting with the two, Yu Hengai shouted loudly from a distance, "Brother Feng, there is something wrong, come here quickly." It is impossible for Yu Hengai to yell for no reason, but at this moment he suddenly yelled, apparently discovering something unusual. Shen Feng hurriedly approached, and asked, "What's the matter?" "What's the matter, Yu?" Hengai pointed to Bai Sulan in the distance and said, "Brother Feng, look quickly, this mutated plant is defending against attacks. Does this mean that danger is coming?" Shen Feng looked at Centennial Orchid, and found that this mutated plant has now shrunk 2 leaves and said nothing to open it. The remaining 4 leaves are shaking restlessly, and the vines are also constantly wandering on the ground, as if a strip of poisonous snakes is crawling. Century Orchid perceives the appearance of prey through the vibration of the ground. At this moment, Centennial Orchid probably feels the vibration. It must be that the tide of corpses has moved. Shen Feng said with a frown. Yu Hengai looked up at the sky. Only half of the moon was hanging in the sky, emitting a soft light. Even so, the visibility on the ground was not high. It was really unbelievable that the zombies would attack at this time. Can these anxious see the ground clearly? I really can't figure out how to attack at night. Yu Hengai murmured. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, "I'm afraid the Corpse King wants to attack at night. If we act during the day, we can see every move of the zombie clearly, but it's different at night. As long as the attack is launched at night, the corpse horde can form a huge scale and continue to advance, rushing towards endlessly, without seeing Chudeo clearly. Just blind action is enough. What should we do next? With hundreds of thousands of corpses, we are probably no match." Yu Hengai asked hastily. Shen Feng thought for a while, and said without hesitation, "Retreat slowly. Lure the tide of corpses down the mountain, then. What about these people? Yu Henggai pointed to the more than 5,000 people in the camp. How did so many refugees evacuate in a hurry? If you can keep up, take them away. If you can't keep up, it's their fate. Shen Feng said flatly. He has no obligation to protect these people. These people are not his subordinates, nor are they compatriots. They are just Wang Jiao and other base masters' pawns. Well, let's go. Yu Henggai couldn't bear it. He retreated hastily. There must be some people who can't keep up, and the fate of these people can be imagined. They will only be eaten alive by the tide of corpses. I thought you would object. Fortunately, you have seen the situation clearly. Neither of us may be able to deal with the tide of hundreds of thousands of corpses. We should retreat first. Shen Feng was also relieved to see Yu Henggai's obedient obedience. Yu Henggai finally let go of his saintly kindness. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai first found Wang Jiao and explained the current situation. There was a wave of corpses coming and they had to retreat immediately. When Wang Jiao heard this happened, she panicked immediately, nodded her head in agreement, and said, "It's not too late, we're leaving right now." A group of people left as soon as they said they wanted to go. Naturally, there was no problem for Wang Jiao's subordinates. They were all Wang Jiao's confidants. They ate well every day, and their physical strength could keep up. Pack your gear and drive away, but the refugees can't do it anymore. They came here from various bases in the distance, and finally had a full meal, and finally got a moment of respite. As a result, zombies are coming soon, and these people's physical strength is almost exhausted. Yes, just in need of a rest, but the zombies attacked, exhausted and lack of rest time. How can they run? Didn't you say that the city is about to be recovered? Why are the zombies still attacking now? I knew you were all liars. In order not to let us consume food, you lied to us to die. God will punish you. God, help us. I beg you, take my child away. I can't run anymore. But when my child grows up, he can work for you. When the order to retreat was issued, everyone found that they had been fooled. They had been fooled since they were kicked out of the base. If the city was really going to be recovered, then why are there still zombies around now? Attack. Almost instantly, there was a lot of cursing. Everyone was cursing the managers of the base. Even Wang Jiao, who had been thankful before, was also scolded. I am grateful to Wang Jiao for her help. But now that a crisis has arisen, it is Wang Jiao who is the first to insult Wang Jiao. These untouchables are insulting us and blocking the car. I'm so impatient. The driver scolded angrily when he found a crowd blocking him. Wang Jiao's face showed a relaxed look. If Shen Feng's recovery work is really smooth, she really can't destroy Shen Feng's powerful image. Now, even Shen Feng has to retreat. There are really too many places where you can move your hands and feet. Chapter 464 The Final Battle. Countless zombies in the city came out, marching forward with a faint moonlight. The ground could barely see clearly, but they could only avoid being tripped. It was impossible to see the surrounding environment clearly, and the zombies didn't need to looking at the environment clearly. Tens of thousands of zombies first left the city from the streets, and countless zombies appeared on the plain like lonely ghosts, spreading as they walked. There are more than 700,000 zombies following these zombies. After eating the same kind, these zombies are full of energy. After receiving the order, they will leave the city and kill the monsters that attacked them not far away. Wang Jiao's convoy couldn't move forward because it was blocked in front of the car. The more extreme refugees couldn't get on the car, so they grabbed stones and started smashing the window glass of the car. If the cracks continue, the car will not be able to go, and it will be destroyed by refugees at this time. Wang Jiao calmly gave an order, that is, step on the gas pedal and rush out. Boom. The driver didn't hesitate. He stepped on the accelerator, and a puff of black smoke shot out from the exhaust pipe, and then the car flew out, and some refugees blocking the road ahead were knocked to the ground. The refugees behind did not dare to stop them. They could only watch the car go away with the leadership of the leader. Wang Jiao's subordinates imitated the example. They drove forward one after another, and even drove into the crowd. Immediately, the refugees suffered heavy casualties. Yu Henggai saw this scene from a distance, and couldn't help cursing. How can these guys be so inhumane? These are their compatriots. They even drove over them with a car. This is something ordinary people can do. Is it something that came out? Besides, there are obviously empty seats in the car, so it's okay to bring a few children? Are these people cold-blooded animals? In Yu Hengai's view, even if he wanted to escape for his life, it's normal to refuse to save him, but wouldn't it be too much to run over the crowd with a car? Is this really something humans can do? Shen Feng sighed, and said helplessly, "This is foreigners. Not all countries are alike. Foreigners are always selfish guys. They may look selfless, but in fact, they are all pretending to be selfish." Through this incident, Yu Hengai also saw Wang Jiao's true face. Before, he thought that Wang Jiao was a kind-hearted person. Come on, Wang Jiao is just pretending. She can order the car to rush over, which means that she doesn't care about these refugees at the bottom. In the distance, zombies had already appeared, and they kept approaching the camp. Some zombies in good health even rushed towards the camp, as if they couldn't wait to have a big meal. Seeing this scene, the refugees recalled the fear of being dominated by zombies in the city. Facing the attack of zombies, they could only support their bodies and continue to run with the car. The refugees still have feet to escape, but the centenarian is always a planned. In the city before, it was only possible to move by pulling the vines. Now on the plains, the vines can't grab the fixed objects on the ground at all. Rhizome, still too slow. What? An idiot, can't you run or roll? Get back, I'll push you. Shen Feng couldn't help cursing when he saw Baisulan moving slowly. Even if it is a mutated plant with wisdom, its IQ is still not very good. It is obvious that rolling is faster, but it has to use rhizomes to move. Obviously, the diameter of more than 10 meters, rolling is much faster, but the result is not good. Will be used. Centennial Orchid also understood what Shen Feng said, and quickly closed all the leaves, and even the rhizomes actively disconnected, turning into a peach-like object, round and spherical. Shen Feng directly pushed Centennial Orchid's body to roll on the ground, and now it was much easier. Centennial Orchid could quickly roll on the ground, and it became easier to escape from the pursuit of zombies. Yu Hengai couldn't help but asked, "Brother Feng, why don't I stay here to stop the tide of corpses? It can delay a little bit of time." "Don't talk nonsense. Corpse hordes are everywhere in the city, and it's hard to eradicate them. Now that you've finally left the city, you can block these corpse hordes and scare the Corpse King. Wouldn't it be a waste of money to run directly into the city? Is it time? Just follow along and attract the tide of corpses to leave the city, and it will be easier to eliminate them when the time comes." Shen Feng replied. Shen Feng is not worried about Yu Hengai's ability. What he is worried about is that Yu Hengai's blocking is too successful. If the Corpse King finally becomes fearful and the corpse tide retreats to the city, it will be even more difficult to eliminate it. It is better to mobilize the corpse tide to leave the city and wipe it out. It's even simpler. Yu Hengai nodded helplessly, obeyed Shen Feng's order and left voluntarily, and drove Lu's Hanki and slowed towards the base on the mountain. Shen Feng looked at the black corpses in the city in the distance, and said to himself, "After you leave the city, you will have no sewers to hide in, so where will you appear next? If the Corpse King has been hiding in the sewers of the city, it will be really difficult for Shen Feng to find him. However, once the Corpse King leaves the city, there will be no sewers in the wild. If he wants to hide, he must dig a burrow. Once a burrow comes out, the location of the Corpse King will be determined." The wave of corpses spread, and the refugees who fell behind were the first to be attacked by the zombies. I saw these zombies rushing up and biting frantically. After a while, these refugees were eaten by the zombies. Some of the people who were run over by the car before had broken bones. Every breath was painful, and it was impossible to move. Now facing the attack of zombies, they felt hopeless all of a sudden. Why did this happen? It was clearly said that the city was about to be recovered, but now, things were completely unexpected. People who couldn't escape or those who escaped too slowly were finally caught up by the zombies and killed alive. With a supplement of flesh and blood, the zombies became more excited and continued to chase with red eyes. Shen Feng is slowly pushing Baisulan's body forward. If he wants to go faster, Shen Feng can do it to some extent, but in order to completely keep the corpse tide away from the city, he can only move slowly and wait until when the tide of corpses can't return to the city for a short time. It's time to kill them. Suddenly, the sound of wind came from Shen Feng's ear. Looking back, there were more than a dozen vigorous figures approaching him. These zombies were short in stature but very fast. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is a Tao's ghostly shadow. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning. Speed zombie? Are they here to test my strength? Shen Feng has not seen a speed zombie for almost a year. This thing is really fast, and it is very qualified as an assassin, especially because it likes to bully the weak and fear the hard, and it specializes in sneaking up on weak-looking guys. It is despicable and shameless. But now, the speed zombies were approaching Shen Feng rapidly, and they were all staring at Shen Feng. For these speed zombies, Shen Feng didn't take it seriously. Dozens of wind blades condensed around his body and flew out in an instant. The wind blade was killed. Roar. There was a roar from the depths of the corpse tide. Only the Corpse King could make such a loud sound. It seems that the Corpse King fell into a state of rage after finding out that he had lost contact. Just be a little more angry. I want to see what you can do to me. If you want to kill me, then follow me. Shen Feng said to himself. Next, Shen Feng pushed Basulin to continue to move, and Basulin also got through the previous panic. When it found that the ground shaking became more and more severe and frequent, it was indeed scared. But now, Basulin's limited mind also figured out one thing, that is, as long as the tide of corpses can't catch up with him, then he is not in any danger. In order to survive, the refugees had no choice but to continue on their way. Thanks to the dinner distributed by Wang Jiao, these people had replenished their energy and could continue to run for a certain distance. In the middle of the night, the temperature was not too high, so they would not easily fall to the ground due to heat stroke. Suddenly, Shen Feng had a strange feeling, and looked towards the hillside in the distance, but he saw nothing. He said to himself, why do I feel like someone is spying on me? Could it be people from other bases? Are you quietly watching the battle? Shen Feng's intuition was correct. On the hillside hundreds of meters away, someone was observing the situation on the plain outside the city with a telescope. The tide of corpses moved very fast on the plain. If you want to go uphill, it will be much slower. Yes, this group of people will stay on the mountain and will not be in danger for the time being. Franklin showed up here with 4 or 5 evolutionists under his command. They all ate the meat of mutant beasts, and after supplementing with virus protein, they became evolutionaries. Even in the face of a small number of zombies, they still have the power to fight, not to mention that this group of people are all carrying guns. Boss, I think what the prisoner said is all false. Both companions are supernatural beings? This is obviously not like it. A subordinate said to Franklin. In the eyes of this subordinate, if there were people with supernatural powers in this group of people, they would have already killed the quartet by now. How could they be hunted down by the tide of corpses? There is no doubt about the power of the supernatural beings. As long as the supernatural beings exist, then the combat power will be absolutely powerful. Franklin stared at Shen Feng, who was pushing a centenarian orchid with a diameter of more than 10 meters, with a telescope, and said while watching, shut up, don't you see that there are mutated plants in the hands of this group of people? If it is an ordinary person, can you order mutated plants? Besides, at this time, the battle is not over yet. How do you know that there are no supernatural beings? The reason why Franklin brought a group of people here was not because he received a message from Wang Jiao. Perth is tens of kilometers away from Fremantle, which is a little far away. Wang Jiao didn't bother to inform him, but just informed him several nearby bases acted together. Franklin wanted to verify the information he had captured on Anginar. He didn't want to offend powerful supernatural beings, but he wouldn't easily believe the captive's words of survival, so after much deliberation, he came to Fremantle to observe. It was discovered that a group of people were being hunted down by the tide of corpses. Although the human side looks very embarrassed, it is not that simple in Franklin's eyes. First of all, the drivers must be elite. These people decisively left the vicinity of the city and rushed to the distance, and fell behind. There is a guy who pushes the mutated plants with ease. It doesn't look like he was simply being hunted down. Boss, if the base on the opposite side really wins the corpse tide, and there are also supernatural beings, should we make friends with them? Wood asked carefully. Franklin slowly put down the binoculars, and said in a deep voice, if there is a base that defeats the corpse tide, then the big city of Fremantle will also fall into their hands. At that time, I will not only have to deal with them, my friend, I still have to apologize. I won't be crushed to death. Right now, Franklin is still waiting and watching. He has caught a fat sheep with a lot of supplies. It is a trivial matter to release it, but now that he has offended the other party, he might as well wait and see. If you are worried, just fill the captives into the concrete pillars and throw them into the sea. However, if the base side wins, then Franklin must make an apology in order to avoid being settled by Kill Hao, so as to have a chance of survival. It seems that we have to pray for the tide of corpses to win this war. Wood whispered to himself. Chapter 465 Final Battle II. Taking advantage of the darkness, a group of people rushed to the base on the mountain. It was originally called Luzi, which was transliterated from the indigenous language. The specific meaning is not clear, but many people call it the base on the mountain according to its location on the mountain. It sounds like it's also very smooth. When the crowd arrived at Luzi, Wang Jiao asked people to hide the car first. The road on the mountain had long been destroyed, and there was only one road that could go up the mountain, a straight path leading to the wall around the mountain. Afterwards, she went up the mountain, ordering everyone to prepare for battle. Women and children hid in the mountains, while men prepared to join the battle with various weapons. Originally there were more than 5,000 refugees in the temporary camp, but no one expected the tide of corpses to appear suddenly. Even Shen Feng and Yu Henggai did not expect the Corpse King to be so decisive that he would gather all the zombies in the city and risk his life. Fleeing helplessly, the city is only 5 or 6 kilometers away from Luzi, but at least 2,000 people died on the road. The zombies followed the fleeing crowd directly to the foot of the mountain, and then immediately surrounded the hill. Thanks to the hill's slope of more than 50 degrees and cluttered with rocks, it was impossible for the zombies to charge at will. The only road left is the path leading up the mountain. The zombies rushed towards the mountain path regardless of everything. Obviously, the zombies had never learned Chinese, let alone Li Bai's poems. As long as the only path on the mountain is blocked, no one can rush up. Shen Feng placed the centenarian orchid in the middle of the path, with rocks on both sides. The zombies could only charge from the narrow path in the middle, but they were caught by the centennial orchid's vines, strangled to death one by one. 10 minutes in the past, the corpses of thousands of zombies were piled up at the foot of the mountain, but Bai Sulan was not damaged at all. It was difficult for the corpse tide to rush up the mountain for a while, and the advantage of numbers could not be unfolded under the special terrain. When the advantage of numbers could not be brought into play, the tide of corpses would no longer be so terrifying. Seeing the behavior of the corpse tide, Shen Feng also believed that it was impossible for the corpse tide to rush to the mountain in a short time. As long as the main roads could be guarded, the base would be safe. The Corpse King also discovered this. No matter how huge the corpse tide is, if you look around, you can't see the end at a glance. The endless corpse tide is simply hell on earth for human beings. However, more than 700,000 zombies, but it is impossible to rush up the mountain. The slope of the hill is too steep. The speed-type zombies may be able to go up the mountain, but the number is too small. Before sending out a dozen speed-type zombies to test Shen Feng's strength, the final result was a dozen speed-type zombies, all of which were killed by Shen Feng on the spot. The only remaining speed zombies in the corpse tide, even if they rushed to the mountain, they would not be able to play a role in on the fence halfway up the mountain. Thousands of people with weapons are already in place, condescending and attacking down the mountain, taking advantage of it. So, the Corpse King decisively chose to surround the hill, as if he was going to trap all the people on the hill to death. When Wang Jiao chose to build a base on the mountain, she had already planned it. There was water and enough food on the mountain. This place is a typical place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although it is surrounded by layers of corpses, however, it's okay to defend. Shen Feng returned to the base on the mountain. At this time, many refugees in the base had collapsed in the corner and began to sleep. Some of them could not sleep because their family members died in the previous chase. Mr. Shen, what shall we do next? Wang Jiao asked first. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, sleep. Wait until dawn. It's still dark now. Yu Henggai and I can't find the Corpse King. After dawn, Xiao and I will start attacking. Wang Jiao pointed hesitantly at the tide of corpses down the mountain and said, but, with so many zombies down the mountain, is it really okay for us to choose to rest? Regarding this question, Shen Feng didn't care, and replied, it's okay, don't look at these zombies surrounding the 3 floors in the hill, but they can't rush up. There are hundreds of people on the mountainside. Sulan is here, don't worry. Shen Feng can understand Wang Jiao's worries. After all, Australia has not recovered any cities, and this group of people has very little experience in fighting corpses. Worry is bound to arise. However, the current situation is very clear. Maybe rushing to the mountain, just wait until tomorrow. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai can launch an attack. Yu Henggai also came over and said seriously, don't worry about it. Brother Feng said that zombies can't come up, so it must be impossible to come up. Do you know why he is called Fengshen? He has been battle-tested in China, knowing how many zombies have been killed, and having a strong grasp of the situation. Your worries are pure nonsense." After saying that, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi went back to their room and went to sleep. After hearing Yu Hengyi's evaluation of Shen Feng, Wang Jiao didn't think it was bragging. After all, she had seen Shen Feng's related deeds from the news. There is no one under the name. Shen Feng must be a very powerful ability. Or, she felt a little relieved. However, after Wang Jiao reached the top of the tower, she found that the tide of corpses surrounded the hill like an iron barrel, and they were still climbing. Although the climb was very slow, they were always approaching the wall on the mountainside. Immediately, Wang Jiao's heart hung up after she had just let go, and she frowned and looked at the tide of corpses down the mountain. How can it be possible to eliminate so many zombies in a short time? After much deliberation, Wang Jiao asked the people under her to prepare to throw stones, and started throwing stones towards the bottom of the mountain. After the stone was thrown down, it kept jumping up the mountain, killing thousands of zombies, and the zombies behind stepped on the corpses of the same kind continued to climb up. The soldiers in the base also looked down the mountain nervously, and the searchlight scanned down the mountain, densely packed with human heads. Countless zombies were climbing the cliff, and there were also endless zombies who wanted to charge up through the path, but the existence of the cliff was still there, blocking the progress of these zombies. It is not easy for the zombies to take a step forward. The slope of 50 degrees will slide down if you are not careful, and the zombies will grab randomly when they slide down, regardless of whether they are caught or not. Companion, in short, hold on and never let go. At the end of the path, there is a huge ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Centennial Orchid keeps waving vines, killing the rushing zombies. The path is too narrow, and the zombies can only pass 5 or 6 people side by side at most. Centennial Orchids, there are more than 200 vines, which can easily kill zombies. While killing the zombies, the Centennial Orchid had time to absorb nutrients. Thousands of zombies fell on the path, and the Centennial Orchid grew roots, which penetrated into the skin and muscles of the zombies. When they found blood vessels, they sucked them hard. After one night, the Centennial Orchid absorbed enough nutrients to grow a 4th pair of leaves. It can be said that this is the guy with the most leaves in the Centennial Orchid family. When the sky was bright, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi ate instant noodles and came to the mountain, surrounded by dense zombies. For Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi, there was no need to worry about safety issues, and today is already the 4th day. According to the 1-week plan, half of the time had passed, but there were still a lot of zombies. Xiaoyu, we will go to battle later. Remember to save your strength. If you find the Corpse King, don't think about it, just launch an attack. Shen Feng told Yu Hengyi. Yu Hengyi quickly nodded in agreement, and said, I know, I'm thinking about my own safety, but in which direction should we attack? This hill is on the east side of Fremantle, and the zombie tide is surrounded from the west. The west side has the most zombies, at least 300,000, and the south side has a lot of zombies, about 21. In these two directions, the Corpse King is most likely to exist. I'll go to the west, you go to the south. As for the position on the mountainside, I'd better leave it to the mutated plant, Centennial Orchid. Shen Feng thought for a moment, and said to Yu Hengyi. After the two discussed it, they were about to prepare for action. When they reached the gate, they saw Wang Jiao with dark circles on her face. She didn't seem to have slept all night, and she had never seen a large wave of corpses before the scene, so she was always worried that the zombies would rush up, so she was always observing the situation at the foot of the mountain. I said that the zombies can't come up. You still don't believe it? Isn't the zombie not able to come up now? Shen Feng asked directly. Wang Jiao nodded quickly, and said flatteringly, yes, Mr. Shen is too right, but now the zombies are already preparing for the follow-up charge. If it continues, the mountain will still be very dangerous. With that said, Wang Jiao brought Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi to the top of the wall to look at the situation down the mountain. The Corpse King is not an idiot either. When he found out that the hill where the human beings were located was very steep, he immediately took measures. The slope is too big, and the zombies can't rush directly to the mountain, but there are so many zombies, you only need to let some of the zombies lie on the ground, and slowly form a gentle slope, and the rest of the zombies can charge along the gentle slope to reach the mountain. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng frowned first, then looked towards the eastern sky. The sun had already appeared, and the temperature on the ground began to rise. Is there any water source near here? Shen Feng asked hastily. The nearest water source is a small river 10 kilometers away. There is also a survivor's base over there. Why do you ask this? Wang Jiao wondered why Shen Feng began to worry about the water source. There is a water source on the mountain. There will be no shortage of water. Shen Feng pointed to the top of his head. The sky was azure blue. If it was embellished with white clouds, then this piece of sky would be really refreshing, but there is not a single cloud in the sky. There is no cloud in the sky. This is a good weather. By noon, the temperature here can reach 35 degrees Celsius. The zombies have left the city, and there is no water source. I want to see if the zombies will also suffer from heat stroke. Shen Feng said with a smile. When Wang Jiao heard what Shen Feng said, she suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the other party would ask about the water source. Normally, zombies in the city can drink stagnant water directly. In parks and ponds, the water source is still enough to maintain the water source of zombies. No matter how bad it is, the zombies can still drink the sewage in the sewer, but now, the zombies have come to a place without water, and the weather is hot, so it is impossible for the zombies to surround them for a long time. So, as long as we persist for a few days, these zombies will die by themselves. Wang Jiao said in surprise. Shen Feng nodded in agreement. He thought that the Corpse King had a good mind. After discovering the crisis, he launched an attack in the dark. Considering accordingly, if there is a real fight, he will definitely fail, Xiaoyu. And I went down to charge for a while. Maybe the killing effect is not too big, but it is enough to affect the action of the corpse tide. Shen Feng couldn't wait until noon. In order to ensure the successful implementation of the plan, he had to take action immediately. Wang Jiao failed to stop Shen Feng, and she also wanted to see how powerful the 5th level and 6th level supernatural beings were, so she stood on the tower and continued to observe. Walking out of the gate of the base, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai first saw the giant centenarian orchid on the path. At this time, the centenarian orchid was about 18 meters in diameter, blocking the path in and out of the base tightly, and also grew a 4th pair of leaves. Xiaoyu, have you noticed that this thing has changed? Shen Feng asked, pointing at Bai Sulan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Final Battle III. After Shen Feng asked the question, Yu Henggai also looked at Bai Sulan curiously, and said, compared with yesterday, everything has changed, and a 4th pair of leaves has grown. Hey, why are there more leaves here? A bunch of fruit. Yu Henggai didn't care about Bai Sulan's appearance at first, and when he was done using it, he just burned it and kept it. I don't know if it will eat people, but now it's just keeping its life temporarily. But now, Yu Henggai suddenly found a bunch of fruits in the center of the centennial orchid. This bunch of fruits is bright red, and there are more than 20 connected to a tree branch. Obviously, I didn't see the fruit yesterday, but I already saw it today. It worked out. Can this be eaten? Yu Henggai asked suspiciously. Shen Feng shook his head, expressing that he didn't know, and then said, take it off and carry it with you. If it's good, it's ours. If you can't eat it, then throw it away. Shen Feng is not sure whether the fruit of the mutated plant can be eaten. Although he has a mutated apple tree in his home that can be eaten, there have been plants that have mutated toxins in their bodies. If they are eaten, they will be poisoned and die. Eat indiscriminately. Hearing Shen Feng's analysis, Yu Henggai stepped forward to pick the fruits. These fruits were not particularly big, about the size of a baby's fist, and a size smaller than a nectarine. They were all red, with slightly pointed heads, but at this time, Centennial Orchid suddenly closed the leaves, and the tree tumor also said, no, no. After getting along with each other for the past few days, Bai Sulan has also learned a few words of Chinese, and the most basic communication can also be carried out. Now that Yu Henggai is about to pick his fruit, she is ready to protest immediately. And its way of protesting is also very simple. It only needs to close the leaves, then the tree tumors and fruits are all wrapped up regardless of these. Yu Henggai kicked over and said viciously, you still dare to protest? Hand over the fruit honestly, otherwise, I will set you on fire later. I will do what I say. Centennial Orchid was kicked severely by Yu Henggai, so it could only slowly open the leaves, opened its eyes on the tree tumor, and stared at Yu Henggai all the time. Yu Henggai didn't care what the idea of this thing was. He stretched out his hand and packed all the more than 20 fruits. The tree tumor watched the fruits he had worked hard all night being picked by humans like this, wishing to turn his face on the spot, but considering that he might be burned to death, he could only endure. The fruit was packed in a cloth bag, and Yu Hangai hung it on his waist casually. Next, the two rushed directly down the mountain. Shen Feng summoned a strong wind to sweep, and rushed into the wave of corpses, and then Eye of the Hurricane was cast, and an open space was instantly formed within 20 meters around. Countless zombies were swept away. He got up and landed on the ground in the distance. Everyone on the mountain was stunned when they saw this scene. Is this the power of the superhuman? Zombies can't get close to the supernatural beings at all. When Shen Feng cast the Eye of the Hurricane, a tornado appeared on the ground out of thin air, and countless sandstones were rolled up, and the zombies couldn't resist the strong wind, and were blown away to distance. In the eyes of others, this is a completely unbelievable scene, but at this time, the south where Yu Hangai was located was even more exciting. After Yu Hangai rushed into the tide of corpses, he calculated the distance and found that he was already 1 kilometer away from the base. Immediately after that, he cast his ability, 5 times the gravity field. The moment the gravity field appeared, all the zombies within 1 kilometer fell down, and countless corpses were pressed to the ground, stirring up countless dust, and then the dust quickly sank to the ground. Crack, crack. Yu Hangai could continuously hear the sound of fractures, and these sounds sounded a little pleasant. Within the gravity field, almost all zombies could not stand up, and zombies with poor physique died on the spot. The rest of the zombies also had more air out than air in. After the chest cavity was compressed, it was very difficult to breathe, not to mention the zombies whose internal organs could not withstand the huge pressure and ruptured, almost dying on the spot. In the distance, several huge figures were still moving slowly. Yu Hangai was a little surprised. These zombies could not be crushed by his own gravity, and Yu Hangai took a closer look, only to find that these zombies that can still stand and move are all mutated zombies, including strong zombies and tank zombies. The physical fitness of the two is particularly good, especially the tank zombies. It looks like a big belly, but there is a lot of fat hanging on the body. Without a good body, it is really impossible to walk, and the toughness of its bones is far more than that of ordinary zombies. I can't crush you to death. It seems that I can only do it myself. Yu Hangai murmured as he said that. Yu Hangai pulled out a long knife from his waist. His ability is very powerful, but sometimes it is very tasteless. If it is an enemy that can be subdued by gravity, there is no need to worry about how much it comes, but if it is an enemy that cannot be suppressed by gravity, a dead enemy can still make the enemy move continuously, so Yu Hangai can only do it himself. His attack method is always so single. Yu Hangai rushed towards the remaining mutated zombies, and in the area he passed, the zombies fell down one after another like harvested wheat. Standing on the tower and seeing this scene, Wang Jiao was immediately shocked, and the panic in her heart became more intense. He couldn't imagine that this was the supernatural being she had been using for the past few days. Such a powerful supernatural being was wiped out. Building your own base is also completely effortless. They are obviously so powerful, relying on their own strength, they can definitely regain the city in a short time, but now, why do they still use Baisulan? Why is this happening? Wang Jiao suddenly found that she couldn't understand these two people. It is obvious that supernatural beings can go to the battlefield to fight in person, but Shen Feng and Yu Hangai have not done so for a long time. Wang Jiao didn't dare to imagine, if Yu Hangai suddenly used supernatural powers in the base, what would happen to the people in her base? I'm afraid everyone will die except myself. At the same time, Shen Feng also killed all directions in the western region. Shen Feng didn't carry any weapons on his body, but the battlefield on his side was the bloodiest. I saw Shen Feng pointing to the front, and the zombies in this direction were about to fall down instantly. Obviously there was no unnecessary movement, but the zombies, however, wounds would appear out of thin air on his body, as if pierced by an invisible sword blade. Within 100 meters, zombies would be easily killed. Shen Feng's killing range is obviously not as good as Yu Hangai's. The effective attack range of his wind blade is only about 100 meters, and the accuracy can be mastered within 50 meters. Beyond 50 meters, only the wind blade can be guaranteed. Therefore, Shen Feng's long-term attack method is to use quantity to make up for the lack of precision. As long as the wind blade can cover an area, the lethality it will cause will be considerable. Although the range of damage is not as good as that of Yu Hangai, that is only relatively speaking. Where Shen Feng passed by, not a single zombie survived. He only relied on the wind blade to forcibly kill a bloody path in the tide of corpses. No matter how many zombies appeared, they would all be pierced by the wind blade, and then fall to the ground to die. Standing on the mountain and looking down, you can only see Shen Feng rushing left and right in the tide of corpses, killing more and more zombies, and a line made of blood appeared on the ground. The more zombies you kill, Shen Feng, the murderous aura on his body became stronger. After seeing the battle scene between the two, Wang Jiao felt the shock in her heart beyond words. She knew that it was absolutely impossible for her to defend Shen Feng and Yu Hangai in the future. Otherwise, the other party wanted to take revenge on her. No one will be able to protect themselves. The people on the mountain couldn't help bursting into cheers. Before, the people in the base didn't think the war could be won in the end, so they felt uneasy. But now, seeing two supernatural beings killing all directions in the tide of corpses down the mountain, they immediately understood that their side would definitely win, and the city would definitely be recovered. In addition to Lu Zi's base on the mountain, there is a group of people standing on a high place and observing the battlefield farther away. Wood didn't take the battle here before. More than 700,000 zombies appeared here, which is completely invincible. So what if there are people with supernatural powers? With so many supernatural beings, is it possible to win the final victory? But now, Wood saw Shen Feng's performance through the binoculars with his own eyes, and he was startled from ear to ear. Because of the sight problem, these people couldn't see Yu Hangai's performance on Lu Zi's southern battlefield. Otherwise, what Yu Hangai did, the killing effect is more powerful, which will make this group of people even more shocked. Wood, do you still feel that supernatural beings are not powerful enough? Franklin asked directly. Wood shook his head quickly, and said, the supernatural beings in China are too powerful. We can't be the opponents of supernatural beings, so, let's hurry up and prepare to make amends. Go back to the base, prepare the best gift, and prepare to meet the supernatural beings in China. Franklin said while turning his head. Wood was a little puzzled, and asked, but the war is not over yet. Is it too early for us to prepare gifts now? After seeing the performance of the supernatural beings, I have already believed that these supernatural beings can indeed recover the city. In order to avoid angering them, I will go back and prepare gifts now. When the gifts are ready, the battle here will almost be over. Already, Franklin said calmly. Wood also drove in a hurry and took a group of people back to the canyon base. Franklin also showed a thoughtful expression on his face at this time. He was thinking, since the supernatural beings in China are so powerful, I should also find a way to win over the supernatural beings in Australia. If it is possible for them to help me regain Perth, if so, I also have the supreme authority. 2 hours later, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai returned to the mountain base sweating profusely. Wang Jiao quickly served ice-cold wine, but Shen Feng refused the wine. Feng and Yu Hangai felt much more comfortable. I'm exhausted, Brother Feng. I killed at least 100,000 zombies. It's too exhausting. The wine is good. Yu Hangai leaned on the chair and said to Shen Feng. Shen Feng is also very tired, and has been using the wind blade continuously. Although he can kill a bloody path in the zombies, but as long as he uses the power, his energy will be consumed. He is not made of iron. Facing the vast number of zombies, he can only after killing tens of thousands. He quickly returned to the base to rest. It's better to use mutated plants. As long as you have energy supplements, you can fight all the time without getting tired. Shen Feng couldn't help sighing. The centennial orchid on the mountainside is still guarding the path. The rhizome of the centennial orchid has grown more than 60 meters, extending to the foot of the mountain, and continuously absorbing the blood of the zombies. Long, it can have a rhizome of more than 10 meters. Now, the rhizome of centennial orchid has become longer, which makes it easier for it to absorb the blood of zombies. As he said that, Shen Feng also took a sip of the orange juice. The orange juice is chilled and tastes especially good in summer. Shen Feng had orange juice to drink, but the rest of the ordinary soldiers did not have this kind of treatment, and they did not dare to have special ideas, because they knew that Shen Feng was able to drink orange juice on the battlefield because of his ability, and ordinary people could only drink orange juice. After drinking spring water, at least it can replenish the water source. However, the zombies at the foot of the mountain have neither orange juice nor wine, and they can't even find clear water. The angle between the sun and the ground has become larger and larger. This place is close to the tropics, and there are no plants around to dissipate heat. The temperature reached 28 degrees. The corpse tide fell into a thirsty situation. There was no water source around to quench their thirst. The zombies fell to the ground one by one, and their consciousness gradually became blurred. They needed shade very much, but now they didn't even have the strength to go under the shade of the trees. Chapter 467 Final Battle Live. When Shen Feng first fought the zombies, he asked Professor Hao, who taught anatomy, what are the weaknesses of the zombies? Professor Hao's answer is also very simple: as long as there are weaknesses that humans have, zombies have them. Therefore, as long as the method of dealing with humans is used on zombies, zombies can be killed at this moment. Shen Feng looked at the zombies falling down the mountain, and had a deeper understanding of what the professor said. At the critical moment, it is not guns or germs that can defeat the tide of corpses, but the humble water source. Humans would consider many factors when fighting. Zombies didn't consider so many factors. Therefore, once the horde of more than 700,000 corpses fell into a water shortage situation, they could only stare blankly. Shen Feng looked at his watch and said, "It's only 11 o'clock, it's not even noon yet, the zombies can't take it anymore, you." Hengai leaned under the parasol, and said slowly, "Brother Feng, the temperature is already 28 degrees, even in China, it is a proper midsummer, if we don't have water, we can't bear it. Since this is the case, let's observe more. In this situation, the tide of corpses may collapse on its own. At that time, the Corpse King will definitely find a way to escape. Pay attention to the mutant zombies. Once the mutant zombies gather together, the Corpse King will probably right here." Shen Feng continued while talking. Shen Feng was sitting on the wall, holding orange juice in his hand, sweet and sour juice, which is definitely a good product to relieve the heat in summer and the tide of corpses at the foot of the mountain. Many heat-stroke zombies fell to the ground. In the hot summer, there was no water supply. Heat stroke was still a trivial matter. If there was too much dehydration, the zombies would directly die of organ failure. Zombies also need to replenish water, so they couldn't find any zombies that could drink water, so they set their sights on their companions. There was blood on their companions. If there was no water source to drink, they could still drink blood plasma. The zombies that fell to the ground due to heat stroke became the target of the rest of the zombies first, and the surrounding zombies rushed up and began to suck blood. When there is no water source to replenish, blood is the only liquid that can be found. At the moment, the zombie bites the artery of the companion, and the blood spurts out immediately. After drinking the blood, the burning throat seems to be moistened, but this is just an illusion. All the zombies are in a state of water shortage. Counting from the time when the zombies left the city in the middle of the night, the zombies have not drank water for more than 10 hours, and the weather is hot. Not drinking water means death. The zombies are desperate, devouring the blood of his companions. The blood is also sticky. When he drank it, his throat was moistened, but his thirst intensified at the beginning. There were still some zombies who fell to the ground due to heat stroke, but at noon, the situation changed instantly. The hot sun was shining directly on the ground, and as soon as the sweat fell on the ground, there would be a green smoke rose. The water was evaporated on the spot, and the temperature reached 36 degrees Celsius. Immediately, a large number of zombies fell to the ground, and the dead zombies also became smelly. Flies are flying around in the tide of corpses. The ground is full of food, and they have more chances to reproduce. At 1 o'clock in the noon, the tide of corpses collapsed, and the zombies no longer charged in the direction of people on the mountain, but spread out in all directions, heading towards the shaded direction, ready to look for water sources. Shen Feng looked at the situation at the bottom of the mountain and said with a smile, "It seems too late to start running now. At least 300,000 zombies have suffered from heat stroke, and the rest of the zombies are fleeing from all directions, but basically they will die on the road." Hengai also rested for 2 hours. Now that his physical strength has mostly recovered, he walked up to Shen Feng's side drunkenly and said, "Brother Feng, let's make a bet on who can kill the Corpse King. If you win, I will give you a good thing. If I win, after you return to Yazhou, prepare enough evolutionary bases for me to evolve." Shen Feng looked at Hengai reeking of alcohol with some distaste, and said, "You're drunk now, you'd better go to the bar to sober up. As for betting or something, I don't think I will lose. I just don't want you to lose money." At this time, Hengai felt that he was sober, and said seriously, "Brother Feng, are you afraid? If you are afraid, forget it." "Oh, I'm afraid of betting? Isn't it the evolutionary base? In Yazhou, there are as many of these things as you want. Then bet. It seems that you, a drunk, will definitely lose." Shen Feng was originally unwilling, it's unreasonable, but when he saw Yu Hengai's drunken appearance, and he was still talking big, he immediately became angry, and wanted to play drunk when he was drunk, right? I'm not used to you. While the two were betting on the wall, there was a sudden change among the zombies down the mountain. Suddenly, a team appeared in the tide of corpses. Hundreds of mutated zombies gathered and rushed towards Fremantle, as if they wanted to go back to the city now. Seeing this kind of battle, Shen Feng's eyes lit up immediately. So many mutated zombies appeared here, needless to say. The Corpse King must be here. After thinking of this, Shen Feng immediately rushed down the mountain, saying in his mouth, "First come, first served. I won the bet this time, you boy. It's best not to drink casually in the future. Bye." The time he finished speaking, Shen Feng had already arrived at the foot of the mountain like the wind. After performing accompanying like the wind, his speed was unmatched. In almost an instant, he ran hundreds of meters away. Seeing Shen Feng so fast, Yu Hengai immediately cursed at being mean, jumped off the wall, and wanted to catch up with Shen Feng, but when he landed, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Right now, Yu Hengai didn't want to lose the bet, but before that he drank a lot of wine to quench his thirst. His brain was paralyzed, and he couldn't even display his usual speed. It is impossible to catch up with Shen Feng. The zombies at the bottom of the mountain had already fallen to the ground weakly. Most of these zombies had suffered from heat stroke, and a small number of zombies were also in a state of dehydration. There were too few mobile zombies, and they were powerless to stop Shen Feng's pursuit. When Shen Feng watched more than 100 mutated zombies running continuously in the distance, it was as if he saw the supernatural potion in action, and supernatural potion can never be too much. However, when Shen Feng was chasing hard, he suddenly found something was wrong. The mutated zombies that appeared in front of him were almost all tank-type zombies and strong-type zombies. These two kinds of zombies were relatively slow, while the speed-type zombies were completely I didn't see it. In addition, I didn't see the earth-digging zombies and spraying zombies. Most importantly, I didn't see the most common speed zombies. It's strange, there should be other mutated zombies. Where are these zombies? Shen Feng said to himself. When Shen Feng was wondering, he had already rushed behind the mutated zombies, and there was no time to think too much. Eliminating the zombies was the most important thing. Wind of fury, Shen Feng shouted. 2,000 wind blades condensed in the air, and then flew out. The mutated zombies kept dodging, but in the end, these zombies were still shot and received by Shen Feng. Although the strong zombies were powerful, they couldn't withstand the successive attacks of the wind blade and were quickly killed. On the contrary, they were tank-type zombies, all of which were fat. As a buffer, they could withstand many wind blade attacks, and their strong recovery ability also exploded, and a few of them survived. Shen Feng was about to continue to make up the knife, but at this moment, a scream came from the foot of the mountain 1 kilometer away. The cry was so sharp that Shen Feng could hear it even in the distance. He quickly turned his head and said in his heart, "No way? Could it be that the Corpse King ran to the foot of the mountain? How is it possible? Among the zombies, only the Corpse King can make such a sharp cry, and those who are too close to the Corpse King will even be stunned by the sharp sound wave attack." Shen Feng's guess was correct. At the foot of the mountain, the Corpse King suddenly appeared. He had been hiding underground until now, and controlled the digging zombies to dig tunnels. It may have been dug forward, so the Corpse King simply got out of the tunnel, and there were many speed zombies and jet zombies beside him. God bless me, I'm so lucky. Yu Hengai had just rushed down the mountain not far away, that is, a distance of a few hundred meters. He thought that he would not be able to catch up with the extremely fast Shen Feng. At this time, the Corpse King actually got out from the foot of the mountain. Yu Hengai was very happy. "Isn't this a side dish delivered to your door?" Yu Hengai rushed towards the Corpse King immediately. He seemed to have seen the victory beckoning to him, and he used the gravity field while rushing back. This time the gravity field was not an attack with a huge range, but the range was condensed to within a dozen meters. However, this is enough to deal with the Corpse King. When the Corpse King saw vicious human beings rushing towards him, he panicked immediately. He opened his mouth and let out a scream. The strong sound wave spread to the surroundings. Yu Hengai was too close to bear the brunt of the impact, and his head was buzzing. Yes, there seemed to be a voice echoing in his head. A group of people on the mountain were also impacted by the sound waves, and many of them fainted on the ground, holding their heads and twitching. Wang Jiao also felt upset, as if being disturbed by the sound waves. Yu Henggai is no longer the supernatural user a year ago. At that time, Yu Henggai was only a third-level supernatural user, and he was easily stunned by the sound waves of the Corpse King. Now, at this time, Yu Henggai is a fifth-level supernatural person. He was also affected by the sound waves, but quickly adjusted his state, and then rushed towards the Corpse King. The Corpse King has a white face, a big head, and no hair on his head. When he sensed that a person with supernatural powers continued to approach, he also went crazy. He grabbed the speed-type zombies around him, and opened the speed-type zombies. Start eating brains, and then eat the brains of spray zombies and digging zombies one after another, and get the body length of 3 mutant zombies. It can be seen that the Corpse King is ready to go all out at this time. Yu Henggai looked at this scene and sneered, and said in his mouth, "I just remembered the explosion now? It's too late." After finishing speaking, Yu Henggai drove the gravity field to rush to the Corpse King's side, and before Shen Feng could come, he was about to accept the Corpse King's head. However, a sudden change occurred, and a crack appeared under Yu Henggai's feet. Before he could react, the ground under his feet cracked instantly. The whole person was caught off guard and fell down. Under the dust, Yu Henggai could only stop using his ability. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, the Corpse King rushed directly to the mountain. His claws had become extremely huge, and his fingernails had grown very long. Moreover, the speed is extremely fast, and he can walk like flying on the steep hillside. But the target of the Corpse King is not the human beings on the mountain, but the Centennial Orchid. Halfway up the mountain, sensing that something was wrong, Centennial Orchid quickly shrank its leaves to protect the tree tumor on its body. As long as the tree tumor was fine, Centennial Orchid would not die. The approach of the dead king. Hundreds of vines kept approaching the Corpse King. Seeing that the Corpse King was about to be entangled by the vines, but the Corpse King suddenly swung his claws, and the sharp claws cut off the vines in an instant. Time was not stopped by Baisul, and the Corpse King resented this monster very much. Before, this monster covered in vines ate his companions. If he let the monster attack, he would be in danger. He had to attack in order to survive, but he didn't expect that the corpse died because the water source collapsed directly. Now, the Corpse King only wants to take revenge. Even if he is dead, he must kill this monster on the mountain. The Corpse King came to Centennial Orchid's side, and his claws had cut off countless vines. But for a while, Centennial Orchid's vines could not grow out, and this time was when Centennial Orchid was most vulnerable. The Corpse King's claws are the claws of a digging zombie. This thing is very powerful underground. The sharp claws can easily dig up earth and rocks. Now it has become a great weapon for the Corpse King. The Corpse Wang Meng waved his claws vigorously, and then 5 huge scars appeared on the body of Centennial Orchid, and a leaf was torn directly by Sul and trembled and wanted to escape, but he was a plant, so it was not easy to move, and it was too late to escape. At this time the Corpse King's attack was not over yet. He opened his mouth and sprayed like green acid, which is the ability of spray zombies. The acid in the body is extremely corrosive, and the acid fell on Baisulin's body. The leaves turned yellow facing the big enemy. The Corpse King attacked mercilessly, spitting acid while waving his claws. Centenarian wanted to resist, but after losing the vines, it could only be slaughtered by others. In desperation, the tree tumor he opened his mouth. "Heroic man, spare your life." The Corpse King didn't care about this, and continued to attack, screaming while attacking, and the screaming made the surrounding humans keep retreating. Otherwise, the brain would not be able to stand it at all. At this time, there was a loud bang from the bottom of the mountain, and a black shadow appeared from the bottom of the mountain, and directly hit the body of the Corpse King. The Corpse King seemed to be hit by a shell, and it was torn apart on the spot. Acid flow appeared. Even if he died, the Corpse King has not yet rested his eyes. He failed to kill the big enemy at the critical moment. Shen Feng broke through the sound barrier and rushed to the mountain. In just half a second, the Corpse King died unexpectedly. Chapter 468, True or False Monkey King? The winter in the northern hemisphere is almost over, and the snow and ice in the south have already melted. Many animals on the mountain have gone through a winter of hunger, and the energy in their bodies has been almost exhausted. The animals that can hibernate have been starved to the bone now. Animals that cannot hibernate have also suffered from the ice and snow for several months, and now they need to replenish energy. The animals in the mountain will go down to eat meat immediately. Whether it is a mouse or a rabbit, they will eat whatever they see. If they see unarmed human beings, it is a delicacy bestowed by heaven. Spring is here, and the number of people attacked by mutant beasts is also on the rise. Originally, there were old people and children who were going to pick wild vegetables in the wild, but as long as they left the gathering place, the possibility of being attacked by these people increased greatly. The old, the weak, the sick and the disabled can only stay in the city or the base honestly, and Wang Aoi was reading a book silently in his office in Mizhou. As for the usual affairs, he handed over all the affairs to his capable subordinate Yi Xingzong, whom he trusted very much now. Wang Aoi has almost 10 supernatural beings under his command, and most of them are recruited. After all, he can't get supernatural potions, otherwise, he can cultivate supernatural beings by himself. For Wang Aoi, he doesn't need to care about the food issue at all. He already has enough food to ensure that he and his people will not go hungry. The only thing he thinks about is how to have more food in the future powerful force. For this reason, Wang Aoi is still reading the books carefully, preparing to find corresponding solutions from the books. However, when Wang Aoi was seriously reading, Shi Weishan suddenly opened the door of the office and walked in, saying excitedly, "Boss, it's not good, it's not good. I saw a big news on the internet just now. Now the number of clicks on this video is really too big." Hearing the excited words of his subordinates, Wang Aoi slowly put down the book in his hand, and asked, "Why are you so excited?" Since it is a video from an external network, it means that this is a response that happened abroad. What are you afraid of? Is there a safer place than China now? Wang Aoi is very aware of the current situation. For most people, China is the safest place. Although they often encounter attacks from mutant beasts, compared with other countries, this place is safe enough. Big news, nothing to do with him, boss. You'd better watch the video before talking about it. I thought about it and felt that this matter is really not easy, so I can only tell you as soon as possible. Shi Weishan immediately took out his phone and handed it to Wang Aoi. Watch the video. Wang Aoi looked at this video on the internet, and it was a very simple title: recover a big city with a population of 1 million in a week. Follow me, and you can do it too. Seeing this title, Wang Aoi immediately laughed and said, "Recover a big city in 7 days? Is this advancing with the army? If it's an army, then of course there is no problem. It's not the army, it's what 2 supernatural beings did. You can watch it if you don't believe me." Shi Weishan couldn't wait to click on the video. However, 2 Asian faces appeared suddenly, and Wang Aoi still knew these 2 people. I saw Shen Feng and Yu Henggai standing in front of the camera and said, "Follow us to learn how to recover the city. It will take a week. It can be done, and besides, those surnamed Wang, send me a message quickly." When Wang Aoi saw Shen Feng and Yu Henggai appear, he immediately showed a puzzled expression, and asked with a frown, "I remember that the official announcement seems to be that Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were living abroad before, and they have returned to China recently. How can they still be outside? What about posting videos on the internet? Also, what does it mean that they let someone surnamed Wang pass the message?" Shi Weishan reminded, "Boss, don't forget, your surname is also Wang." When Wang Aoi was reminded like this, he nodded quickly and said, yes, but these 2 people may not be looking for me. There are tens of millions of people surnamed Wang in the world. It cannot be simply me. We watch the video first. After watching the video, everything will be clear." Wang Aoi felt very strange. Shen Feng suddenly appeared in the video on the external network, which seemed unusual, and what information Shen Feng seemed to be conveying, Wang Aoi didn't know what was going on. This video lasts for half an hour. It includes the process of Shen Feng and Yu Henggai catching the mutated plants, and there is also a picture of the 2 rushing into the tide of corpses to fight. The time is also marked on the side of the video, which seems to indicate that this was literally done within a week. At the end of the picture, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai are standing on top of the buildings in Fremantle, and only sporadic zombies can be seen in the whole city, which means that Shen Feng and Yu Henggai's goal of recovering the big city in 7 days has been completed. After taking a look at the comments below the video, all of them were praise comments. "I understand, as long as there are mutated plants, the city can be recovered. First of all, you need to be able to catch mutated plants that kill people like hemp. Otherwise, you have become a plant's dinner, but this method can indeed be used. Thank you for the blogger sharing. I am in South Africa now. I will go to the desert to find centenarians. I want to recover the city, and I want to be a hero, too. Powerful supernatural beings from China, thank you for your help, and provided us with more ideas for recovering the city." Wang AOI looked at these comments on the internet, rubbed his chin and thought for a while, and said slowly, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai in this video are absolutely real people. I have seen them use their abilities, and they are quite strong, but now speaking of which, what are these two guys who returned to China, Wang? AOI has already keenly sensed the conspiracy. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai are still on the west coast of Australia, but now the officials are making big reports that the two heroes have returned to China. This is obviously abnormal. Perhaps, the two guys in China are fake of. Shi Weixin also quickly nodded in agreement, and said seriously, that's right, that's why I'm here to look for you, boss. I'm suspecting that the guy who is making a lot of reports these days is a fake. Look for the news. If there are counterfeit products, there will always be doubts in the news. Wang Aoi continued. Shi Weixin searched and found the picture of Shen Feng and Yu Henggai disembarking from the official news. The two were getting off the ordinary ship, and they were still waving to the crowd on the pier along the way, with a warm expression on their faces. There are countless reporters competing to take pictures of the two. Looking at this picture, Wang Aoi also murmured at this time, and murmured, it's strange, it's not like a P picture in AI face swap. Why do I feel that the faces of these two people are exactly the same as Shen Feng and Yu Henggai woolen cloth? Shi Weixin was also very puzzled. From the appearance, the two supernatural beings who returned to China were exactly the same as Shen Feng and Yu Henggai. But from the perspective of time, it was completely wrong. It seemed that two gods appeared in this time and space. Feng to Yu Henggai, someone must be telling lies here, but the officials have recognized the identities of these two people, so it's impossible for us to question them directly. Shi Weixin also asked hesitantly. Wang Aoi frowned and thought for a while, then simply walked in the office, thinking while walking. At this time he had jumped out of the normal way of thinking, and started thinking about what message Shen Feng in the video was conveying. Third, son, tell me, if Shen Feng from overseas is genuine, what message does he want us to convey when he said the surname Wang is referring to us? Wang Aoi asked Shi Weixin. Shi Weixin immediately felt embarrassed, frowned and thought about it carefully, and then said, I don't know, but I think if the overseas Shen Feng is real, then these two people probably want us to report the safety of their families. At this time, Wang Aoi finally understood, clapped his hands and said, I understand, Shen Feng just wants to use our mouth to send news to Yazhao. He can't contact Yazhao, and the official also admitted other in this way, they become fakes overseas, and everything can be explained clearly. After hearing the boss's analysis, Shi Weixin also felt that it made sense, otherwise, it would be unreasonable for Shen Feng to post this strange video on the internet, which has generated so many hits. He obviously hoped that people in China would see it. The person surnamed Wang can only be Wang Aoi. I understand, the true and false Monkey King, except for a few people who know the identity of these two people, everyone else is kept in the dark. As for the two people who are officially certified, most of them want to use this identity to do bad things already. Shi Weixin said in a deep voice. Wang Aoi thought for a while, and quickly said, Third son, you are going to go to Yazhao, find Chu Qiaoan or Chang Jianyi, and explain this matter alone. I believe that is what Shen Feng meant. After that, I will let you Gusu went to Yanjing to find Qin Qa. In what name? If we suddenly appear in Yazhao, I'm afraid we will be targeted by the black hands behind the scenes. Shi Weixin asked hastily, didn't Chang Jianyi have a baby 2 months ago? Just use this excuse to go to Yazhao. Wang Aoi said, boss, this reason doesn't work. Before Shen Feng's son was full moon, we had already given him a gift, and the gift was still a mutated orange tree. It's very abnormal to go again now. Shi Weixin continued, forget it, you stay in Yazhao, I will go there in person, it is more convincing for me to go in person. Wang Aoi had no choice but to choose to do it himself. Wang Aoi left as soon as he said, and after packing up his things, he set off alone, riding a motorcycle. There was enough gasoline on the motorcycle, enough for him to reach Yazhao. Shi Weixin is also very sensible. He said to the outside world that Wang Aoi went to the mountains to kill mutant beasts, except for a few core people who knew about this. The others didn't know the real whereabouts of Wang Aoi at all. Shen Feng, now you owe me a favor. I'm risking offending others to help. If you don't give me some real benefits after you return to China, I won't agree. Wang Aoi riding a motorcycle, still muttering in his mouth for Wang Aoi, he is convinced that the overseas Shen Feng is real, But there is a contradiction between this matter and the official certification, and the behind-the-scenes manipulator that contributed to the appearance of counterfeit products is hidden. This time the report to Yazhao is already full of danger. Shiwishan also took the time to contact people in Fremantle on the radio, hoping to get in touch with Shen Feng for real. As long as he can get in touch, he can further confirm the authenticity. However, after the radio station sent the telegram, it was too late to get an answer. A day later, the telegram came back, Mr. Shen and Mr. Yu have gone to Southeast Asia and are speeding up to return to China. When he heard the news, Shiwishan was speechless for a while, and said to himself, Shen Feng, what will happen if you stay there for 2 days? Isn't it possible to get in touch? Now we are going to Southeast Asia at this time, how can we contact you? What? After much deliberation, Shiwishan contacted Luzon's subordinates, and directly ordered, let everyone pay attention, once you see Shen Feng and Yu Hongyi appear, report to us immediately, and try to keep them so that we can get in touch. Chapter 469. In the city lord's mansion in Yazhao, Chu Qiaoyan and Chang Jianyi were processing documents in the office. Excitement could still be seen on their faces. They were talking and laughing while processing the documents. There was a cradle on the side of the desk. However, Chang Jianyi was worried that others would take care of her son, so she had to see her son by her side at any time. The happiness of the two of them is also justified. Previously, Chu Qiaoyan didn't want Chang Jianyi to be too sad after giving birth, so he could only try his best to conceal the news of Shen Feng's disappearance. However, when the Chinese fleet returned to China, the news was still concealed. Can't help it anymore, Chang Jianyi heard that Shen Feng was missing and couldn't get in touch for a long time. She felt like a heavy blow. Chang Jianyi, who couldn't accept the reality, shed tears all day long, and Chu Qiaoyan felt the same way, and didn't know how to comfort him. The two were sad for a long time, but they suddenly learned from the official that Shen Feng was not dead, but had fled to Southeast Asia. Now Shen Feng was rushing back to China by boat. After hearing the news, Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but be overjoyed. While correcting the documents, Chang Jianyi teased her son, Son, your father will be back in a few days, so let's meet him together, shall we? Seeing this, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but said, Sister, can you not be distracted? I am handling these documents now. If you are lazy, today's documents will not be finished correcting. Then, why don't you come hug me too? You are his aunt, and he is still very attached to you. Chang Jianyi said with a smile. Chu Qiaoyan was originally not used to Jianyi's lazy behavior, but now, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't stand the temptation of the baby, walked over, bent down and carried the baby out of the cradle. The baby's eyes were very big, looks very cute, grinning and laughing all the time, provoking Chu Qiaoyan's motherly love. At this time, someone from the front desk called and said, Deputy City Master, someone from Mizhao is here, saying that there are transaction details to be discussed. That's it. Then let Tu Zuhui receive him. Let him be responsible for this matter. I shouldn't need to deal with such a small matter. Chang Jianyi replied afterwards, but the staff at the front desk said, Deputy City Lord, this person from Mizhao said that he must see you in person, or Mrs. Chu. He said this matter is very important. Chang Jianyi frowned, and said, Why are you so stubborn? The trading route hasn't really been opened yet. Are you already so arrogant now? Is it too presumptuous for one of us to come forward in person? Chu Qiaoyan hugged the baby and said, Let's go there. When the child was full moon, Mizhao sent a mutated orange tree. If we don't meet, it won't make sense. Mutated plants are not easy to find in the apocalypse itself, and there are even fewer mutated plants that can be eaten. However, Mizhao is rich and powerful, and directly sent orange trees. The orange trees are more than 5 meters high, and they still bear fruit even in winter. Can eat fresh fruit, such an expensive gift, most people would be reluctant to give it away. When Chang Jianyi heard this, she could only nod her head in agreement. As the saying goes, a cannibal's mouth is soft, but a grasping hand is short. I have already received a valuable gift. If I don't agree with it, it seems that my side is too rude. Okay. Then, you bring the child here, I'll go and see for myself. I hope you're looking for me for business. Chang Jianyi said helplessly, then took Luo Qing and left. Chang Jianyi quickly came to the meeting room. At this time, the person from Mizhao had been brought here. This person was wearing sunglasses and a coat. He seemed to have an ulterior purpose. Chang Jianyi, the danger is felt from this person, This is not an ordinary person. The door of the meeting room was closed, and Chang Jianyi said first, "My friend, don't you want to see me? Isn't it unreasonable not to show up at this time?" Wang Aoi wrapped himself up tightly, making sure that others would not recognize him, but at this moment, he found that there were other people in the meeting room, so he said in a deep voice, "Vice City Master, I hope I can communicate with you alone." "You can." Chang Jianyi shook her head lightly. If an ordinary person made this request, she might have agreed, but now, she sensed the danger from this person in the conference room, and she had to deal with it carefully. Luo Qing is her personal bodyguard. If this left, she would not be sure to protect herself. Wang Aoi was very helpless at this time. Since the other party did not trust him, that was the only way to do it, and fortunately there was only one outsider in the meeting room. Wang Aoi reached out and took off his glasses, and then pulled off the mask, revealing his true face. "You are Wang Aoi? Why did the uncrowned king on the southeast coast come to Yezhou? Is there something important?" Chang Jianyi was shocked when he saw Wang Aoi appearing here. The ground came before him, and he even covered his eyes and ears, which is unusual. Wang Aoi didn't talk nonsense, and said straightforwardly, "Miss Chang." "No, it's Mrs. Chang. I have got some very important news, and I'm here to tell you that Shen Feng, who is currently coming to Yezhou by boat, is not the real Shen Feng. He is a counterfeit." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the air froze in an instant. Chang Jianyi stared at Wang Aoi, clenched his fists tightly, as if he might explode at any time. "Do you know that you are talking nonsense? The news of Shen Feng's return to China has been confirmed by the authorities. You are still saying that this is a counterfeit product. Do you think I am easy to deceive?" Chang Jianyi said coldly, his tone full of threats. If it wasn't for the other party's identity, Chang Jianyi would have already made a move right now. Shen Feng was about to come back, but this bastard was talking nonsense. Wang Aoi knew that Chang Jianyi couldn't accept this fact for a while. He could understand it, and he had prepared evidence for this. Wang Aoi reached out and took out the mobile phone from his pocket, but Chang Jianyi became more and more anxious. She didn't want to see Wang Aoi actually took out the evidence, because as long as Wang Aoi found the evidence, she could only believe Shen Feng was dead. She couldn't accept this fact. Chang Jianyi couldn't bear this blow again. Obviously Shen Feng was safe and sound, and obviously her husband was coming back soon. "Please. Look, Mom, this is the video I found on the internet. Shen Feng is still abroad." Wang Aoi found the video and handed it to Chang Jianyi. Chang Jianyi was stunned. She didn't understand what Wang Aoi meant. Why was Shen Feng abroad? This doesn't seem right. Luo Qing took the phone carefully, and clicked on the video to start watching. In this video, Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi were standing together, and they were still fighting continuously. Following his charge, the zombies fell to the ground one after another, completely unable to resist. Chang Jianyi looked at the familiar figure in the video, couldn't help watching carefully, and kept saying, "Yes, that's him. This is Shen Feng. He likes to frown when he charges, and these the moves are all he likes to use. It must be him." Wang Aoi nodded and said, "I think so too. Mr. Shen is abroad and can't come back in a short time, but there are fake guys in China. He wants me to inform you about this matter. Now that I have made it clear, Madam Chang can rest assured." Chang Jianyi has already experienced ups and downs, great sadness and great joy in this short period of 10 minutes. At first, she thought that Shen Feng was coming back, but later she learned that Shen Feng was a fake, and finally she learned that Shen Feng was a fake. Safe, but the news of being abroad, she felt that her heart was about to be overwhelmed. Mr. Wang, thank you very much. If you don't mind, please stay in Yezhou for a while. I will arrange people to treat you well. If you hadn't reminded us, we would have been deceived." Chang Jianyi said gratefully, "Where is where? It's easy to do. I don't need to care about such a small matter. In addition, I don't want to be discovered by others in Yezhou, which will cause me trouble." Wang Aoi hastily declined. Chang Jianyi thought for a while, and it was indeed the case. The reason why Wang Aoi dressed up was to avoid being discovered. Now that he was being treated warmly by others, didn't he take the initiative to expose this matter? How about this? Mr. Wang is temporarily staying in a small hotel in the city. After a few days, I will prepare a big gift for Mr. Wang to express my gratitude." Chang Jianyi said. Afterwards Wang Aoi's ambition was moved. Since Chang Jianyi said it was a great gift, there must be no problem. I worked hard for 2 days and ran all the way from Jiangnan to Yezhou. It was not justified without charging a little hard work, so I simply stayed. Most likely will not be found. Chang Jianyi then brought Luo Qing back to the office. Chu Chaoyan saw that Chang Jianyi's expression seemed to be off, and quickly asked, "What's wrong? Did you encounter something bothering you, Chang?" Jianyi explained the whole thing in a low voice, and after Chu Chaoyan finished listening, she was in a daze. After a while, Chu Chaoyan gritted her teeth and said, "These bastards still want to pretend to be Shen Feng? Shen Feng is still abroad, but they can't wait to use Shen Feng's identity to cheat. It's really unforgivable!" Exclamation mark. Wait until the counterfeit appears, wait until he appears, directly arrest him for interrogation, and see who made him do this. Knowing the truth of the matter, Chu Chaoyan wished to tear the counterfeit into pieces. If Wang Aoi hadn't come to remind him in time, wouldn't he be deceived in vain? Don't worry, sister, we can't scare the snake. First ask the king to enter the urn, let him get in. It's best to capture him alive, and then conduct an interrogation to find out who is behind the scenes. It will be useless to shout and kill now. Already. Chang Jianyi said in a deep voice to the angry Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan couldn't forgive the fact that her beloved was pretended to be, but the current situation is indeed as Chang Jianyi said, you can't scare the snake, you have to put a long line to catch big fish, not only to kill the pretender, but also the mastermind behind the scenes was also found out. 2 days later, a ship went upstream from Jinling to Yezhou, passed through Jingxiang, passed through the Three Gorges, and finally arrived at the important town of Yezhou. Shen Feng was wearing a wolf fur cloak, standing on the boat with a heroic posture. He looked very heroic on the edge of the pier in Yezhou. Countless people have spontaneously gathered to watch. Many people are still waving at Shen Feng on the boat, and shouting the title of Fengshen while waving. Such a crazy scene looks like brainwashed fans are chasing stars. Shen Feng stood on the boat, watching the people on both sides of the Yangtze River cheering constantly. His face was full of complacency, and he thought silently in his heart, now, Yezhou has become my possession, and I own it. All of this, power and wealth, are mine. The boat slowly approached the shore, and the people on board got off the boat slowly. The one who walked in the front was naturally Shen Feng. Behind him, there were many sailors. Just looking at the muscles on these people, it seemed that they were not only sailors, it is entirely reasonable to say that they are fighters. At the other end, there was a group of people standing on the pier. Chang Jianyi was holding the child in the center, Chu Chaoyan was standing beside her, and the rest of the people stood around these two. The people who appeared on the pier were all well-known figures from Yezhou. Everyone's subordinates said that there was a large area of affairs that needed to be managed. Now, to welcome Shen Feng back, these people all appeared on the pier. This is Shen Feng's appeal. Shen Feng first looked at Chang Jianyi in the center, and his mood was agitated. The woman in front had a first-class body and face, her hair was casually scattered on her shoulders, and she was wearing professional attire. With slender legs, he immediately thought in his heart, now, this woman also belongs to me. This is the peony flower to die under the peony flower, and even a ghost can be romantic. Chapter 470 Dangerous Aura. When Shen Feng saw Chang Jianyi not far away, he immediately became excited. Not to mention mastering a large power, he can also get a beautiful woman to accompany him all the time. This is so beautiful. Where can I find such a thing in the world? Good thing to go. Then, Shen Feng looked at Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan was wearing a long skirt, her white arms were exposed in the air, her fair skin came into view directly, and there was an innocent temperament on her body also very attractive. Hey, hug left and right, enjoy the blessings of everyone, I also have today. This is a lucky turn of events. From now on, I can also roar. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Chang Jianyi led the people forward slowly, with a smile on his face, and then said, "You're back? Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work, it's not hard work. This is my son, right? Can I give him a hug?" Shen Feng said with a smile at this time. In the eyes of others, this is a model husband. Can care about his wife and children, but Chang Jianyi shook her head indistinctly, and said softly, "The child is afraid of strangers now. He just fell asleep. Don't wake him up. Let's go home first. When I heard that you came back, I specially prepared a dinner at home and invited you. Important personnel from Yezhou attended the banquet together. Oh, that's right, let's go home now, daughter-in-law, let's go together." Shen Feng touched Chang Jianyi's nose, and then he was about to hold Chu Qiaoyan's hand. Chu Qiaoyan backed away immediately, and said, "Let's go home first. Now that there are so many people in public, you won't be afraid of being laughed at if you do such an intimate act." After Shen Feng saw the current scene, he couldn't understand it immediately. He clearly saw it on the video before, whether it was Chang Jianyi or Chu Qiaoyan, they all threw themselves into Shen Feng's arms. But now, after he appeared, why is he not like this? Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. If you are too impatient, it won't be good if your flaws are seen. Shen Feng comforted himself in his heart. At this moment, he must not be impatient. Just sit slowly. If you don't know your identity, then yes, how will be yours sooner or later. Even Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan will definitely be put on the bed next. Chu Qiaoyan and Chang Jianyi brought Shen Feng and a group of sailors into Yizhao. The surrounding crowd cheered endlessly, as if excited by the news of their city lord's return. In the crowd, brother and sister Yu Haijing and Yu Hailing also mixed in the crowd and watched this scene. Yu Hailing grabbed the sleeve of Big Brother, watched the convoy enter the city, and said enviously, "If we can also receive so many if people cheer, that's good." Yu Haijing had dark circles on his face and a thin body. After hearing what his sister said, he said indifferently, "The cheers look very beautiful, but it's a pity that under the cheers, there are still undercurrents." Yu Hailing didn't understand what Big Brother was talking about, and she was a little confused. "What do you mean?" Yu Haijing coughed twice, and said, "Let's go buy books. I don't have any books to read now." "Oh, let's go." Yu Hailing obediently obeyed the Big Brother's words, and followed the Big Brother to the bookstore. The price of the bookstore in the end of the world has also increased a lot. After all, the printing factory only prints books that are useful, and many books in the end of the world. The book where money is everywhere has now become out of print. While walking, Yu Hailing turned her head. She was really envious of these big men in the motorcade. She was imagining that one day, she could sit in the motorcade and accept cheers from others. Wouldn't it be a glorious thing? Just like a princess in a fairy tale. After Shen Feng came to the Fengshan Palace on the mountain, he saw the surrounding furnishings, and immediately became envious. It was completely a smaller palace, with pavilions, corridors, carved beams and painted buildings, resplendent and magnificent, and there is a main hall in the garden, and even a home theater and fitness facilities. There is a castle farther away, which is completely built with blue bricks and is extremely strong. This is a big family. Even the living place is so luxurious. I can enjoy it slowly in the future. Shen Feng looked at the scene in front of him and thought silently in his heart. Suddenly, at this time, Chang Jianyi casually asked, "Shen Feng, do you still remember what you called me?" When Shen Feng was asked such a question, he couldn't answer it immediately. There seemed to be no questions about this aspect in the information he got, and he didn't know what to say for a while. "Honey, why did you ask this all of a sudden?" Shen Feng rolled his eyes and chose this ambiguous answer. It seemed to be a rhetorical question, but the title was caught in it. If it was this pet name, it would be considered wrong. Yes, if not, you can continue to test. Chang Jianyi smiled and said, "It's nothing, since you remember, then I'll go prepare for tonight's banquet." After finishing speaking, Chang Jianyi hugged the child. She Sharon left Shen Feng. Chu Qiaoyan also nodded with a smile, then followed Chang Jianyi's footsteps, and said before leaving, "Go back to the room by yourself, go to bed, and don't forget to attend the banquet tonight." Shen Feng watched the two beauties walk away from him, and didn't know what to say for a while. Damn, is the relationship between Shen Feng and his two daughters-in-law so weak? It's been so long since we met, so let's forget about a warm welcome, and leave without saying a few words. The counterfeit was very depressed in his heart. It seems that the description in the news is also very likely to be false. The previous news showed that Shen Feng and his two wives are very affectionate. Now it seems that this is the same thing. The counterfeit was thrown into the palace, but he didn't know where to go. Although Chu Qiaoyan asked him to go back to his room to sleep, he didn't know where Shen Feng's room was. Wandering around in Fengshan Palace after Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan walked far away, Chu Qiaoyan couldn't help but said immediately, "This bastard is pretending to be Shen Feng. I wish I could kill him on the spot. This guy actually wants to take my place. Cheap, damn thing." Chang Jianyi said coldly, "Don't worry, everything will be clear by tonight. Remember to invite all the people who should be invited. In addition, inform Guo Pinming that they are ready to do it at any time." In addition, Xiao Fuli and Yang Chang also mobilized them and asked them to bring mercenaries and soldiers to guard at any time. I really want to see who is planning Yes Hao's idea. Chang Jianyi was as angry as Chu Chaoyan, knowing that the guy in front of her was a fake, knowing that he was only acting with a Shen Feng face and with ulterior motives, but she could only accompany him to continue acting, just in order the black hands behind the scenes have been found out, so they can only endure it for the time being. Chu Chaoyan said, "Don't worry, I have already notified all the people who should be notified. There are quite a few supernatural beings, and they all called over. Even Li Xiong from Jiangyang, I have already notified, among them Yang Chang and Guo. The two of you, Pinming, have already told the truth, and they are absolutely reliable. Since that's the case, there's no need to worry too much. The sailors who came with the counterfeit goods must all be controlled. They must be in the same group." Chang Jianyi said slowly. "Let's talk about the counterfeiters." When they walked into the garden, they saw Du Xinxi and Zhang Qianqian in the gazebo. Xiaolong was able to walk and was walking around. Du Xinxi and Zhang Qianqian were gossiping immediately. Shen Feng's eyes lit up, and he said to himself, "This Shen Feng really enjoys it. Here, a young woman and a lolly are all kept at home. There's a lot of happiness." Both Du Xinxi and Zhang Qianqian didn't know the truth of the matter, and now they suddenly saw Shen Feng appearing, and hurriedly got up to welcome them. "Hello, City Lord." Du Xinxi and Zhang Qianqian both nodded in greeting. Shen Feng walked into the gazebo with a smile. Xiaolong saw a familiar face, rushed over immediately, and shouted as he walked, "Dad, Dad." Shen Feng quickly bent down and hugged Xiaolong, and said, "My dear son, do you miss me?" Zhang Qianqian was originally happy to see Shen Feng appearing here, but at this moment, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. Her ability told herself that the person in front of her was lying. Seeing Shen Feng finally come back, Du Xinxi felt very relieved, and quickly said, "During your absence, Xiaolong misses you very much every day." Zhang Zixi gently tugged on Du Xinxi's sleeve, but Du Xinxi was very puzzled, not knowing what Zhang Zixi meant at this moment. A cloud fell from the sky, and Cheng Haoji appeared beside the gazebo, and said to Shen Feng, "Brother-in-law, you are finally back. Let me take you to rest. There is a banquet tonight, can't you? Too tired?" Yes, let's go to rest first." Shen Feng didn't want to reveal that he couldn't find the room. At this moment, it would be better if someone took him to the room. He also knew that the situation in front of him, this boy is Chang Jianyi's younger brother and one of Shen Feng's closest people. "Brother-in-law, come up, I'll take you to the room," Chang Haoji said with a smile. Shen Feng slowly walked up to the clouds and stood firm. Unexpectedly, the seemingly light clouds could allow people to stand on them before leaving. Chang Haoji said to Du Xinxi and Zhang Zixi, "Sister Du, the kitchen needs to prepare for today's dinner. There are not enough people, so you can help. Also, Sister Zixi, go to the hall to find Sister Chu. Go. I need your help to take care of the banquet for the women's relatives tonight. At the banquet tonight, men and women will be separated." Du Xinxi hugged her son Xiaolong, didn't notice any abnormality, and was about to walk towards the kitchen, but Zhang Zixi grabbed Du Xinxi's arm at this time, and said in a low voice, "At night, bring Xiaolong. Stay away, don't be affected. I already smell a lie. Someone is lying." Du Xinxi was very puzzled and didn't know what it meant, but he chose to believe in Zhang Zixi. She knew that this 15-year-old girl would not harm herself. Zhang Zixi came to the main hall, found Chu Chaoyan here, and then got Chu Chaoyan's order. "Zixi, at night, you follow me. Your ability can come in handy." This sentence was as expected. Zhang Zixi immediately nodded and agreed. She had been living under someone's fence. She had long been used to such things as looking at people, and now she also sensed the danger approaching at this time. Although she felt uneasy, she could only obey her orders. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the banquet started, and the gate of Fengshan Palace was opened. The hostesses politely received the people who came to the banquet. Education, wearing a red cheongsam, the hem of the skirt is constantly fluttering as she walks. Wang Aoi appeared here wearing a mask and sunglasses, holding an invitation in his hand, and successfully entered the Fengshan Palace. Originally, he needed to avoid showing his face, but he wanted to know about Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan. It is what to do, especially in front of most people, what to do to expose the truth of the matter. There is a free show to watch tonight, you can't miss it. Wang Aoi walked into Fengshan Palace, thinking silently. After the banquet started, Chang Haoji flew over from a distance with Shen Feng and flew directly to the inside of the main hall. In the center of the main hall, the seat was ready. The hosts in the main hall are all famous people, and the family members of these people were sent to the distant castle for entertainment. The person responsible for entertaining the female family members became Du Xinshi. The people in the main hall are basically men. Josiah Oxio and the others were civil servants, and they sat on one side. Yang Chang and Guo Pinming, who were from the army, sat on the other side with the officers. The two sides were clearly separated. Chapter 471 Banquet Confrontation. Shen Feng can be said to be proud of his spring breeze at this time. When he entered the main hall, he knew that all the important people in Yazhao were here. The banquet tonight is called Jifang Zichen, but it is actually a banquet to confirm his status as the city lord. As long as tonight's banquet goes on smoothly, then his status will be stable. After today, I will be the city lord of Yazhao. Now I see who will say that I can do nothing and only live on my laurels. However, I will not be able to participate in future battles. Shen Feng sat down while thinking in the center of the hall, ready to announce the start of the banquet. The banquet is copied from the Western style. The hall is full of tables, and there are all kinds of food on the round table. There are enough drinks and drinks, whether it is wine or fruit juice, you can drink freely. People who are not used to wine people can still drink liquor or beer. After Shen Feng's speech is over, the banquet will really begin. There is a dance floor in the center for dancing, and everyone can walk around and exchange feelings. Everyone in the hall was also waiting for Shen Feng to speak. Now in this formal occasion, the person who speaks first must be the person with the highest status. Except for Shen Feng, no one else can do it for him. However, at this moment, Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan walked over from the side. From the outside, neither Chang Jianyi nor Chu Qiaoyan had changed in any way, but the guy who was familiar with them found out that the clothes of the two seem to be wrong. If you are going to a banquet, you should basically wear formal attire, either a suit or a Chinese tunic suit. For women, evening gowns are the most appropriate, but now, Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan both dressed in casual attire. The two didn't seem to understand the atmosphere behind Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan, followed by Luo Qing and Zhang Zixi. Luo Qing was no longer trying to hide it, wearing a bulletproof vest, with a dagger and pistol on his waist, ready to fight at any time. Everyone, I invite you to come here today. In fact, I have a few doubts that I haven't figured out. You are all the managers of Yazhao and our most trusted partners. Now I hope you will come to be a witness. Chang Jianyi said slowly. As soon as the words fell, Yang Chang suddenly appeared with a group of people, directly blocking the door of the main hall, and Guo Pinming also led people to surround the main hall, and hundreds of people were surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. What does this mean? Is this a Hongman banquet? Don't talk nonsense. How could the two ladies do anything to us? That's right, we are loyal and have never done anything bad. It is impossible for the two ladies to be punished without teaching. If something happens to us, there will be chaos in Yazhao. After the people at the banquet were surrounded, they panicked at first, and then relaxed. They could see the situation clearly and knew that their safety was probably fine, but they couldn't figure out why Chang Jianyi would be in this special place. Time to do this? Isn't this discrediting the city lord who just came back? Sitting in the corner, Wang Aoi didn't care about the changes around him. He was holding a curved pipe. One end was inserted into the wine glass, and the other end was inserted into the mask. In this way, he could watch a good show while drinking. Brother, which unit are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? Someone sitting at the same table with Wang Aoi began to ask, as if he had never seen such a person as Wang Aoi. Wang Aoi replied lightly, I'm not from Yazhao, I'm a guest. I'm invited to the banquet. Don't worry, I'll leave after dinner. This person looked at the mask and sunglasses on Wang Aoi's face, and couldn't help but slander, how can you eat while wearing a mask? Chang Jianyi walked to the center of the main hall, and said to the group of commotions around, everyone, please listen to me, today's battle is not a big deal, it's just a simple cleanup, and one of us traitor. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the hall. Everyone was looking at each other, as if they wanted to find out the traitor hidden around them. Many people even stared directly at the well-dressed Wang Aoi. Many people had begun to suspect whether this so-called traitor was the guy who deliberately blocked his face. His behavior was the most suspicious. Chang Jianyi didn't give the people below time to react, but continued, your lovers and children are all attending the dinner in the castle now. I have already asked Cao Fuli and Lucian to take care of the protection. They will have a very happy time. Night, and now, it's time to find this traitor, don't you think? That's right, catching traitors is the most important thing. We must clean out them what's inside, otherwise we cannot guarantee the purity of our organization. Josiah Oxio took the lead and said Josiah Oxio is very good at expressing loyalty, and he is also a think tank who followed Shen Feng in the early days. Looking at the situation now, of course he has to stand up and wave the flag. Yang Yi and Zuhui followed closely behind, expressing their opinions and supporting Chang Jianyi's actions. At that moment, the civil servants saw that the three immediate superiors had expressed their views, and quickly echoed them on the army side. Lu Qiang and Kei looked at each other, and they didn't expect such a thing to happen. Li Xiang, who was beside them, said in a low voice, "Make a statement, why are you still sitting? Now is the time to stand in line. If you don't support it, your identity will become a traitor." Lu Qiang and Kei also reacted suddenly, stood up quickly, and said, "We also support the decision of the Deputy City Lord. We must find out the traitor." At this time, there were still some people who did not express their opinions, mainly a group of scientific researchers from the laboratory, Lin Yu and Qi Lingshan from the intelligence team, but there were very few of them attending the banquet, and now it has no effect whether they express their opinions or not. A young scientific researcher asked Niu Bai, "Dean, do we have to say something?" Boom. Professor Nia slapped the young man unceremoniously, and said to the young man, "You are an experimenter, why are you meddling with this? Eating honestly will benefit you, and it's too late to hide. You still want to step in." It was only then that the young man realized that this was indeed the case. He was an experimenter, and mixing things up randomly would only lead to fire. Seeing that everyone in the hall expressed their support, Chang Jianyi showed a satisfied smile on her face, then she turned her head, looked at Shen Feng who was sitting on the top, and asked, "Now, what do you think? What should we do about this matter?" Shen Feng was sitting in his seat, already drenched in sweat. He didn't expect that Chang Jianyi would do such a thing at this critical moment. "I asked you something, why didn't you answer?" At this time, Chu Qiaoan also asked with a sneer. The imposter was already uncomfortable sitting in the seat. He could feel the situation changed, but he didn't know where the problem was. He didn't believe that his identity had been exposed, and he just thought it was a coincidence. Must investigate. The traitor is what I hate the most in my life. If there is a traitor here, I will be the first to spare him. Shen Feng sitting above the hall insisted, and now he was betting. He was betting that there were other traitors in this hall, but he was not actually exposed. Chang Jianyi smiled, and the smile was full of sarcasm, and then asked, "Shen Feng, do you still remember when you found out that you had obtained the supernatural power? Of course I know about this. Of course, after being exposed to the rain, I was able to protect you from the virus-containing rain, and then I gained the ability." Shen Feng quickly replied, "Such a simple question, it's easy to answer, he's lying." Zhang Zixi spoke at this moment, hiding behind Chu Qiaoyan and announcing the answer. The people in the hall were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They thought that Chang Jianyi's incident tonight was aimed at everyone present, and there might be someone who betrayed among the hundreds of people, but now it seems that the situation is not aimed at everyone, but at Shen Feng, the city lord who just came back. Everyone faced each other, and they couldn't believe their eyes. In this situation, could it be that the deputy city lord wants to take the next step? Chu Qiaoan also sent out an inquiry at this time. "It's fine if you don't remember clearly, but I will ask you another question. When you left Yuzhou, I brought you a lot of gold. Where did the gold go?" The counterfeit couldn't sit still at this time. Through the other party's two questions, he knew that his identity might have been suspected and possibly exposed, but now the surrounding halls are full of soldiers, and it is impossible to escape. "I spent all the gold. After all, I am living in Southeast Asia and need to use currency for transactions." The counterfeit continued to reply, "This is a lie." Zhang Qianqian continued to point out without mercy. At this time, Chang Haoji also came over and asked, "You are already a 6th level supernatural being, right? What is the name of the 6th skill you learned?" The counterfeiter heard Chang Haoji's words at this time. His eyes lit up immediately, and he said, "It seems that you are doubting my identity, but I can prove that I am the real Shen Feng. If you don't believe me, look." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng cast his supernatural power instantly, and there was a gust of wind in the hall, and many objects around him were blown away by the gust of wind. He believed that as long as he cast his supernatural power, everything would be settled. Everyone saw that the city lord finally displayed his supernatural power, and the wind howled in the hall. It seemed that only the city lord could do this. Now, it seemed that the deputy city lord's suspicion was wrong. Chang Jianyi sneered, pointed at Yang Chang in the distance and said, "Yang Chang, answer the first question. When did Shen Feng know that he is a superhuman?" Yang Chang, who was standing at the entrance of the main hall, replied without hesitation, "It was more than a month after the end of the day." The city lord didn't know that he had obtained the supernatural power before, and it broke out completely at the critical moment of life and death. In the previous battles, the city lord has been there all relying on physical fitness to fight. Chang Jianyi looked at Chu Chaoyan again. Chu Chaoyan also stood up, and said, "The gold I brought to Shen Feng was all made into the shape of buttons, and before he left, he didn't wear any clothes." Cloak. Now you say that the gold has been spent, and you are still wearing the cloak that was in the news before. I can only say that you are faking it. Chu Chaoyan knew very well that the reason why Shen Feng wore a cloak to receive honors on stage was because Jin Zijou had tricked him. Shen Feng actually didn't like wearing furs. As for this fake, it seemed that he wanted to pretend to be. For one thing, he simply dressed up the same as when Shen Feng received the award a year ago. My brother-in-law's sixth move is called walking on water. How about it? Did you get it clearly? Can't you answer it now? Chang Haoji also sneered. He knew this guy's identity as a counterfeit from the beginning. Today, walking around the Fengshan Palace with a counterfeit, he confirmed this point through his speech and behavior. Now, it is time to settle accounts with a counterfeit, and he immediately became energetic. Right now, the answers to 3 consecutive questions have been revealed, and everyone understands that the guy sitting on the top of the hall is a fake, but the previous ability is obviously to control the wind. Could it be fake? Are you doubting me? It's ridiculous. I'm the Lord of Yazhao, and I'm your husband. Are you planning to rebel now? It's really lawless. One last struggle. However, this guy was quietly diverting his attention, and while he was speaking, he instantly cast his supernatural ability. The hall must be in chaos as the wind howled. The strong wind kept blowing in the hall, and ordinary people could not open their eyes at all. Do it! Chang Jianyi shouted hastily. Chapter 472. The hall was in chaos. Although the counterfeit was not the real Shen Feng, he was still a genuine supernatural power user. Immediately when he displayed his supernatural ability, the hall suddenly became a mess. Taking advantage of the confusion, Shen Feng took out a pistol from his body, aimed at Chang Jianyi, and fired 2 bang-bang shots. At this critical moment, the bullets solidified in the air. Looking carefully, the 2 bullets drew a white trail in the air, but finally stopped in front of Chang Jianyi. This bastard dared to shoot. Fortunately, Luo Qing is here. Chu Chaoyan was also taken aback by this scene. They didn't search the counterfeit, but they didn't expect the counterfeit to carry a gun with him. Xiaoji, take Kaianqian to hide quickly. You can't help. Chang Jianyi was also taken aback by the sudden shooting of the other party, but then reacted, and quickly asked Chang Haoji to take Zhang Kaianqian to hide. Although the 2 are supernatural beings, their fighting ability is obviously not very good. At this time, when they fight, it is better to let the 2 avoid it. Luo Qing's ability is agile. She has been guarding against the opponent's sudden attack, so at the critical moment, she placed a thick layer of air gel in the air. The gel has a strong defense against bullets. Don't look at the air. The gel looks light and fluffy, but it is bulletproof enough, and its effect can be compared with the bulletproof ability of water starch. The hall was chaotic, but at the critical moment, Guo Pinming and Yang Chang stood up. Melted steel suddenly flowed from Guo Pinming's body, and the steel instantly condensed into an iron chain, and when it stretched out, it locked the fake's ankle. The counterfeit didn't pay attention to this point, was pulled by the iron chain, and immediately fell to the ground. Bang! Bang! The counterfeit pointed the muzzle of the gun at the iron chain on his feet, trying to break the iron chain with bullets, but the iron chain was made of steel after all, and there was no response to the bullets. Although there was a slight dent, it quickly returned to its original state. At this time, Yang Chang's attack had also arrived. In Yang Chang's hand, he was holding an iron rod made of silver. He rushed forward and hit the counterfeit with a stick on the right arm. There was a sound of breaking, and the man's arm was twisted at an unimaginable angle. Although the texture of silver is relatively soft, no matter what, silver is still a metal, and flesh and blood cannot withstand such an attack from silver. Crack! Yang Chang knocked out the pistol in this man's hand, and the silver stick turned into shackles. Arresting the counterfeit, Guo Pinming also hurried forward and tied the opponent with iron chains. The two supernatural beings fought together and finally caught the guy who wanted to run away, and the chaos in the hall gradually subsided. Chang Haoji took Zhang Zixi and quickly got under the table. The only place to hide in the hall right now was under the table. The tablecloth hanging from the table could at least block the view. However, the two of them were obviously not the only ones who had the idea of evasion. Others also ducked under the table one after another, and Zhang Zixi and Chang Haoji were squeezed out from the moment the gunshots appeared. Everyone in the hall was in chaos, including a group of scientific researchers in the laboratory, who all hide under the table now. At this time, the counterfeit has been caught, the pistol has been knocked out, and the hall is finally safe. The people under the table see that the situation has stabilized, so they feel relieved and walk slowly from under the table. Come out and look around while walking. Not many people were injured. They were all knocked down when they got under the table. In the end, the counterfeit was tied up and brought to the center of the hall. Chang Jianyi began to interrogate in public. Answer honestly, who sent you to lie to us? If you don't tell us, we will use torture. At this time, Guo Pinming was still carefully examining the face of this imposter, wanting to find evidence of this guy's disguise. He had heard that there was a kind of human skin mask in Jianghu. Although most of them were fabricated in martial arts, but with a level of modern technology, many silicone surfaces can be made, and most people really can't see anything as a result. After inspection, there didn't seem to be any mask on this person's face, and Guo Pinming could only believe that the guy in front of him looked exactly like Shen Feng. The counterfeit was mercilessly broken by Yang Chang, and his whole body was in severe pain. After being caught, he could only be helpless and furious. Hurry up and let me go. Tell you, there are people above me. If you don't let me go, if I say it, I guarantee that you two bitches will live a life worse than death in the future. The last sentence was obviously addressed to Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan. When they heard this address, their brows immediately turned upside down. Speaking poorly, you deserve a slap, Chang Jianyi said coldly, then stepped forward and slapped the opponent directly in the face. Immediately, the imposter's cheeks were swollen, and the two cheeks were already swollen, and he opened his mouth and spit out a few teeth. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, looking very miserable. Are you honest now? Do you still dare to be rampant? Chang Jianyi continued to ask, but now, after this person has suffered a lot, he is still stubborn and continues to say, there are people above us. I know someone. Tell me who it is. Who asked you to impersonate? Chang Jianyi asked coldly, helpless. The counterfeit could only open his mouth, and he didn't want to continue to suffer. After thinking about it, maybe if he told the truth, he could still get a way out of life. The old saying goes well, a good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Afterwards, the counterfeit opened his mouth and said, I am heaven. Before the words were finished, there was a sudden gunshot in the hall, and the bullet directly hit the counterfeit's brain. The bullet came in from the back of the head, and finally came out from the forehead. Blood and brain matter continued to flow from these two holes. The person came out, and the person fell to the ground and died in an instant, losing all vitality. Who is shooting? Who did it? Yang Chang didn't expect that someone would shoot in the hall at this time. Obviously, the people in the hall were basically his own people, but someone shot at this time. There was an uproar in the hall. No one could have imagined that at such a critical moment, someone was trying to silence him. Who the hell is this? Who still has a gun in his hand? Guo Pinming bent down to look at the eyes of the imposter. The pupil emission has disappeared. This person is dead. But on his own side, he couldn't ask anything. All the people in the hall looked at each other, and they all suspected that there might be a traitor hidden in the crowd. Among them, more than a dozen people were staring at Wang Aoi, so they almost took off Wang Aoi's mask to have a look. Everyone, be quiet. At this moment, Lin Yu shouted loudly in the hall, and the commotion of the people around stopped immediately. Lin Yu stood on the table, listened intently for a moment, then pointed to the door of the main hall and said, the assassin has escaped. I'll go after him. After saying this, Lin Yu rushed out of the gate immediately, finding a direction and rushing out, but others could only see Lin Yu chasing him on his own, but the assassin didn't see him at all. I understand. This is a person with supernatural powers who used the invisibility technique to sneak into the banquet. Hurry up and invite Lucian to the castle. Chu Chaoyan was the first to react. What he saw now, only a person with supernatural powers can do it. There are quite a lot of people who can use invisibility. Chang Jianyi could only agree with the statement, otherwise there was no way to explain who Lin Yu was chasing. Chu Qiao and knew that only Lu Xian could catch the invisible guy at the moment, and his heat perception was the most restrained against the invisible object. Chang Haoji immediately rode the cloud and rushed towards the castle, preparing to let Lu Xian play a role at this time on Lin Yu's side. He rushed forward with his eyes closed. His ability is to control sound waves. Although he is only a second-level ability user, this ability is effective when used in tracking. The assassin can act after being invisible, but the sound of footsteps will not stop. The faster you run, the more obvious the sound of footsteps will be. Plop! When Lin Yu was trying to catch up with the assassin came to the edge of the lake, and without hesitation, he jumped into the lake. It was so dark that he couldn't see anything under the water, and the other party was still there. While diving, Lin Yu immediately lost the trace of the assassin. Standing by the lake, he could only stare blankly. Lu Xian soon came to the lake and asked, "Where is the assassin? Where is he hiding?" Lin Yu pointed to the lake, and said helplessly, "I entered the lake, and I don't know if I escaped." "You can use your supernatural ability to take a look." Lu Xian didn't hesitate, and immediately cast his supernatural ability. Immediately, an infrared image of half of the palace appeared in his mind. Finally, he sensed the abnormality, pointed at the distant palace wall and shouted, "Let's go there, someone is climbing over the wall." The two immediately rushed to the palace wall in the distance. Indeed, they found a series of footprints on the ground, but they couldn't see anything except the footprints. "I don't know if fingerprints can be extracted. Let this invisible guy run away now, and it will be troublesome in the future." Lu Xian was very depressed. Now the palace walls are full of water stains, and the assassin has disappeared, probably from Fengshan Palace. Forget it. So what if the fingerprints are extracted? In this age of war and chaos, the fingerprint library is gone. How can we compare the fingerprints? I see. I can only wait for the crew and follow the counterfeit. There are quite a lot of crew members here. If you start with them, there may be different results. Lin Yu didn't think fingerprints would be of any use. Lu Xian thought for a while, and it was true. If he couldn't catch the invisible assassin on the spot, he probably wouldn't have such a chance in the future. Lu Xian and Lin Yu finally returned without success, and the clues were interrupted. On the other side, soldiers went to arrest dozens of crew members staying in the hotel, but when it was time, they discovered that all of these crew members had been killed. Cold weapons, and most likely died of daggers, can kill so many crew members in a short period of time. The guy who killed them must be very skilled. When Chang Jianyi heard the news that all the clues were interrupted, he had to shake his head, but the banquet was still going on, so he announced the good news. He found the video on the external network, played it on the projector, and said, "Don't worry everyone, I got the news that Shen Feng is still abroad and is returning home quickly. He will be back soon, and the city lord is safe and sound. Yu Hangai is also safe. Tonight's banquet will continue." After everyone heard the news about Shen Feng, they immediately relaxed. It turned out that there was nothing wrong with the city lord. Many people who were worried about the situation in Yazhou before were finally relieved. As long as the city lord was fine, everything would be fine. Chu Qiaoan looked at the mess in the hall, shook his head helplessly, and said to the servant, "Replace all these meals, many of them are already dirty. If you have fruits, send them to the orphanage, and other dishes send them to the slums. No, send them to places where floating populations gather." The servants immediately cleaned up the horrific situation in the hall. Most of the food was scattered in the chaos caused by the previous shooting. However, many dishes were still edible, but they were covered with a little dust. "By the way, there's a dead imposter here. What should I do?" Zhang Qianqian looked nervous at the dead body on the ground. She had never experienced such a tense situation, and she was also a little scared at this moment. Chang Jianyi looked at the counterfeit goods on the ground and said, "Don't waste it, send the corpse to the laboratory, let people extract the extraterrestrial elements, and then you can create supernatural beings in the future." No one objected to this decision. After being assassinated, he wanted to cut the assassin into pieces. Now it was just extracting the extraterrestrial elements, and it was already very kind without whipping the corpse. The number of extraterrestrial elements is fixed and can be transferred. As long as the ability user can be killed, the ability on his body can also be transferred to other people. The only pity is that it is extracted from the person with the ability. The elements of since they have been used once, can only use specific abilities after the transfer. This makes it impossible for a powerful person with abilities to be killed, and even if a weak person with abilities is killed, the person who finally gets it will only get weak abilities. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473 Temporary Workers. The assassination incident did not cause much sensation in Yuzhou, but the impersonation incident has spread widely. Many people in Yuzhou are grateful for Shen Feng's rescue and have always admired Shen Feng. The little-known guy was replaced. If it wasn't for being exposed at a critical moment, wouldn't it be that the hero was impersonated and his reputation was replaced? On Yuzhou's side, Chang Jianyi directly asked the headquarters what was going on. Why is the officially certified Shen Feng a fake? The answer from the headquarters was very particular. First, he apologized, and then explained that this matter was due to the improper operation of the temporary worker, who did not confirm his identity according to the regulations, so that there was a misunderstanding this time, and the temporary worker had already been fired. I hope this matter ends here. What else could Chang Jianyi say? The headquarters has already given an answer, dismissing the temporary workers, which is equivalent to dealing with the culprit. As to whether it is true or not, it is hard to say. Oh, the omnipotent temporary worker. Chang Jianyi said helplessly in her heart. However, Chang Jianyi also knew that it was impossible for him to get to the bottom of it. Now that the headquarters is willing to admit their mistakes, it is considered good. If they want to find out the culprit, are they thinking too much? After waiting for a while, Wang Aoi walked into the office. After he walked in, he said a few polite words. Deputy City Lord, you were really decisive last night. I admire you very much. If my daughter-in-law can be as decisive as you, that is my luck. Chang Jianyi smiled, and said, I'm so sorry, I haven't seen Mrs. Wang yet, and I'm very sorry. If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely visit. Wang Aoi also looked at the baby in the cradle, couldn't help approaching, looked at the baby's pink face, and said, this is Shen Feng's son, he is so cute. Speaking of which, the last time the dog was full moon, Mr. Wang sent a mutated orange tree. There is no way to repay such a precious gift. I can only give Mr. Wang some specialties from Yuzhou. Please don't take offense. Chang Jianyi said with a smile. Wang Aoi's face under the mask became difficult to close together, and he said to himself, he is worthy of being the manager of Yuzhou, even if he is on the road. What else can Yuzhou's specialty be? It must be an evolutionary agent. However, at this moment, Wang Aoi suddenly remembered something, and quickly said, by the way, I not only came to inform Yuzhou about this matter, I also sent a confidant to go to Yanjing to find Yu Hengai's family members. I heard that Yu Hengai's lover is Qin Qi, and I have to inform Yu Hengai's family members, but Qin Qi can't get in touch, can't contact Qin Qi? What's going on? Chang Jianyi felt something was wrong. Wang Aoi explained, I don't know about this either. I heard from my staff that I can't get through on the phone, and I can't reply to the text messages. I want to go directly to the Ability Management Bureau to find it, but the security guards won't let me in. There is no way. I have thought about all the ideas I can think of, and I would like to ask Madam to contact you as well. Chang Jianyi nodded and replied, no problem, I will contact Feng Qinghao. Feng Qinghao is also in Yanjing these days. It should be no problem to ask him to look for Qin Qi. After Wang Aoi was polite in the office, he took the opportunity to leave. Luo Qing took Wang Aoi to the outside of the city. Here, a gold cup car had been prepared. The car was full of foam boxes. When he opened it, it was full of red jelly. Luo Qing smiled and said, Sir, this is a specialty of Yuzhou. Pomegranate-flavored jelly is not a respect, please accept it. Wang Aoi looked at so many foam boxes in the car, so many evolution agents, enough to evolve to the 6th level by himself, and he could also train his subordinates so that they could break through the evolutionary barrier. Secretary Luo is so polite. I like to eat pomegranate-flavored jelly. Farewell. Wang Aoi said with a smile. He rode a motorcycle when he came and drove a car when he left. It's a surefire deal. Luo Qing suddenly remembered something, and quickly reminded, Mr. Wang, be careful on the way back. I heard that there are bandits looting in many mountains. There are fewer things in Yazhou, but in other places, the number of bandits is still the same. Quite a lot, Wang. Aoi didn't care about this, and said, "It's okay, I'm still worried about being lonely on the way back. If there is a robber who robs me, I will kill him." After finishing speaking, Wang Aoi drove away. He was in good spirits on happy occasions, and obtained a lot of evolution agents, enough to develop his own power on Yanjing's side. Qin Kui hasn't come out since he entered the Ability Management Bureau. He locked himself in the room, turned off his mobile phone, and didn't want to talk to anyone. Basically, he didn't go out for Qin Kui. Watching Yu Hengai being eaten by the sea snake was a huge blow to her, and she often saw Yu Hengai's smiling face in her dreams. "Sister. Qin, I'm so cold at the bottom of the sea, I'm so cold." Yu Hengai often said this to Qin Kui in his dreams. Qin Kui also knew that Yu Hengai was buried at the bottom of the sea. She went down to the bottom of the sea herself, and knew that the bottom of the sea was so cold that even Fang King Heo couldn't stay there for a long time. Therefore, in the dream, Qin Kui could only say to Yu Hengai, "I will burn paper for you, and when the time comes, I will burn some more clothes for you." After more than 2 months, Qin Kui was emaciated, couldn't eat well, couldn't sleep well, often had hallucinations before his eyes, and had mental problems. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Qin Kui staggered to the door, opened the door and saw that the person outside the door was Yu Hengai. The sun shone in from outside, illuminating the slovenly Qin Kui. I could barely open my eyes, but Yu Hengai was smiling at her. However, after Shen Feng killed the Corpse King on the spot, endless cheers came from the base on the mountain. Shen Feng waved his hand towards the mountain, then took off his coat and wrapped it around the Corpse King's head. Lost looking at the centenarian orchid on one side, it is miserable at this time. It originally grew 4 pairs of leaves, but after being attacked by the Corpse King, it was scratched by claws and corroded by acid. There is only 1.5 leaves left, and the tree burrs can be seen. "You're lucky, you're still alive. What do you think I'm going to do with you?" Shen Feng murmured as he looked at the mutated plant in front of him. Now that the Corpse King has been killed, the zombies in Fremantle must be leaderless. Most of the zombies are still in a state of dehydration. If they continue to bask in the sun without replenishing water, they will surely die. Land is useless now. When Shen Feng was thinking about getting rid of the harmful things, Wang Jiao came down from the mountain. He was attacked by the Corpse King's sound waves. At this time, his face was pale, but he still said to Shen Feng, "Mr. Shen, please be merciful and don't kill Bai Sulin, otherwise, the future Fremantle will have no protection power and it will be very dangerous." Shen Feng looked at Wang Jiao, and said lightly, "If you want to be really strong, you don't rely on external forces. Afraid of danger, you lead your men to build city walls, build factories, and go to the wild to kill mutant beasts. The protection of mutated plants is not a long-term solution, but..." Wang Jiao said stubbornly, "Mr. Shen, you are not from Australia. You don't understand the situation here. The land here is sparsely populated, and the mountains and rivers are poor. Construction is difficult, but destruction is easy. Self-improvement is not easy. What can be done is to leave mutated plants and give us hope. Whatever you want, anyway, something will happen at that time, but it has nothing to do with me." Shen Feng sighed, shaking his head helplessly. He had already said what he should say, but Wang Jiao didn't change her mind. "It's hard to persuade. Damn it, ghost, let her go." Yu Hengai had also come out of the tunnel dug by the zombies at this time. He was very annoyed by the current accident, and cursed, "Damn, what kind of bean curd project are these zombies digging? They even let me fall. Now I finally won the bet. It's really harmful." For Yu Hengai, it was obvious that he was going to win the bet this time, but at this moment, there was a sudden change. The ground suddenly cracked, and he fell down. Who would have thought that there would be a tunnel dug by zombies underground? Who would have thought that this channel would not be able to withstand 5 times the force of gravity? "Xiao, you can't handle the pie falling from the sky." Shen Feng couldn't help but sneer. "Okay, call the photographer and edit the video. Besides, let's go to the city, we will continue to set off in 2 days." Yu Hengai also felt unable to hold his face, and quickly changed the subject. Shen Feng and Yu Hengai didn't expect the plan to recover a big city to be so smooth. They thought it would take a week at the earliest, but now, after recovering the city, only 5 days have passed. 2 days shortened. Next, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai are about to upload a video, which will gain a lot of attention. Wang Jiao successfully hugged Bai Sulin, and immediately let out a long breath, with a smile on her face, and then said, "My baby, you are still staying with me now. Next, my planet can be carried out, my ability has no lethality, and I can only rely on my brain tract, while you only have force, and your brain is not good, so we are a perfect match." Thinking of this, Wang Jiao immediately found her subordinates and sent someone to send a letter, "Go and tell the 8 or 9 bases around you that the city has been recovered, and invite them to discuss the division of the city in the future. Be sure to invite all the managers come over." When the subordinates heard this, they immediately started to act and went to other bases to inform. Wang Jiao continued to inform other subordinates, "Hurry up and enter the city, this city will belong to us from now on, first come, first served, and you can live wherever you want in the future, even if you live in a building, no one cares." The subordinates cheered unceasingly. Originally, they were still struggling to survive in the base on the mountain. After eating today's food, tomorrow's food has not yet been settled, but now at this time, they have really regained the big city. So many resources in the city are now all gone. Own it, let's go to occupy the land, and we will be rich in the future. The soldiers at the base on the mountain were very excited, and then they rushed down the mountain. Even if they didn't get in the car, they still went with their feet. Charged in the city, saw zombies that were still moving slowly along the way, and beat the zombies to death. For the survivors in these bases, they have been in the dark for 2 years and have long been used to the painful life, but now they suddenly have the hope of turning around, and they are overjoyed at once. Everything in the city is endless. The master's thing, whoever can occupy it can own it. Once upon a time, it was the privilege of the rich to watch the night view of the city from the top of the building, but now at this time, I can do this myself in order to live a better life in the future. A group of people burst into passion and rushed to the city tirelessly, ready to occupy a good place, first come first served. Seeing this scene, Wang Jiao smiled, and said in her heart, "Go crazy, but in the end, you still have to rely on me." Regarding the development of the current situation, Wang Jiao can still see clearly, and all of this is still under her control, and things are developing in the direction she expected. Standing on the mountain, Lu Zhangqi could not help himself for a long time as he watched the scene just happen below. He had seen the scene of overwhelming corpses, and he had also seen the horrible scenes of what the corpses saw and eaten. Now, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai, only the goal of recovering the city was accomplished by only 2 people. This kind of performance is simply unbelievable. Chapter 474. You have done meritorious service. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai quickly recorded the video, and the next step was editing and uploading. Yu Henggai was drunk and found a place in the city to sleep. Shen Feng was helpless and could only stare at the cameraman to edit the content. Title: It must also be chosen well, otherwise, others will pass it by. Seeing that it is not attractive after the video was uploaded, it quickly received thousands of hits, and the number of retweets continued to rise. Shen Feng immediately became happy. With these retweets, it seems that this video will definitely go viral. It's a pity that there are no sailors, otherwise, it will only take a day to become popular on the internet. Shen Feng feels that the only flaw in the ointment is the lack of sailors, and Shen Feng also chose to sleep, and was going to see how popular the video was after a whole night. Such explosive content must be able to spread wildly on the internet, and most likely Wang Aoi would be able to watch this video. Except for Wang Aoi, if other people in China see this video, they will also doubt the authenticity of the counterfeit product. Senior sister and Chaoyan, you all must not be fooled. Shen Feng said silently in his heart. In the middle of the night, at the base of the canyon far from Perth, Franklin opened the gate of the dungeon and led a group of people inside. Although Li Jiyui had no problems eating and drinking in the past few days, he still couldn't see the sun. There is a musty smell in the room, which makes people feel uncomfortable. If you live here for a long time, even if you have no psychological problems, your body will not be able to bear it. Seeing a group of people suddenly appearing in the dungeon, Li Jiyui sighed in his heart. It seems that my little life is over. God, I want to take refuge in your arms. However, at this time, Franklin hurried forward and began to apologize, and said directly, Mr. Engineer, there was a little misunderstanding between us before, so that we imprisoned you for such a long time. Now, we have discovered that the misunderstanding is it shouldn't be. Everyone should communicate in a friendly manner, so I'm here to sincerely apologize. After untying the chain, Franklin took advantage of the opportunity to bow to Li Jiyui. He took the lead in bowing, and the 20 or so confidants behind him also bowed immediately. Li Jiyui stood in the dungeon with a blank face, completely unaware of what happened. Could it be that his status as an evolutionary person was favored and he felt that he could be wooed? It shouldn't be. The leaders of these bases must be evolutionists, and their strength and speed are far beyond their own. Maybe they have evolved 3 or 4 times. When Li Jiyui was at a loss, suddenly 2 soldiers were brought into the dungeon. These 2 were the 2 guys who had betrayed Li Jiyui before. Attacked at night and finally caught. The 2 soldiers had bruised noses and swollen faces, and were beaten miserably. Franklin continued, "And Jianyi, these 2 are the ones who betrayed you. I have taught them a lesson. If you don't forgive them, kill them now." After finishing speaking, Franklin really handed Li Jiyui a pistol, which still had bullets in it, and as long as he shot it, he would definitely kill someone. Mr. Angino, we were wrong, it's our fault, please forgive us for God's sake. The 2 young men hurriedly cried and begged for mercy. They didn't want to be killed in vain, but now the leader pushed the 2 of them out, obviously with the idea of making them scapegoats in order to survive. The 2 beaten soldiers begged quickly, hoping that Li Jiyui would show mercy. Of course, Li Jiyui wanted to kill the 2 bastards in front of him. After all, if it wasn't for the betrayal of these 2 guys, he could continue to enjoy life now, but now he is still under someone else's chassis, even though he has already was let go, but I still don't know anything about the situation. If I act in such a hurry, it seems that it will cause a series of reactions from others ever since. Thinking of this, Li Jiyui could only pretend to be magnanimous and said, "You all stand up, let the past be the past. God also said that hatred will blind a person's eyes. When you let go of your hatred, you are redeemed." Franklin also asked people to take the little guy down, and then personally led Li Jiyui into the upper floor. It turned out that the dungeon was under the castle and was usually guarded by many people. At critical moments, the dungeon was still a bunker, and the castle on the upper floor. It looks glamorous, with a red carpet on the floor, and a variety of delicacies prepared in the hall, which is beyond the imagination of other people in the base. Li Jiyui was sent to the most honored seat by Franklin to sit down, and then he began to introduce the food. Mr. Anginer, this is the lamb chops we got after hunting, with a secret sauce on it, let's have a taste. In addition, here is kangaroo meat, which is also delicious. Here are fruits from the mountains, all of which are edible. Li Jiyui was overwhelmed by flattery. He never expected that he would receive such a high courtesy. He was locked up in the dungeon just a moment ago, and now he has become the most honored guest of the other party. The contrast between this is too great. I couldn't accept it for a while. Excuse me, what happened? Li Jiyui asked carefully, trying to figure out why Franklin had such a huge contrast. Franklin had also organized his language at this time, and then said, "I thought that what you said was a lie, sir, and it was impossible for Chinese supernatural beings to appear in Australia, but I inquired carefully these 2 days and found out that it is true. Moreover, the 2 strong men have recovered Fremantle, so I am going to pay a visit. Please forgive me for the misunderstandings that occurred during this period, and I am willing to make up for your loss." After finishing speaking, Franklin waved his hand and asked someone to deliver a plate. On the plate were 2 gold bricks. This thing was hard currency. 2 gold bricks were enough to buy a big house and a dozen servants. Li Jiyui looked at the gold bricks that he could get suddenly, and his heart became more and more happy. But when he thought about the reason carefully, his heart suddenly became cold, and he said to himself, "Have Shen Feng and Yuhangai recovered a big city? How is it possible? They only have just 2 people. Can 2 people defeat many zombies?" Li Jiyui knew that he had betrayed Shen Feng, and he probably would not get Shen Feng's forgiveness now. It would be too dangerous to bring someone to visit Shen Feng, and now the leader of the other base is still watching him. Seems inappropriate if it doesn't respond. Ever since, Li Jiyui immediately took over the gold brick, and then said, "Well, the past will be written off. Since you sincerely want to meet 2 strong Chinese men, then I will introduce you. After dinner, I will drive to find them first, and you guys will come back tomorrow." How can this be done? Mr. Engineer will definitely face a lot of hardships for a distance of tens of kilometers. Since you are going to meet him, let's go together tomorrow. Stay with me tonight, and we will set off together tomorrow. Franklin said quickly. Li Jiyui originally wanted to escape alone. As long as he didn't see Shen Feng and Yuhangai, then everything would be easy to talk about. If he really met, it would be an enemy meeting, and he would definitely be killed. However, even such an idea has been rejected, and of course Franklin will not let him leave alone after dinner. Li Jiyui was taken to a luxurious room in the castle. There were silk bedding, luxurious carpets, and lamps hanging on the walls. It was many times better than the adobe houses outside the base. Next, 2 more beauties were sent to Li Jiyui's room. Li Jiyui, who was originally impatient, lost interest at this moment. He was worried about tomorrow's affairs. He was going to see Shen Feng and Yu Henggai tomorrow. The time of meeting is the time of his own death. Li Jiyui doesn't want to die, but there is no way to stop it. Li Jiyui originally wanted to escape through the window in the middle of the night, but the 2 beauties kept looking at him in the room, and kept teasing him in their words. Li Jiyui had no chance of escaping at all, and finally simply slept on the bed. Prepare to wait until the next day. The next day, Li Jiyui woke up with dark circles on his face. Last night he hadn't fallen asleep, always waking up from his dreams. When he got into the car, Li Jiyui was still thinking silently, "It will be fine, it will be fine." Li Jiyui's former wife was Chinese, and she once introduced Chinese culture to him. One of the cultures is to forgive others. I have been following Shen Feng and Yu Henggai for almost a month. Now that I meet again, perhaps as long as I sincerely apologize, I can be forgiven. It's okay, I don't necessarily die, as long as I say a few nice words, I can escape this incident. Li Jiyui thought silently in his heart. After Li Jiyui got into the car, the 2 women who stayed with him last night found Franklin and told what they found last night. "Boss, this man hasn't touched us last night, and he's been watching looking out of the window. In short, it looks very abnormal." Franklin felt a little surprised when he heard this answer. In his opinion, this engineer is just a small character, and the only thing he needs to deal with seriously is the supernatural being behind him. Now, this small character has changed. Does this mean that engineer is actually lying? Let's go and have a look before we talk. Maybe there are unexpected discoveries. Franklin thought silently in his heart. After a 3-hour journey, Franklin brought a group of people to the big city of Fremantle. There were still scattered zombies walking around the city, but more zombies could not be seen. Most of the zombies had been taken away. The traffic arteries of the city have been blocked, and someone has set up checkpoints here. If you want to enter the city, you can. The first thing is to pay the entry fee. Franklin was very upset when he saw this scene. He had always set up his own card to charge, but now he was being blackmailed. He really wanted to show all his guns, but considering the dissatisfaction of the supernatural being this time, he decided you can only obediently pay the entry fee. In the future, I have to show you some color, and dare to take my money. Franklin thought silently in his heart. After entering the city, Franklin immediately began to inquire about Shen Feng's whereabouts, and finally met Shen Feng and Yu Henggai in an office building. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai are sitting in the office building, browsing the forwarding volume of the video. The power supply of the office building is provided by a generator, using gasoline as the source of electricity. There is a power plant outside the city, but there is a lack of coal, and the power plant cannot be used for power now. Mr. Shen, Mr. Yu, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Li Jiyui walked into the hall, saw the 2 of them, and then showed a flattering smile on his face. With a sneer on Shen Feng's face, he looked at Yu Henggai and said, "Zio Yu, who do you see coming?" Yu Henggai said lightly, "It's just a traitor who sees profit and forgets righteousness." "I didn't expect that he would dare to appear in front of us now." Franklin stepped forward and said seriously, "You too. I made a misunderstanding before and arrested your subordinates. Now I come here to apologize. I have prepared a lot of gifts. I hope you can forgive my ignorance." Shen Feng couldn't understand English. At this moment, Lu Zhangqi hurried to work. "They said that they accidentally arrested this person. Please forgive me. Tell him that he has made meritorious service, and I will reward him. As for the apology, there is no need." Shen Feng said with a smile. Franklin heard Shen Feng's answer from Lu Zhangqi's mouth, and suddenly he didn't understand why. Did he offend the supernatural being? Looking at it now, why did he make meritorious deeds? At this time, Li Jiyui knelt on the ground, crawled towards Shen Feng, hugged Shen Feng's thigh, and said, "Mr. Shen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you before, but I also regret it. From now on, I will miss you every day." Chapter 475 Powerful Fruit. Regarding Li Jiyui's begging at this time, Shen Feng's expression changed, and then he kicked him out, and said coldly, "Aren't you afraid of getting my clothes dirty? I will never forgive traitors. You think I is the Virgin of Europe? Just cry a few words, and I will spare you, you." Hengai also came up and said, "Brother Feng, what are you going to do with this guy?" Shen Feng thought for a while, but looked at Franklin on the side. This guy came to see him, but he had never dealt with him before, so he asked directly, "My friend, what's your name? Do you have any suggestions to help me dealing with traitors?" After Franklin saw the current situation, he naturally understood everything. He thought that Engineer was a loyal subordinate of the two supernatural beings, but now it seems that he is a traitor. In this way, he is not offended. The problem of the supernatural being is no longer a problem, but a performance of meritorious service. Now, facing Shen Feng's question, Franklin said without hesitation, "Put him in a cement column, solidify and throw him into the sea, so that he will not be able to go to heaven even if he dies." Lu Zhengqi was still a 14-year-old boy. Although he had seen many dead people, he had never seen such a cruel punishment, so he could only translate for Shen Feng cautiously, then change it to another one. It's better to let him die in pain. After filling the cement column, he can still leave the whole body. It's too cheap for him. Feeling dissatisfied, Shen Feng continued to ask. Generally speaking, Shen Feng doesn't like to torture others, because torturing others seems cruel, but except for traitors, the more cruel the better. The knife behind the back is the hardest to dodge, so it is necessary to use cruel means to force others to never again. "How dare you stab yourself in the back?" Franklin hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Why don't you pour gasoline on this guy and set him on fire?" Gasoline is an important material. It seems too extravagant to use it to clean up traitors. Shen Feng continued to refuse. After thinking about it again, Franklin came up with a solution, and suggested, "There are many poisonous snakes in Australia. Among them is a cobra, which has a strong cytotoxicity. As long as it bites a person, it will slowly destroy the tissues of the person's body. In the end, the whole body festers. How about catching the cobra and biting him?" "I'm not good at catching snakes, and it takes time, so get another one." Shen Feng continued to refute. Seeing that Shen Feng was dissatisfied no matter what, Yu Hengai couldn't help but said, "Brother Feng, I have a suggestion here. Do you want to listen to it? Come on. What's your suggestion?" Shen Feng asked. Yu Hengai patted the cloth bag on his waist, which contained more than 30 years old orchid fruits, and said, "My suggestion is also very simple. Let Li Jiyui try these fruits. Since I don't know what effect, always need a test product, right? Not bad. Catch him and try the medicine. If it is poisonous, then it will be easier for him to die. If it is not poisonous, then kill him later." Shen Feng agreed with Yu Hengai's suggestion. Yu Hengai walked up to Li Jiyui's side. At this time, Li Jiyui had already had several ribs broken by Shen Feng's kick. "I have been translating for you for such a long time, and I am of help to you, really? Did you forget the grace of saving your life? When you were caught by ogres, who saved you? Who brought you from Tasmania to the Australian mainland? Who is it? You who protected you along the way?" Confucius also said, "How can you repay a grievance with virtue? So, open your mouth." Yu Hengai said disdainfully. Yu Hengai also dislikes traitors. Not to say that others are not allowed to leave the team. It is very simple to leave the team, just say a word. But Li Jiyui, before leaving, stole his own supplies. After being caught, come back to beg for mercy. This kind of thing that is not as good as grass. Why stay? After finishing speaking, Yu Hengai pinched Li Jiyui's mouth, forced him to open his mouth, grabbed the centenarian fruit and threw it in. Li Jiyui didn't know what it was, but he could imagine that it was probably not a good thing. So I wanted to spit it out right away. However, Yu Hengai didn't allow Li Jiyui to spit out the food, and pressed his mouth firmly. Li Jiyui struggled for a while, even having difficulty breathing, and finally swallowed the fruit. Afterwards, Yu Hengai conveniently threw Li Jiyui aside, preparing to watch his reaction. It stands to reason that after eating the fruit of the mutated plant, there would be some reaction at least. However, after waiting for a long time, Yu Hengai still didn't notice any changes in Li Jiyui, so he couldn't help asking, "Brother Feng, does this fruit have no effect?" "It's what the orchid is used to sow seeds." Shen Feng leaned on the chair with his legs on the desk, very casually, said, No matter what it is, it takes time to absorb it, whether it is protein or sugar, it needs enzymes assistance. It's only been a few minutes. Even if it's poisonous, it hasn't happened yet, Franklin asked cautiously. Let's tie this guy up. It won't be good if he hurts someone. Lu Zhengqi translated what he meant, and Shen Feng didn't care at all when he heard it, and said, "It's okay, I am a 6th level supernatural user, and there are not many in the world. Yu Hangai next to me is a 5th level supernatural person. The elite of the elite. We are here, what are you afraid of?" Franklin quickly flattered him. He has dealt with many supernatural beings, and he knows how to deal with them. He must make the other party's mood better, and then give him a precious gift. Then he will make friends. But Shen Feng shrugged and said, "Come on, don't talk about these flattery, we will leave in a few days. You say so many good things, we can't take care of you." Franklin was taken aback, and asked, "Are you leaving? Where are you going? Did you occupy Fremantle to stay here permanently?" "Of course not. We are not Ingsa people. We like to occupy other people's territory. We are only staying temporarily and will leave in a few days. If you want to flatter, you should go to Wen Jiao. She has occupied the city now." "Yes, she is the Castellan," Shen Feng said flatly. Franklin originally thought that Shen Feng and Yu Hangai brought down such a big city to occupy it, so he was also worried that they would be settled in the future, so he came to see him. Now it seems that the two supernatural beings have to leave here. Doesn't Fremantle have strong forces to protect it? Thinking of this, Franklin suddenly became excited, and said in his heart, "Such a good opportunity, don't miss it. I need to make a good plan." However, Franklin did not show it on his face, but said modestly, "Mr. Shen Feng is joking. I am not from Fremantle. Why should I visit the chief here? I am still here to listen to the two teaching. That is the most important thing. Whatever you want." Shen Feng shrugged and started to read. After conquering a big city, Shen Feng gained a lot, the most important of which are maps and books. The most important books are the illustrated books of plants in Southeast Asia and Australia. Whether these plants can be eaten can be seen at a glance. Most of the consequences will be marked. "Hey, I heard that there are devil fruits in Indonesia, Xiao. If you see it, you have to try it." Shen Feng saw a picture book of fruits, and his eyes lit up. He didn't expect such a strange fruit in the world. Fruit Yu Hangai came over to take a look, and said, "Oh, it's the black tiger fruit? It's too ugly, and it must taste bad." "You don't understand. The uglier the fruit, the more delicious it is, such as durian, water chestnut, or jujube," Shen Feng said with a smile. While Shen Feng was chatting with Yu Hangai, Li Jiyui, who was thrown into the corner, changed. Li Jiyui had several broken ribs, and his breathing was painful. Although he could run, he didn't dare to run because he was knowing Shen Feng's speed. Even if he escapes, it is impossible to escape from Shen Feng's palm. In the end, when Li Jiyui was lying in the corner, he suddenly felt a warm current in his abdomen. The moment this warm current appeared, his body seemed to have been warmed, and then his ribs were connected, and his body returned to normal, and even stronger than before. Almost in an instant, Li Jiyui's whole body swelled up, and the shirt on his body was torn apart by the bulging muscles. After feeling the power emerging from his body, Li Jiyui suddenly became rampant, looked at Shen Feng in the distance, and shouted loudly, "You have humiliated me so much, and still look down on me. Now I want you to always be strong." After finishing speaking, Li Jiyui jumped up in the hall, his body almost touching the ceiling, and the place where he landed happened to be Shen Feng's desk. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng stepped on the desk and slid back while sitting on the chair. Boom! Li Jiyui punched the desk and immediately smashed the desk into pieces. This is a solid wood desk, and it weighs about 300 kgs. It's no problem for 3 or 4 big men to jump up and down on it. But now it was smashed by Li Jiyui's punch. Its strength is really amazing. Xiaoyu, hurry up, take care of the good things you do. Shen Feng put away the plant illustrations, and then began to observe the other party carefully. Shen Feng never expected that Li Jiyui would suddenly become so strong, such a powerful force. No less than himself. Yu Hangai also rushed up immediately, ready to subdue this crazy guy, while Li Jiyui stood up from the smoke and dust, and when he saw Yu Hangai appeared, he immediately stepped forward, ready to tear this guy to pieces. Boom! Yu Hangai punched Li Jiyui's chest, and there was a crack sound in his ears, and the opponent's sternum was broken on the spot. If it were an ordinary person, he would be unable to move even if he was not dead after being attacked like this. And Li Jiyui's chest was also sunken, obviously unable to withstand such a violent attack. But then a miraculous scene appeared. The sunken chest suddenly swelled up again, and the broken breastbone instantly recovered regardless of the pain on his body. Li Jiyui pulled out a whip leg. Yu Hengai shielded his arms in front of him, but Li Jiyui kicked him into the wall. Yu Hengai's body was in severe pain, and he took a deep breath. What the hell is going on with the guy? How can there be such a strong force? Yu Hengai slowly came down from the wall. His body was in severe pain. Although the bones were not broken, the flesh was suffering. Shen Feng saw it clearly not far away, and said in his heart, "This can't be the effect of the centennial orchid fruit? Isn't this too exaggerated? It not only strengthens the strength, but also recovers so quickly from the injury." Facing a guy whose physical fitness was far superior to his own, Yu Hengai immediately fell into a disadvantage. Without using supernatural powers, his combat effectiveness was still very average. Li Jiyui then unleashed a storm-like attack, forcing Yu Hengai to dodge around. Franklin was stunned by this scene. He hid in a corner and secretly watched the battle between the two. "Brother, the idea is tough. Let's go shoulder to shoulder." Yu Hengai hurriedly asked for help, but he didn't want to admit that he was cornered by an ordinary person, so he could only express this tactfully. So he spoke black words. "Don't talk about cutting. I don't understand. You continue to fight. I will observe and observe again. What a pity to break the rare experimental product directly." Shen Feng didn't want to help, but just watched from the sidelines. Lu Hanqi hid behind Shen Feng. He instinctively believed that the safest place was behind Shen Feng. Yu Hengai had no choice but to grit his teeth and resist, thinking that he was a majestic 5th-level supernatural being. But now he was forced to dodge around by an ordinary person, and his fists and feet directly fell into a disadvantage. It would be embarrassing to say it, and supernatural beings will do the same. Embarrassed. However, just half an hour later, Li Jiyui stopped suddenly. He found that the strength in his body was gradually disappearing. With the disappearance of strength, his strong muscles were also slowly shrinking. Like a balloon full of air, it was like being punctured. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.